The Last Temptation by Val McDermid. Read by Vari Sylvester. It lasts 17 hours and 19 minutes. Here is a brief description of the book. Mapping the minds of murderers is what Dr. Tony Hill does better than anyone. So when a twisted killer starts targeting psychologists across Northern Europe, he's the obvious choice to track the executioner's mental and physical journey. Except he no longer wants to delve into the minds of serial killers. Soon, however, the case comes too close to home. The next victim is a friend of his. Hill's former partner, DCI Carol Jordan, is herself in Germany, working undercover in a world where human life is cheaper than a drugs deal. She needs his help as much as the hunters of the killer.
The Last Temptation, written by Val McDermid, read by Vari Sylvester. The last temptation is the greatest treason, to do the right deed for the wrong reason. Murder in the Cathedral, T.S. Eliot. Only when it is responsible for providing psychological diagnoses for state purposes does psychology really become important. Max Simonite, Scientific Director of Wehrmacht Psychology, 1938. Case Notes. Name, Walter Neumann. Session number 1. Comments. The patient has clearly been troubled for some time with an overweening sense of his own infallibility. He presents with a disturbing level of overconfidence in his own abilities. He has a grandiose self-image and is reluctant to concede the possibility that he might be subject to valid criticism. When challenged, he appears offended and clearly has difficulty masking his indignation. He sees no need to defend himself, regarding it as self-evident that he is right, in spite of all evidence to the contrary. His capacity for self-analysis is clearly limited. A typical response to a question is to deflect it with a question of his own. He shows a marked reluctance to examine his own behavior or the consequences of his actions. He lacks insight and the concept of a wider responsibility. He has mastered the appearance of effect, but it is unlikely that this is more than a convenient mask. Therapeutic action. Altered state therapy. Initiated. Chapter 1. Blue is one colour the Danube never manages. Slate grey, muddy brown, dirty rust, sweat-stained khaki. All of these and most of the intermediate shades sabotage the dreams of any romantic who stands on her banks. Occasionally, where boats gather, she achieves a kind of oily radiance as the sun shimmers on a skin of spilled fuel, turning the river the iridescent hues of a pigeon's throat. On a dark night, when clouds obscure the stars, she's as black as the Styx. But there, in Central Europe at the turning of the new millennium, it cost rather more than a penny to pay the ferryman. From both land and water, the place looked like a deserted, run-down boat repair yard. The rotting ribs of a couple of barges and corroded components from old machinery, their former functions a mystery, were all that could be glimpsed through the gaps in the planks of the tall gates. Anyone curious enough to have stopped their car on the quiet back road and peered into the yard would have been satisfied that they were looking at yet another graveyard for a dead communist enterprise. But there was no apparent reason for anybody to harbour idle curiosity about this particular backwater. The only mystery was why, even in those illogical totalitarian days, it had ever been thought there was any point in opening a business there. There was no significant population centre for a dozen miles in any direction. The few farms that occupied the hinterland had always required more work to make them profitable than their occupants could provide. No spare hands there. When this boatyard was in operation, the workers had been bussed 15 miles to get to work. Its only advantage was its position on the river, sheltered from the main flow by a long sandbar covered in scrubby bushes and a few straggling trees leaning in the direction of the prevailing wind. That remained its signal selling point to those who covertly used this evidently decaying example of industrial architecture from the bad old days, for this place was not what it seemed. Far from being a ruin, it was a vital staging post on a journey. If anyone had taken the trouble to give the place a closer look, they would have started to notice incongruities. The perimeter fence, for example, made of sheets of prefabricated reinforced concrete. It was in surprisingly good repair. The razor wire that ran along the top looked far more recent than the fall of communism. Not much to go on, in truth, but clues that were there to be read by those who are fluent in the language of deviousness. If such a person had mounted surveillance on the apparently deserted boatyard that night, they would have been rewarded. But when the sleek black Mercedes purred along the back road, there were no curious eyes to see. The car halted short of the gates, and the driver climbed out, shivering momentarily as cold, damp air replaced the climate-controlled environment. He fumbled in the pockets of his leather jacket, coming out with a bunch of keys. It took him a couple of minutes to work his way through the 4 unfamiliar padlocks. Then the gates swung silently open under his touch. He pushed them all the way back, then hurried back to the car and drove inside. As the driver closed the gates behind the Mercedes, 2 men emerged from the back of the saloon. Tadeusz Radecki stretched his long legs, shaking the creases out of his Armani suit and reaching back into the car for his long, sable coat. He'd felt the cold as never before lately, and it was a raw night, his breath emerging from his nostrils in filmy plumes. He pulled the fur close around him and surveyed the scene. He'd lost weight recently, and in the pale gloom cast by the car's headlamps, the strong bones of his face were a reminder of the skull beneath the skin, his darting hazel eyes, the only sign of the vitality within. Darko Krasic strolled round to stand beside him, angling his wrist up so he could see the dial of his chunky gold watch. 11:30. The truck should be here any minute now. Tadeusz inclined his head slightly. I think we'll take the package ourselves. Krasic frowned. Tadzio, that's not a good idea. Everything's set up. There's no need for you to get so close to the merchandise. You think not? Tadeusz's tone was deceptively negligent. Krasic knew better than to argue. The way his boss had been acting lately, not even his closest associates were prepared to risk the flare of his anger by crossing him. Krasic held his hands up in a placatory gesture. Whatever, he said. Tadeusz stepped away from the car and began to prowl the boatyard, his eyes adjusting to the gloom. Krasic was right in one sense. There was no need for him to involve himself directly in any aspect of his business, but nothing was to be taken for granted just now. His mindset had been shaped by his grandmother, who, in spite of the noble blood she insisted flowed in her veins, had been as superstitious as any of the peasants she'd so despised. But she'd dressed up her irrational convictions in the fancy clothes of literary illusion. So rather than teach the boy that troubles come in threes, she'd enlisted Shakespeare's adage that when sorrows come, they come not single spies, but in battalions. Katerina's death should have been sorrow enough. Tadeusz prided himself on never allowing his face to give him away, either in business or in personal relationships, but that news had transformed his face into a howling mask of grief, tears flooding his eyes as a silent scream tore through him. He'd always known he'd loved her. He just hadn't grasped how much. What made it worse was that it had been so ridiculous, so very Katerina. She'd been driving her Mercedes SLK with the top down. She'd just left the Berlin Ring Road at the Kudamm exit, so she'd probably still been going too fast, when a motorbike shot out from a side street in front of her. Desperate to avoid hitting the careless rider, she'd swerved towards the pavement, lost control of the powerful roadster, and careered into a newspaper kiosk. She'd died in the arms of a paramedic, her head injuries too appalling to comprehend. The biker was long gone, unaware of the carnage he'd left in his wake, and mechanical examination had discovered a fault in the circuit that controlled the anti-lock braking in the Merc. That, at any rate, was the official version. But once his initial grief had receded to the point where he could function again, Tadeusz had begun to wonder. Krasic, ever the loyal lieutenant, had reported that in Tadeusz's temporary absence there had been a couple of more or less subtle attempts to move in on his business. Krasic, who had stoically refused to be distracted by his boss's bereavement, had dealt ruthlessly with the threats, but as soon as Tadeusz showed signs of life again, he had laid out the full story before him. Now, the word was out. Tadeusz wanted the biker. The police officers on his payroll had been little help. Information from witnesses was scant. It had all happened so fast. It had just started to rain, so passing pedestrians had their heads down against the weather. There were no surveillance cameras in the immediate area. The private investigator Tadeusz had hired to re-interview the witnesses had come up with a little more. One teenage boy had been enough of a wannabe rider himself to have noticed that the machine was a BMW. Now, Tadeusz was waiting impatiently for his police contacts to provide a list of possible candidates. One way or another, whether her death had been an accident or a more cruel design, someone was going to pay for it. While he waited, Tadeusz knew he had to keep himself occupied. Usually he left the planning on the ground to Krasich and the competent cadre of organizers they'd built around them over the years. He dealt in the big picture, and the details were not his concern. But he was edgy. There were threats out there in the shadows, and it was time to make sure that all the links in the chain were still as sound as they had been when the systems were set up. And it did no harm now and again to remind the peons who was in charge. He walked over to the water's edge, gazing down the river. He could just make out the leading lights of a huge Rhine ship, the grumble of its engine drifting across the water. As he watched, the barge angled into the narrow, deep channel that would bring it alongside the boatyard wharf. Behind him, Thaddeus heard the gates opening again. He turned to see a battered van drive in. The van cut away to one side over by the Mercedes. Moments later, he heard the electronic beep of a reversing warning. A large container lorry backed into the boatyard. 3 men jumped out of the van. 2 made their way towards the wharf, while the third, dressed in the uniform of a Romanian customs officer, headed for the back of the truck, where he was joined by the truck driver. Between them, they removed the customs seal from the container, unfastened the locks, and let the doors swing open. Inside the container were stacked cases of canned cherries. Thaddeus curled his lip at the sight. Who in their right mind would contemplate eating Romanian canned cherries, never mind importing them by the truckload? As he looked on, the customs man and the driver started to unload the boxes. Meanwhile, behind him, the barge glided up to the wharf, where the 2 men expertly helped it moor. Swiftly, a narrow passage between the cardboard boxes appeared. There was a moment's pause. Then, suddenly, bodies surged through the gap and leapt to the ground. Bewildered Chinese faces gleamed sweating in the dim lights that glowed from vehicles and the barge. The stream of humanity slowed, then stopped. Around 40 Chinese men huddled tight together, bundles and backpacks clutched to their chests, their frightened eyes flickering to and fro across the alien boatyard, like horses who smell the taint of blood. They were shivering in the sudden cold, their thin clothes no protection against the chill of the river air. Their uneasy silence was more unsettling than any amount of chatter could have been. A whisper of a breeze gusted a waft of stale air from the back of the lorry towards Thaddeus. His nose wrinkled in distaste at the mingled smells of sweat, urine, and shit, all overlaid with a faint chemical tang. You'd have to be desperate to choose this way to travel. It was a desperation that had made a significant contribution to his personal wealth, and he had a certain grudging respect for those with courage enough to take the path to freedom he offered. Swiftly the truck driver, the 2 men from the van, and the barge crew organized their cargo. A couple of the Chinese spoke enough German to act as interpreters, and the illegals were readily pressed into service. First they emptied the truck of its cherries and chemical toilets, then hosed down the interior. Once it was clean, they formed a human chain and transferred boxes of canned fruit from a container on the barge to the lorry. Finally, the Chinese climbed aboard the barge, and without any apparent reluctance made their way into the now empty container. Thaddeus's crew built a single layer of boxes between the illegals and the container doors. Then the customs official affixed seals identical to the ones he'd removed earlier. It was a smooth operation, Thaddeus noted with a certain amount of pride. The Chinese had come into Budapest on tourist visas. They'd been met by one of Krasich's men and taken to a warehouse where they'd been moved into the container lorry. A couple of days before, the barge had been loaded under the eyes of customs officials near Bucharest with an entirely legal cargo. Here, in the middle of nowhere, they'd rendezvoused and been swapped. The barge would take far longer than the lorry to reach Rotterdam, but it was much less likely to be searched, given its documentation and customs seals. Any nosy official with serious doubts could be referred to the local customs who had supervised the loading, and the lorry, which was far more likely to be stopped and searched, would continue to its destination with an unimpeachable cargo. If anyone had seen anything suspicious enough at the airport or the warehouse to alert the authorities, all they would find would be a truckload of canned cherries. If officials noted the Hungarian customs seals had been interfered with, the driver could easily shrug it off as vandalism or an attempt at theft. As the customs official crossed back to the truck, Thaddeus intercepted him. "A moment, please. Where is the parcel for Berlin?" Krasich frowned. He'd almost begun to think that his boss had had sensible second thoughts about the Chinese heroin the illegals had brought with them to pay part of their passage. There was no reason for Tadzio to change the systems that Krasich had so punctiliously set up. No reason, other than the foolish superstitions he'd been prey to since Katerina's death. The customs man shrugged. "Better ask the driver," he said, with a nervous grin. He'd never seen the big boss before, and it was a privilege he could well have done without. Krasich's ruthlessness in Thaddeus's name was a legend among the corrupt of Central Europe. Thaddeus cocked an eyebrow at the driver. "I keep it in the casing of my CB radio," the driver said. He led Thaddeus round to the lorry cab and pulled the radio free of its housing. It left a gap large enough to hold 4 sealed cakes of compressed brown powder. "Thank you," Thaddeus said. "There's no need for you to be troubled with that on this trip." He reached inside and extracted the packages. "You'll still get your money, of course." Krasich watched, feeling the hair on the back of his neck stand up. He couldn't remember the last time he'd crossed a frontier with so much as a joint of cannabis. Driving across Europe with 4 kilos of heroin seemed like insanity. His boss might be suffering from a death wish, but Krasich didn't want to join the party. Muttering a prayer to the Virgin, he followed Thaddeus back to the limo. Chapter 2. Carol Jordan grinned into the mirror in the women's toilet and punched the air in a silent cheer. She couldn't have had a better interview if she'd scripted it herself. She'd known her stuff, and she'd been asked the kind of questions that let her show it. The panel, 2 men and a woman, had nodded and smiled approval more often than she could have hoped for in her wildest dreams. She'd worked for This Afternoon for 2 years. She'd moved from her job running the CID in the Seaford Division of East Yorkshire Police back to the Met, so she'd be best placed to step sideways into the elite corps of the National Criminal Intelligence Service, NCIS. She'd taken every available course on criminal intelligence analysis, sacrificing most of her off-duty time to background reading and research. She'd even used a week of her annual leave working as an intern with a private software company in Canada that specialized in crime linkage computer programs. Carol didn't mind that her social life was minimal. She loved what she was doing, and she disciplined herself not to want more. She reckoned there couldn't be a detective chief inspector anywhere in the country who had a better grasp of the subject, and now she was ready for the move. Her references, she knew, would have been impeccable. Her former chief constable, John Brandon, had been urging her for a long time to move away from the sharp end of policing into the strategic area of intelligence and analysis. Initially, she had resisted, because although her early forays into the area had given her a significantly enhanced professional reputation, they left her emotions in confusion, her self-esteem at an all-time low. Just thinking about it now wiped the grin from her face. She gazed into her serious blue eyes and wondered how long it would be before she could think about Tony Hill without the accompanying feeling of emptiness in her stomach. She'd been instrumental in bringing 2 serial killers to justice, but the unique alliance she'd formed with Tony, a psychological profiler with more than enough twists in his own psyche to confound the most devious of minds, had breached all the personal defences she'd constructed over a dozen years as a police officer. She'd made the cardinal error of letting herself love someone who couldn't let himself love her. His decision to quit the front line of profiling and retreat to academic life had felt like a liberation for Carol. At last, she was free to follow her talent and her desire and focus on the kind of work she was best suited to without the distraction of Tony's presence, except that he was always present, his voice in her head, his way of looking at the world shaping her thoughts. Carol ran a frustrated hand through her shaggy blonde hair. "Fuck it," she said out loud. "This is my world now, Tony." She raked around in her bag and found her lipstick. She did a quick repair job, then smiled at her reflection again, this time with more than a hint of defiance. The interview panel had asked her to return in an hour for their verdict. She decided to head down to the first-floor canteen and have the lunch she'd been too nervous to manage earlier. She walked out of the toilet with a bounce in her stride. Ahead of her, further down the corridor, the lift pinged. The door slid open and a tall man in dress uniform stepped out and turned to his right without looking in her direction. Carol slowed down, recognizing Commander Paul Bishop. She wondered what he was doing here at NCIS. The last she'd heard, he'd been seconded to a Home Office policy unit. After the dramatic, anarchic and embarrassing debut of the National Offender Profiling Task Force that he'd headed up, no one in authority wanted Bishop in a post anywhere near the public eye. To her astonishment, Bishop walked straight into the interview room she'd left 10 minutes before. What the hell was going on? Why were they talking to Bishop about her? He had never been her commanding officer. She'd resisted a transfer to the nascent profiling task force, principally because it was Tony's personal fiefdom, and she wanted to avoid working closely with him for a second time. But in spite of her best intentions, she'd been sucked into an investigation that should never have needed to happen, and in the process had broken rules and crossed boundaries that she didn't want to think too closely about. She certainly didn't want the interviewers who were considering her for a senior analyst's post to be confronted by Paul Bishop's dissection of her past conduct. He'd never liked her, and as Carol had been the most senior officer involved in the capture of Britain's highest-profile serial killer, he'd reserved most of his anger about the Maverick operation for her. She supposed she'd have done the same in his shoes, but that didn't make her feel any happier with the notion that Paul Bishop had just walked into the room where her future was being decided. All of a sudden, Carol had lost her appetite. "We were right. She's perfect," Morgan said, tapping his pencil end-to-end on his pad, a measured gesture that emphasized the status he believed he held among his fellow officers. Thorson frowned. She was all too aware of how many things could go wrong when unfathomable emotions were dragged into play in an operation. "What makes you think she's got what it takes?" Morgan shrugged. "We won't know for sure till we see her in action. But I'm telling you, we couldn't have found a better match if we'd gone looking." He pushed his shirt sleeves up over his muscular forearms in a businesslike way. There was a knock at the door. Surtees got up and opened it to admit Commander Paul Bishop. His colleagues didn't even glance up from their intense discussion. "Just as well. We'd have looked bloody stupid if we'd come this far and then had to admit we didn't have a credible operative. But it's still very dangerous," Thorson said. Surtees gestured to Bishop that he should take the chair Carol had recently vacated. He sat, pinching the creases in his trousers between finger and thumb to free them from his knees. "She's been in dangerous places before. Let's not forget the Jacko Vance business," Morgan reminded Thorson, his jaw jutting stubbornly. "Colleagues, Commander Bishop is here," Surtees said forcibly. Paul Bishop cleared his throat. "Since you've brought it up, if I could just say something about the Vance operation?" Morgan nodded. "Sorry, Commander. I didn't mean to be so rude. Tell us what you remember. That's why we asked you to come along." Bishop inclined his handsome head gracefully. "When an operation is perceived as having reached a successful conclusion, it's easy to sweep under the carpet all the things that went wrong. But by any objective analysis, the pursuit and ultimate capture of Jacko Vance was a policing nightmare. I would have to characterize it as a renegade action. Frankly, it made the Dirty Dozen look like a well-disciplined fighting unit. It was unauthorized, it ran roughshod over police hierarchies, it crossed force boundaries with cavalier lack of respect, and it's nothing short of a miracle that we managed to salvage such a favorable outcome. If Carol Jordan had been one of my officers, she would have faced an internal inquiry, and I have no doubt that she would have been demoted. I have never understood why John Brandon failed to discipline her." He leaned back in his chair, his heart warmed by the soft glow of righteous revenge. Jordan and her bunch of vigilantes had cost him dear, and this was the first real chance he'd had for payback. It was a pleasure. But to his surprise, the interview panel seemed singularly unimpressed. Morgan was actually smiling. "You're saying that when she's in a tight corner, Jordan cuts through the crap and does her own thing, that she doesn't have a problem showing initiative and dealing with the unexpected?" Bishop frowned slightly. "That's not quite how I would have put it, more that she seems to think the rules don't necessarily apply to her." "Did her actions endanger either herself or her fellow officers?" Thorson asked. Bishop shrugged elegantly. "It's hard to say. To be honest, the officers involved were less than candid about some aspects of their investigation." Surtees, the third member of the panel, looked up, his pale face almost luminous in the fading afternoon light. "If I may summarize, just to check we're on the right track here, Vance hid behind the facade of his public celebrity as a television personality to murder at least 8 teenage girls. His activities went entirely unsuspected by the authorities until a classroom exercise by the National Offender Profiling Task Force threw up a puzzling cluster of possibly connected cases, and still no one outside the group took the case seriously, even after one of their number was savagely killed. I'm right in saying that DCI Jordan had no involvement in the case until after Vance killed outside his target group, until it was clear that unless some action was taken to stop him, he would almost certainly kill again. Bishop looked slightly uncomfortable. That's one way of putting it. By the time she came on board, West Yorkshire were already investigating that case. They were taking appropriate measures and conducting a proper inquiry. If Jordan had wanted to make a contribution, that would have been the correct channel to go through. Morgan smiled again. But it was Jordan and her motley crew that got the result, he said mildly. Do you think Jordan displayed strength of character in the way she acted in the Jacko Vance investigation? Bishop raised his eyebrows. There's no doubt that she was stubborn. Tenacious, Morgan said. I suppose. And courageous? Thorson interjected. I'm not sure whether I'd characterize it as courage or bloody-mindedness, Bishop said. Look, why exactly have you asked me here? This isn't normal procedure for appointing an NCIS officer, even at senior rank. Morgan said nothing. He studied his pencil on its rotating journey. Bishop hadn't asked why he was here when he thought there was an opportunity for putting the shaft in on Jordan. It was only when he realized that he was talking to people who didn't share his managerial view that he'd pushed for an answer. In Morgan's book, that meant he didn't deserve one. Surtees bridged the gap. We're considering DCI Jordan for a very demanding role in a key operation. It's highly confidential, so you'll understand why we're not able to provide you with details, but what you have told us has been very helpful. It was a dismissal. He couldn't believe he'd been dragged across London for this. Bishop got to his feet. If that's all, do her junior officers like her? Thorson caught him on the back foot. Like her? Bishop seemed genuinely puzzled. Would you say she has charm? Charisma? She persisted. I couldn't say from personal experience, but she certainly had my officers on the profiling task force eating out of her hand. They followed where she led them. Now the edge of bitterness was impossible to disguise. Whatever feminine wiles she used, it was enough to get them to forget the training, forget their loyalties, and chase off all over the country at her bidding. Thank you, Commander. You've been very helpful, Surtees said. The panel sat in silence while Bishop left the room. Morgan shook his head, grinning. She really got under his skin, didn't she? But we learned what we needed to know. She's got guts, she shows initiative, and she can charm the birds off the trees. Surtees was scribbling notes on his pad. And she's not afraid to confront danger head-on. But nothing like this. We'd have to cover her back in ways we've never considered before. For example, she couldn't be wired. We couldn't risk that. So any product is going to be compromised for lack of corroboration, Thorson objected. Surtees shrugged. She has an eidetic memory for oral stimulus is in the notes. She's been independently tested. Anything she's heard, she can recall verbatim. Her reports are probably going to be even more accurate than the muffled crap we get from half the surveillances we mount. Morgan smiled triumphantly. Like I said, she's perfect. The target won't be able to resist. Thorson pursed her lips. For all our sakes, I hope not. But before we make a final decision, I want to see her in action. Agreed? The two men looked at each other. Morgan nodded. Agreed. Let's see how she performs under pressure. Chapter 3. The sun was slanting at an awkward angle as Tony Hill drove up the long hill out of St. Andrews. He pulled the sun visor down and glanced in the rearview mirror. Behind him, the green of the Tentsmuir forest contrasted with the blue sparkle of the Firth of Tay and the North Sea beyond it. He glimpsed the jagged grey skyline of the town, ruins cheek by jowl with imposing 19th-century architecture, each indistinguishable from the other at this distance. It had become a familiar sight over the past 18 months, since he'd taken up his post as reader in behavioural psychology at the university, but he still enjoyed the tranquillity of the view. Distance lent enchantment, turning the skeletons of St. Regulus Tower and the cathedral into Gothic Disney fantasies. Best of all, from a distance, he didn't have to deal with colleagues or students. Although his professor had acted as if acquiring someone with his reputation had been a major enhancement of their departmental prospectus, Tony wasn't sure he'd lived up to expectations. He'd always known he wasn't really suited to the academic life. He was bad at politics, and lecturing still left him sweaty-palmed and panicky. But at the time he'd been offered the job, it had seemed a better option than continuing with work he no longer felt fit for. He'd started out as a clinical psychologist, working at the sharp end in a secure mental hospital, dealing with serial offenders. When the Home Office had started taking an interest in the effectiveness of offender profiling and police investigations, he'd been one of the obvious candidates to run the feasibility study. It had helped his reputation almost as much as it had damaged his psyche, that in the course of the study he'd been directly caught up in the capture of a psychopathic killer who had been targeting young men. In the process, his own vulnerabilities had come close to destroying him. The degree of his involvement still gave him screaming nightmares from which he woke drenched in sweat, his body racked with echoes of past pain. When the profiling task force was set up according to the recommendations he'd made, he'd been the inevitable choice to take charge of training a hand-picked team of young police officers in psychological profiling techniques. It should have been a straightforward assignment, but it had turned into an excursion into hell for Tony and his charges. For a second time, he had been forced to confound the rules that said his should be an arm's-length role. For a second time, he had ended up with blood on his hands, and the absolute certainty that he didn't want to have to do any of it ever again. His participation in the shadow world of offender profiling had cost him more than he cared to tot up. 2 years later, and he was still never free of the past. Every day when he went through the motions of a professional life he didn't really believe in, he couldn't help thinking of what he had walked away from. He'd been good at it, he knew, but in the end, that hadn't been enough. Impatient with himself, Tony ejected the Philip Glass cassette. Music gave him too much space for idle speculation. Words, that's what he needed to divert him from his pointless introversion. He listened to the tail end of a discussion about the emergence of new viruses in sub-Saharan Africa, his eyes on the road that wound through the picturesque scenery of the East Nuke. As he turned off towards the fishing village of Sellardike, the familiar pips announced the 4 o'clock news. The comforting voice of the newsreader began the bulletin. The convicted serial killer and former TV chat show host Jacko Vance has begun his appeal against conviction. Vance, who once held the British record for the javelin, was given a life sentence at his trial 18 months ago for the murder of a police officer. The appeal is expected to last for 2 days. Police appealed for calm in Northern Ireland tonight. The words continued, but Tony wasn't listening any longer. One last hurdle, and then it would finally be over. One more anxiety would, he hoped fervently, be laid to rest. Intellectually, he knew there was no chance of Vance's appeal succeeding, but while it was pending, there would always be that niggle of uncertainty. He'd helped put Vance away, but the arrogant killer had always maintained he would find a loophole that would set him free. Tony hoped the road to freedom was only a figment of Vance's imagination. As the car wound down the hill towards the seafront cottage Tony had bought a year ago, he wondered if Carol knew about the appeal. He'd email her tonight to make sure. Thank God for electronic communication. It avoided so many of the occasions for awkwardness that seemed to occur when they were face to face, or even talking on the phone. He was conscious of having failed Carol, and in the process himself. She was never far from his thoughts, but to tell her that would have been a kind of betrayal he couldn't bring himself to perform. Tony pulled up in the narrow street outside his cottage, parking the car half on the curb. There was a light on in the living room. Once, such a sight would have set the cold hand of fear clutching his heart, but his world had changed in more ways than he could ever have dreamed of. Now, he wanted everything to stay the same. Clear, manageable, boxed off. It wasn't perfect, not by a long way, but it was better than bearable. And for Tony, better than bearable was as good as it had ever been. The throb of the engines soothed him, as it always had. Bad things had never happened to him on the water. For as long as he could remember, boats had protected him. There were rules of life on board, rules that had always been clear and simple, rules that existed for good and logical reasons. But even when he'd been too young to understand, when he'd inadvertently done things he shouldn't have, the punishment had never descended on him until they went ashore. He'd known it was coming, but he had always managed to hold the fear at bay while the engines rumbled, and the mingled smells of men's unwashed bodies, stale cooking fat, and diesel fumes filled his nostrils. The pain had only ever been visited on him when they left their life on the water behind and returned to the stinking apartment by the fish docks in Hamburg, where his grandfather demonstrated the power he held over the young boy in his care. While he was still staggering to recover his land legs, the punishments would begin. Even now, when he thought about it, the air in his lungs seemed to condense. His skin felt as if it were writhing over his flesh. For years, he tried not to think about it because it made him feel so fractured, so fragile. But slowly, he had come to understand that this was no escape. It was merely a postponement. So now he made himself remember, almost treasuring the terrible physical sensations because they proved he was strong enough to defeat his past. Small transgressions had meant he would be forced to crouch in a corner of the kitchen while his grandfather fried up a hash of sausage, onions, and potatoes on the stove. It smelled better than anything the cook on the barge ever served up on the boat. He never knew if it tasted better, because when the time came to eat, he would have to wait in his corner and watch while his grandfather tucked into a steaming plate of fried food. Drenched in the appetizing aroma, his stomach would clench with hunger, his mouth become a reservoir of eager saliva. The old man would gorge his meal like a hunting dog home in his kennel, his eyes sliding over to the boy in the corner with a contemptuous glare. When he finished, he would wipe his plate clean with a hunk of rye bread. Then he'd take out his bargee's clasp knife and cut more bread into chunks. He'd take a can of dog food from the cupboard and tip it into a bowl, mixing the bread into the meat. Then he'd put the bowl in front of the boy. "You're the son of a bitch. This is what you deserve until you start to learn how to behave like a man. I've had dogs that learn faster than you. I am your master, and you live your life as I tell you." Shaking with anxiety, the boy would have to get down on all fours and eat the food without touching it with his hands. He'd learned that the hard way too. Every time his hands came off the floor and moved towards dish or food, his grandfather would plant a steel-capped boot in his ribs. That was one lesson he'd taken to heart very quickly. If his misdemeanors had been minor, he might be allowed to sleep on the camp bed in the hall between his grandfather's bedroom and the squalid cold-water bathroom. But if he'd been judged unworthy of such luxury, he'd have to sleep on the kitchen floor on a filthy blanket that still smelled of the last dog his grandfather had owned, a bull terrier who'd suffered from incontinence for the last few days of its life. Cowering in a ball, he'd often been too scared to sleep, the demons of bewilderment keeping him edgy and uneasy. If his unintentional sins had been on a more serious scale still, he would be made to spend the night standing in a corner of his grandfather's bedroom, with the glare of a 150-watt bulb directed into his face in a narrow beam. The light that leaked into the room didn't seem to bother his grandfather, who snored like a pig through the night. But if the boy sank exhausted to his knees, or slumped in standing sleep against the wall, some sixth sense always woke the old man. After that had happened a couple of times, the boy had learned to force himself to stay awake, anything, to avoid a repetition of that excruciating pain in his groin. If he had been judged as wantonly wicked, some childish game or contravention of protocol that he should have instinctively understood, then he'd face an even worse punishment. He would be sent to stand in the toilet bowl. Naked and shivering, he'd struggle to find a position that didn't send shooting cramps up his legs. His grandfather would walk into the bathroom as if the boy were invisible, unbutton his trousers, and empty his bladder in a stinking hot stream over his legs. He'd shake himself, then turn and walk out, never flushing after himself. The boy would have to balance himself, one foot in the bottom of the pan, soaking in the mixture of water and urine, the other bracing on the sloping side of the porcelain. The first time it had happened, he had wanted to vomit. He didn't think it could get any worse than this, but it did, of course. The next time his grandfather had come in, he dropped his trousers and sat down to empty his bowels. The boy was trapped, the edge of the seat cutting into the soft swell of his calves, his back pressed against the chill wall of the bathroom, his grandfather's warm buttocks alien against his shins. The thin, acrid smell rose from the gaps between their flesh, making him gag. But still his grandfather behaved as if he were nothing more substantial than a phantom. He finished, wiped himself, and walked out, leaving the boy to wallow in his sewage. The message was loud and clear. He was worthless. In the morning, his grandfather would walk into the bathroom, run a tub of cold water, and, still ignoring the boy, he'd finally flush the toilet. Then, as if seeing his grandson for the first time, he would order him to clean his filthy flesh, picking him up bodily and throwing him into the bath. It was no wonder that as soon as he'd been able to count, he'd measured off the hours until they returned to the barge. They were never ashore for more than 3 days, but when his grandfather was displeased with him, it could feel like 3 separate lifetimes of humiliation, discomfort, and misery. Yet he never complained to any of the crewmen. He never realized there was anything to complain about. Isolated from other lives, he had no option but to believe that this was how everyone lived. The understanding that this was not the only truth had come slowly, but when it came, it arrived with the force of a tidal wave, leaving him with a formless craving that hungered for satisfaction. Only on the water did he ever feel calm. Here, he was in command, both of himself and the world around him, but it wasn't enough. He knew there was more, and he wanted more. Before he could take his place in the world, he knew he had to escape the pall that his past threw over every single day. Other people seemed to manage happiness without trying. For most of his life, all he had known was the tight clamp of fear shutting out any other possibilities. Even when there was nothing concrete to cause trepidation, the faint flutter of anxiety was never far away. Slowly, he was learning how to change that. He had a mission now. He didn't know how long it would take him to complete. He wasn't even sure how he would know he had completed it, except that he would probably be able to think about his childhood without shuddering like an overstrained engine block. But what he was doing was necessary, and it was possible. He had taken the first step on the journey, and already he felt better for it. Now, as the boat ploughed up the Rhine towards the Dutch border, it was time to firm up the plans for the second stage. Alone in the cockpit, he reached for his cell phone and dialed a number in Leiden. Chapter 4. Carol looked at the three interviewers in blank incomprehension. "You want me to do a role play for you?" she said, trying not to sound as incredulous as she felt. Morgan tugged the lobe of his ear. "I know it seems a little, unusual." Carol couldn't stop her eyebrows rising. "I was under the impression that I was being interviewed for the job I applied for, Europol liaison officer with NCIS. Now I'm not sure what's going on." Thorson nodded understandingly. "I appreciate your confusion, Carol, but we need to evaluate your undercover capabilities." Morgan interrupted her. "We have an ongoing intelligence-gathering operation that crosses European frontiers. We believe you have a unique contribution to make to that operation, but we need to be sure that you have what it takes to carry it through, that you can walk in someone else's shoes without tripping yourself up." Carol frowned. "I'm sorry, sir, but that doesn't sound much like an ELO's job to me. I thought my role would be essentially analytical, not operational." Morgan glanced at Surtees, who nodded and picked up the conversational baton. "Carol, there is no doubt in this room that you will make a terrific ELO, but in the process of dealing with your application, it's become clear to all of us that there is something very specific that you and you alone can provide in the context of this single, complex operation. For that reason, we would like you to consider undertaking a day-long undercover role-play so we can observe your reactions under pressure. Whatever the outcome of that, I can promise that it will not adversely affect our decision about your fitness to join NCIS as an ELO." Carol swiftly processed what Surtees had said. It sounded to her as if they were saying the job was hers regardless. They were telling her she had nothing to lose by playing along with their eccentric suggestion. "What exactly are you asking me to do?" she said, her face guarded, her voice neutral. Thorson took the lead. "Tomorrow, you will receive a full brief on the role you are to assume. On the appointed day, you will go where you've been told and do your best to achieve the goals set out in your brief. You must remain in character from the moment you leave home until one of us tells you the role play is over. Is that clear?" "Will I have to deal with members of the public, or will it just be other officers?" Carol asked. Morgan's ruddy face broke into a grin. "I'm sorry. We can't tell you any more right now. You'll get your brief in the morning. And as of now, you're on leave. We've cleared that with your management team. You'll need that time to do some research and prepare yourself for your role. Any more questions?" Carol fixed him with the cool grey stare that had worked so often in police interview rooms. "Did I get the job?" Morgan smiled. "You got a job, DCI Jordan. It may not be the one you expected, but I think it's fair to say you're not going to be a Met officer for very much longer." Driving back to her Barbican flat, Carol was barely conscious of the traffic that flowed around her. Although she liked to think that professionally she always expected the unexpected, the course of the afternoon's proceedings had caught her completely unawares. First, the appearance out of the blue of Paul Bishop, then the bizarre turn the interview had taken. Somewhere around the elevated section of the Westway, Carol's bewilderment started to develop an edge of irritation. Something stank. An ELO's job wasn't operational. It was analytical. It wasn't a field job. She'd be flying a desk. sifting and sorting intelligence from a wide variety of sources across the European Union. Organised crime, drugs, the smuggling of illegal immigrants, that's what she'd be focusing on. An ELO was the person with the computer skills and the investigative nous to make connections, to filter out the background noise and come up with the clearest possible map of criminal activity that could have an impact on the UK. The nearest an ELO should ever come to primary sources was to cultivate officers from other countries, to build the kind of contacts that ensured the information that made it through to her was both accurate and comprehensive. So why did they want her to do something she'd never done before? They must have known from her file that she'd never worked undercover, not even when she was a junior detective. There was nothing in her background to indicate she'd have any aptitude for taking on someone else's life. In the stop-start traffic of the Marylebone Road, it dawned on her that this was what troubled her most. She didn't know whether she could do this. And if there was one thing Carol hated even more than being blindsided, it was the thought of failure. If she was going to beat this challenge, she was going to have to do some serious research, and she was going to have to do it fast. Francis was chopping vegetables when Tony walked in. Radio 4 voices laying down their authoritative counterpoint to the sound of the knife on the wooden board. He paused on the threshold to appreciate something so ordinary, so comfortable, so relatively unfamiliar in his life as a woman preparing dinner in his kitchen. Frances Mackay, 37, a teacher of French and Spanish at the high school in St Andrews. The blue-black hair, sapphire-blue eyes and pale skin of a particular Hebridean genetic strain, the trim figure of a golfer, the sharp, sly humour of a cynic. They'd met when he joined the local bridge club. Tony hadn't played since he'd been an undergraduate, but it was something he knew he could pick up again, an accessible part of his past that would allow him to build another course of brickwork in his perpetual facade, what in his own mind he called passing for human. Her playing partner had moved to a new job in Aberdeen, and like him, she needed someone regular with whom she could construct a bidding understanding. Right from the start, they'd been in tune across the green bays. Bridge parties had followed, away from the club. Then an invitation to dinner to plan some refinements to their system before a tournament. Within weeks, they'd visited the Bayer Theatre, eaten pub lunches all along the East Nook, walked the West Sands under the whip of a northeast wind. He was fond, but not in love, and that was what had made the next step possible. The physiological cure for the impotence that had plagued most of his adult life had been at hand for some time. Tony had resisted the pull of Viagra, reluctant to use a pharmacological remedy for a psychological problem. But if he was serious about making a new life, then there was no logical reason to hang on to the shibboleths of the old. So he'd taken the tablets. The very fact of being able to get into bed with a woman and not have the dismal spectre of failure climb in alongside was novel. Freed from the worst of his anxiety, he'd escaped the tentative awkwardness he'd always experienced during foreplay, already dreading the fiasco to come. He'd felt self-assured, able to ask what she needed, and confident that he could provide. She certainly seemed to have enjoyed it, enough to demand more. And he'd understood for the first time the macho pride of the strutting male who has satisfied his woman. And yet, in spite of the physical delight, he couldn't shake off the knowledge that his solution was cosmetic rather than remedial. He hadn't even treated the symptoms, he'd simply disguised them. All he'd done was find a new and better mask to cover his human inadequacy. It might have been different if sex with Francis had been charged with an emotional resonance, but love was for other people. Love was for people who had something to offer in return, something more than damage and need. He'd schooled himself not to consider love an option. No point in yearning for the impossible. The grammar of love was a language beyond him, and no amount of pining would ever change that. So he buried his angst along with his functional impotence and found a kind of peace with Francis. He'd even learned to take it for granted. Moments like this, where he stood back and analysed the situation, had become increasingly rare in the circumspect life they had built together. He was, he thought, like a toddler taking his first clumsy steps. Initially, it required enormous concentration and carried its own burden of bruises and unexpected knocks. But gradually the body forgets that each time it steps forward successfully, it is an aborted tumble. It becomes possible to walk without considering it a small miracle. So it was in his relationship with Frances. She had kept her own modern semi-detached house on the outskirts of St Andrews. Most weeks, they would spend a couple of nights at her place, a couple of nights at his, and the remainder apart. It was a rhythm that suited them both in a life with remarkably little friction. When he thought about it, he considered that calm was probably a direct result of the absence of the sort of passion that burns, as consuming as it does fierce. Now she looked up from the peppers her small hands were neatly dicing. "Had a good day?" she asked. He shrugged, moving across the room and giving her a friendly hug. "Not bad. You?" She pulled a face. "It's always horrible at this time of year. Spring sets their teenage hormones raging, and the prospect of exams fills the air with the smell of neurosis. It's like trying to teach a barrel of broody monkeys. I made the mistake of setting my higher Spanish class an essay on My Perfect Sunday. Half the girls turned in the sort of soppy romantic fiction that makes Barbara Cartland sound hard-boiled, and the lads all wrote about football." Tony laughed. "It's a miracle the species ever manages to reproduce, given how little teenagers have in common with the opposite sex. I don't know who was more intent on counting the minutes till the bell at the end of the last period, them or me. I sometimes think this is no way for an intelligent adult to earn a living. You knock your pan in trying to open up the wonders of a foreign language to them, then someone translates coup de grace as a lawn-mower." "You're making that up," he said, picking up half a mushroom and chewing it. "I wish I was. By the way, the phone rang just as I came in, but I had a couple of bags of shopping, so I let the machine pick it up. I'll see who it is. What's for dinner?" he added, as he walked towards his office, a tiny room at the front of the cottage. "Maiale con latte, with roast vegetables," Francis called after him. "That's pork, cooked in milk to you." "Sounds interesting," he shouted back, pressing the play button on the answering machine. There was a long bleep. Then he heard her voice. "Hi, Tony." A long moment of uncertainty. 2 years of literal silence, their only communication irregular flurries of email. But 3 short syllables were all it took to penetrate the shell that he'd grown round his emotions. "It's Carol." 3 more syllables. These ones entirely unnecessary. He'd know her voice through a sea of static. She must have heard the news about Vance. "I need to talk to you," she continued, sounding more confident. Professional, then, not personal after all. "I've got an assignment that I really need your help with." His stomach felt leaden. Why was she doing this to him? She knew the reasons he'd drawn a line under profiling. She, of all people, should grant him more grace than this. "It's nothing to do with profiling," she added, the words falling over each other in her haste to correct the false assumption she'd feared, the one he'd so readily made. "It's for me. It's something I've got to do, and I don't know how to do it, and I thought you'd be able to help me. I'd have emailed, but it just seemed easier to talk. Can you call me, please?" "Thanks." Tony stood motionless, staring out of the window at the blank faces of the houses that opened straight onto the pavement on the other side of the street. He'd never really believed Carol was consigned to his past. "Do you want a glass of wine?" Francis's voice from the kitchen cut across his reverie. He walked back into the kitchen. "I'll get them," he said, squeezing past her to get to the fridge. "Who was it?" Francis asked casually, more polite than curious. "Someone I used to work with." Tony hid his face in the process of pulling the cork and pouring wine into a couple of glasses. He cleared his throat. "Carol Jordan. A cop." Francis frowned in concern. "Isn't she the one?" "She's the one I worked with on the 2 serial killer cases, yes." His tone told Francis it wasn't a subject for discussion. She knew the bare bones of his history, had always sensed there was something unspoken between him and his former colleague. Now at last this might be the chance to turn over the stone and see what crept out. "You were really close, weren't you?" she probed. "Working on cases like that always brings colleagues close together for the duration. You've got a common purpose. Then afterwards you can't bear their company because it reminds you of things you want to wipe off the face of your memory." It was an answer that gave nothing away. "Was she calling about that bastard Vance?" Francis asked, conscious that she'd been headed off at the pass. Tony placed her glass by the side of the chopping board. "You heard about that?" "It was on the news." "You didn't mention it." Francis took a sip of the cool, crisp wine. "It's your business, Tony. I thought you'd get round to it in your own good time if you wanted to talk about it. If you didn't, you wouldn't." His smile was wry. "I think you're the only woman I've ever known who didn't have the nosy gene." "Oh, I can be as nosy as the next person, but I've learned the hard way that poking my nose in where it's not wanted is a great recipe for screwing up a relationship." The allusion to her failed marriage was as oblique as Tony's occasional reference to his profiling experiences, but he picked it up, loud and clear. "I'll give her a quick ring back while you're finishing off in here," he said. Francis stopped what she was doing and watched him walk away. She had a feeling tonight would be one of those nights when she was wakened in the chill hours before dawn by Tony shouting in his sleep and thrashing around beneath the bedclothes. She'd never complained to him. She'd read enough about serial killers to have an idea of what terrors were lodged in his consciousness. She enjoyed what they shared, but that didn't mean she wanted to partake of his demons. She couldn't have known how very different that made her from Carol Jordan. Chapter 5. Carol leaned back on the sofa, one hand clutching the phone, the other kneading the fur of her black cat, Nelson. "You sure you don't mind?" she asked, knowing it was a formality. Tony never offered anything he didn't mean. "If you want my help, I'll need to see whatever brief they give you. It makes much more sense for you to bring it with you so we can go through it together," Tony said, sounding matter-of-fact. "I really appreciate this." "It's not a problem. Compared to what we've worked through in the past, it'll be a pleasure." Carol shuddered. Someone walking across her grave. "You heard about Vance's appeal?" "It was on the radio news," he said. "He's not going to succeed, you know," she said, more confidently than she felt. "He's just another guest of Her Majesty, thanks to us. He tried every trick in the book and a few others besides at the trial, and we still managed to convince the jury that was predisposed to love him. He's not going to get past 3 law lords." Nelson protested, as her fingers dug too deeply into his flesh. "I'd like to think so, but I've always had a bad feeling about Vance." "Enough of that. I'll head straight out to the airport tomorrow as soon as the brief arrives and get a flight to Edinburgh. I can pick up a hire car there. I'll call you when I have a better idea of my ETA." "Okay, you're welcome to stay at my place," he said. Over the phone, it was hard to sift diffidence from reluctance. Much as she wanted to see where 2 years apart would have brought them, Carol knew it made sense to leave herself a back door. "Thanks, but I'm putting you to enough trouble. Book me in a local hotel or a bed and breakfast place, whatever's most convenient." There was a short pause. Then he said, "I've heard good reports of a couple of places. I'll sort it out in the morning, but if you change your mind, I'll let you know." It was an empty promise. The impetus would have to come from him. "I'm really looking forward to seeing you, Carol." "Me too, it's been too long." She heard a soft chuckle. "Probably not. It's probably been just about right. Till tomorrow, then." "Good night, Tony. And thanks." "Least I can do. Bye, Carol." She heard the click of the line going dead and cut off her own handset, letting it fall to the rug. Scooping Nelson up in her arms, she walked across to the wall of windows that looked out across the old stone church, incongruously preserved in the heart of the modern concrete complex that had become home. Only this morning she'd looked across the piazza with a sense of elegiac farewell, imagining herself packing up and moving to Den Haag to take up her post as a brand-new ELO. It had all seemed very clear, a visualization that held the power to bring itself into being. Now it was hard to picture what her future would hold beyond sleep and breakfast. The Wilhelmina Rosen had passed Arnhem and moored for the night. The wharf he always used when they tied up on the Niederrhein was popular with the 2 crewmen he employed. There was a village with an excellent bar and restaurant less than 5 minutes' walk away. They'd done their chores in record time and left him alone on the big barge within half an hour of tying up. They hadn't bothered asking if he wanted to accompany them. In all the years they'd been working together, he'd only once joined them on a night's drinking, when Manfred's wife had given birth. The engineer had insisted that their captain should wet the baby's head with him and Gunther. He remembered it with loathing. They'd been down near Regensburg, drinking in a series of bars that were familiar with the needs of boatmen. Too much beer, too much schnapps, too much noise, too many sluts taunting him with their bodies. Much better to stay on board, where he could savour his secrets without fear of interruption. Besides, there was always work to be done, maintaining the old Rhine ship in peak condition. He had to keep the brasswork gleaming, the paint smart and unblistered. The old mahogany of the wheelhouse and his cabin shone with the lustre of years of polishing, his hands following a tradition passed down the generations. He'd inherited the boat from his grandfather, the one good thing the bastard had done for him. He'd never forget the liberation of the old man's accident. None of them had even known about it till morning. His grandfather had gone ashore to spend the evening in a bar, as he did from time to time. He never drank with the crew, always preferring to take himself off to a quiet corner in some beer cellar, far away from the other bargees. He acted as if he was too good for the rest of them, though his grandson thought it was probably more likely that he'd pissed off every other skipper on the river with his bloody-minded self-righteousness. In the morning, there had been no sign of the old man on board. That in itself was remarkable. for his regularity of habit was unshakable. No illness had ever been permitted to fell him, no self-indulgence to keep him in his berth a minute after 6. Winter and summer, the old man was washed, shaved, and dressed by 6:20, the cover of the engines open as he inspected them suspiciously to make sure nothing evil had befallen them in the night. But that morning, silence hung ominous over the barge. He'd kept his head down, busying himself in the bilges, stripping down a pump. It occupied his hands, avoiding any possibility of showing nervousness that might be remarked on later if anyone had become suspicious. But all the while, he'd been lit up by the inner glow that came from having taken his future into his own hands. At last, he was going to be the master of his own destiny. Millions of people wanted to liberate themselves as he had done, but only a handful ever had the courage to do anything about it. He was, he realized with a rare burst of pride, more special than anyone had ever given him credit for, especially the old man. Gunther, busy cooking breakfast in the galley, had noticed nothing amiss. His routine was, perforce, as regular as his skipper's. It had been Manfred, the engineer, who had raised the alarm. Concerned at the old man's silence, he dared to crack open the door to his cabin. The bed was empty, the covers so tightly tucked in that a 5-mark piece would have trampolined to the ceiling off them. Anxiously, he'd made his way out on deck and begun to search. The hold was empty, awaiting that morning's load of roadstone. Manfred rolled back a corner of the tarpaulin and climbed down the ladder to check it from stem to stern, worried that the old man might have decided to make one of his periodic late-night tours of the barge and either fallen or been taken ill. But the hold was empty. Manfred had started to have a very bad feeling. Back up on deck, he edged his way round the perimeter, staring down into the water. Up near the bows, he saw what he was afraid of. Jammed between the hull and the pilings of the wharf, the old man floated face down. The inference was obvious. The old man had had too much to drink and tripped over one of the hawsers that held the barge fast against the wharf. According to the post-mortem, he'd banged his head on the way down, probably knocking himself unconscious in the process. Even if he'd only been stunned, the combination of alcohol and concussion had combined to make drowning a foregone conclusion. The official finding had been accidental death. Nobody doubted it for a minute, just as he'd planned it. He'd sweated it till the verdict was in, but it had all turned out the way he'd dreamed it. He'd been bewildered to discover what joy felt like. It was his first taste of power, and it felt as luxurious as silk against his skin, as warming as brandy in the throat. He'd finally found a tiny flicker of strength that his grandfather's constant and brutal humiliations had failed to extinguish, and he'd fed it the kindling of fantasy, then more of the hot-burning fuel of hatred and self-loathing, until it flared bright enough to fire him into action. He'd finally shown the sadistic old bastard who the real man was. He'd felt no remorse, neither in the immediate aftermath nor later, when attention had turned away from his grandfather's death to the latest gossip of the rivermen. Thinking about what he'd done filled him with a lightness he'd never known before. The craving for more of it burned fierce inside him, but he had no idea how to satisfy it. Improbably, the answer had come at the funeral, a gratifyingly small gathering. The old man had been a bargee all his adult life, but he had never had any talent for friendship. Nobody cared enough to give up a cargo to pay their last respects at the crematorium service. The new master of the Wilhelmina Rosen recognized most of the mourners as retired deckhands and skippers who had nothing better to do with their days. But as they filed out at the end of the impersonal service, an elderly man he'd never seen before plucked at his sleeve. "I knew your grandfather," he said. "I'd like to buy you a drink." He didn't know what people said to get out of social obligations they didn't want. He'd so seldom been invited anywhere, he'd never had to learn. "All right," he'd said, and followed the man from the austere funeral suite. "Do you have a car?" the elderly man said. "I came in a taxi." He nodded and led the way to his grandfather's old Ford. That was something he planned to change, just as soon as the lawyers gave him the go-ahead to start spending the old man's money. In the car, his passenger directed him away from the city and out into the countryside. They ended up at an inn that sat at a crossroads. The elderly man bought a couple of beers and pointed him to the beer garden. They'd sat down in a sheltered corner, the watery spring sunshine barely warm enough for outside drinking. "I'm Heinrich Holtz." The introduction came with a quizzical look. "Did he ever mention me? Heine?" He shook his head. "No, never." Holtz exhaled slowly. "I can't say I'm surprised. What we shared, it wasn't something any of us liked to talk about." He sipped his beer with the fastidiousness of the occasional drinker. Whoever Holtz was, he clearly wasn't from the world of commercial barge traffic. He was a small, shriveled man. His narrow shoulders hunched in on themselves, as if he found himself perpetually in a cold wind. His watery grey eyes peered out from nests of wrinkles, his look sidelong, rather than direct. "How did you know my grandfather?" he asked. The answer and the story that came with it changed his life. Finally, he understood why his childhood had been made hell. But it was rage that welled up inside him, not forgiveness. At last, he could see where the light was. At last, he had a mission that would shatter the glacial grip of fear that had paralyzed him for so long and stripped him of everything that other people took for granted. That night in Heidelberg had simply been the next stage in that project. He'd planned scrupulously, and since he was still at liberty, he'd clearly made no mistakes that mattered. But he'd learned a lot from that first execution, and there were a couple of things he'd do differently in future. He was planning a long future. He powered up the small crane that lifted his shiny Volkswagen Golf from the rear deck of the Wilhelmina Rosen onto the dock. Then he checked that everything was in his bag as it should be. Notepad, pen, scalpel, spare blades, adhesive tape, thin cord and a funnel. The small jar containing formalin, tightly screwed shut, all present and correct. He checked his watch. Plenty of time to get to Leiden for his appointment. He tucked his cell phone into his jacket pocket and began to attach the car to the crane. Chapter 6. The applause broke in waves over Daniel Barenboim's head as he turned back to the orchestra, gesturing to them to rise. "Nothing quite like Mozart to provoke goodwill to all men," Thaddeus mused, clapping soundlessly in his lonely box. Katharina had loved opera, almost as much as she loved dressing up for a night out in their box at the Staatsoper. Who cared where the money came from? It was how you spent it that counted, and Katharina had understood about spending with style, spending in ways that made life feel special for everyone around her. The prime seats at the opera had been her idea, though it had seemed entirely fitting to him. Coming tonight had felt like a rite of passage, but he hadn't wanted to share his space, least of all with any of the several preening women who had made a point of offering their condolences in the foyer ahead of the performance. He waited till most of the audience had filed out, gazing unseeing at the fire curtain that shut off the stage. Then he stood up, shaking the creases out of his conservatively tailored dinner jacket. He slipped into his sable coat, reaching inside a pocket to turn his phone back on. Finally, he walked out of the opera house into the starry spring night. He brushed past the chattering groups and turned on to Unter den Linden, walking towards the spotlit spectacle of the Brandenburg Gate, the new Reichstag gleaming over to the right. It was a couple of miles to his apartment in Charlottenburg, but tonight he preferred to be out on the Berlin streets rather than sealed off inside his car. Like a vampire, he needed a transfusion of life. He couldn't stand to play the social game yet, but there was an energy abroad in the city at night that fed him. He had just passed the Soviet War Memorial at the start of the Tiergarten when his phone vibrated against his hip. Impatiently he pulled it out. "Hello? Boss?" He recognized Krasich's deep bass. "Yes?" he replied. No names on a cell phone. There were too many nerds out there with nothing better to do than scan the airways for stray conversations, not to mention the various agencies of the state, constantly monitoring their citizens as assiduously as they ever had when the Red Menace still surrounded them. "We have a problem," Krasich said. "We need to talk. Where will I find you?" "I'm walking home. I'll be at Siegersäule in about 5 minutes. I'll pick you up there." Krasich ended the call abruptly. Thaddeus groaned. He stopped for a moment, staring up at the sky through the budding branches of the trees. "Katharina," he said softly, as if addressing a present lover. At moments like this, he wondered if the bleak emptiness that was her legacy would ever dissipate. Right now, it seemed to grow worse with every passing day. He squared his shoulders and strode out for the towering monument to Prussia's military successes that Hitler had moved from its original site to form a traffic island, emphasizing its domineering height. The gilded winged victory that crowned the Siegersäule gleamed like a beacon in the city lights, facing France in defiant denial of the past century's defeats. Thaddeus paused at the corner. There was no sign of Krasich yet, and he didn't want to loiter there looking obvious. Caution was, in his experience, its own reward. He crossed the road to the monument itself and strolled around the base, pretending to study the elaborate mosaics showing the reunification of the German people. My grandmother's Polish heart would shrivel in her breast if she could see me here, he thought. I can hear her now. I didn't raise you to become the Prince of Charlottenburg, she'd be screaming at me. At the thought, his lips curled in a sardonic smile. A dark Mercedes pulled up at the curb and discreetly flashed its lights. Tadeusz crossed the roundabout and climbed in the open door. "Sorry to spoil your evening, Tadzio," Krasic said, "but like I told you, we've got a problem." "It's okay," Tadeusz said, leaning back against the seat and unbuttoning his coat as the car moved off down Bismarckstrasse. "My evening was spoiled by a bastard on a BMW, not by you. So, what's this problem? Normally, I wouldn't bother about something like this, but that package of brown we bought up from the Chinese, you remember? I'm not likely to forget. I haven't had my hands on the product for so long. It's not as if I could confuse it. What about it? It looks like there's some sort of crap in it. There's 4 junkies dead in SO36, and according to what I hear, there's another 7 in hospital in intensive care." Tadeusz raised his eyebrows. East Kreuzberg, known locally by its old GDR postal code, was the heart of the city's youth culture. Bars, clubs, live music joints kept the area around Oranienstrasse buzzing towards dawn every night. It was also home to many of the city's Turks, but there were probably more vendors of street drugs than of kebabs in the scruffy, edgy suburb. "Since when have you given a shit about dead junkies, Darko?" he asked. Krasic shifted his shoulders impatiently. "I don't give a shit about them. There'll be 4 more tomorrow queuing up to take their place. Thing is, Tadzio, nobody pays any attention to one dead junkie, but even the cops have to sit up a bit when there are 4 bodies on the slab, and it looks like there are more to come. How can you be sure it's our junk that's killing them? We're not the only firm on the streets." "I made some inquiries. All of the dead ones use dealers who get their supplies from our chain. There's going to be heat on this." "We've had heat before," Tadeusz said mildly. "What makes this so special?" Krasic made an impatient noise. "Because it didn't come in the usual way, remember? You handed it over to Kamal yourself." Tadeusz frowned. The hollow feeling in his stomach had returned. He recalled the bad feeling he'd had about this deal, the unease that had stolen up on him in the Danube boatyard. He tried to avoid the fates by changing the routine, but it seemed that the measures he'd taken to sidestep trouble had simply brought it to his door by a more direct route. "Kamal's a long way from the street dealers," he pointed out. "Maybe not far enough," Krasic growled. "There have always been cutouts between you and Kamal before. He's never been able to say, 'Tadeusz Radecki personally supplied me with this heroin before.' We don't know how much the cops know. They might be just a step or 2 away from him, and if he's looking at a deal that will save him too much hard time, he might just think about giving you up." Now Tadeusz was really paying attention, his languid disinterest a distant memory. "I thought Kamal was solid." "Nobody's solid, if the price is right." Tadeusz turned in his seat and fixed Krasic with his sharp blue eyes. "Not even you, Darko." "Tadzio, I'm solid because nobody can afford my price," Krasic said, clamping a beefy hand on his boss's knee. "So, what are you saying?" Tadeusz moved his leg away from Krasic, unconsciously making physical the distance he knew existed between them. Krasic shifted in his seat, turning to stare out of the window past Tadeusz. "We could afford to lose Kamal." 2 months ago, Tadeusz would simply have nodded and said something like, "Do whatever it takes." But 2 months ago, Katerina had still been alive. He hadn't yet had to revise his understanding of loss. It wasn't that he harboured some sentimental notion that Kamal could be to someone what Katerina had been to him. He knew Kamal, knew his venality, his power games, his pathetic strutting attempts at being someone worth reckoning with. But his experience of the wrench of sudden death had opened up a channel for empathy in quite unexpected directions. The idea of having Kamal killed on the off chance that it might be for his personal benefit sat uncomfortably with Tadeusz now. Side by side with this was the consciousness that he could not afford to reveal what Krasic would surely see as a weakness. One would be very foolish indeed to show too much of the soft underbelly to a man like Krasic, however loyal he had always been. All this flashed through Tadeusz's head in an instant. "Let's wait and see," he said. Getting rid of Kamal right away would only draw the cops' attention in that direction, but if there's any sign that they're moving towards him, you know what to do, Darko. Krasic nodded, satisfied. Leave it with me. I'll make some calls. The car swept past Schloss Charlottenburg and turned into the quiet side streets where Tadeusz lived. Talk to me in the morning, he said, opening the door and closing it behind him with quiet finality. He walked into the apartment building without a backward glance. Even though the sky outside was grey and overcast, Carol's eyes still took a few moments to adjust to the gloomy interior of the little quayside pub where Tony had suggested they meet. She blinked rapidly as she registered the quiet country music playing in the background. The barman looked up from his paper and gave her a quick smile. She glanced around, taking in the fishing nets draped from the ceiling, their brightly coloured floats dulled by years of cigarette smoke. Watercolours of East Nuke fishing harbours dotted the wood panelling of the walls. The only other customers appeared to be a couple of elderly men, their attention firmly on their game of dominoes. There was no sign of Tony. "What can I get you?" the barman asked as she approached. "To do coffee?" "Aye." He turned away and switched on a kettle that perched incongruously among the bottles of liqueurs and aperitifs below the gantry of spirits. Behind her, the door opened. Carol turned her head and felt a tightening in her chest. "Hi," she said. Tony crossed the few yards to the bar, a slow smile spreading. He looked as out of place in the bar as he always had everywhere outside his own rooms. "Sorry I'm late. The phone just wouldn't stop ringing." There was a moment's hesitation. Then Carol turned to face him, and they hugged, her fingers remembering the familiar feel of his well-worn tweed jacket. The couple of inches he had on her made him a good fit for her 5 feet and 6 inches. "It's good to see you," he said softly, his breath whispering against her ear. They parted and sized each other up. His hair had started to thread with silver round the temples, she noted. The wrinkles round his dark blue eyes had deepened, but the ghost that had always flickered in his gaze seemed to be finally at rest. He looked healthier than she'd ever seen him. He remained slim and wiry, but he felt firmer in the hug, as if his compact frame had built a subtle layer of muscle. "You look well," she said. "It's all this fresh sea air," he said. "But you look terrific. You've changed your hair. It's different somehow." She shrugged. "New hairdresser, that's all. He styles it a bit more sharply, I think." "I can't believe I'm talking about hairdressing," she thought incredulously. 2 years since we've seen each other, and we're talking as if there'd never been more between us than casual acquaintance." "Whatever. It looks great. What can I get you?" The barman interrupted, placing a single cup with an individual coffee filter in front of Carol. "Milk and sugar in the basket at the end of the bar," he added. "A pint of 80 shilling, Tony said, reaching for his wallet. "I'll get these." Carol picked up her coffee and looked around. "Anywhere in particular?" she asked. "That table in the far corner over by the window," he said, paying for the drinks and following her to a spot where a high-backed settle cut them off from the rest of the room. Carol took her time stirring her coffee, knowing he would recognize the displacement activity with his usual cool detachment, but unable to stop herself. When she looked up, she was surprised to see he was staring just as intently at his beer. Sometime in the past 2 years, he had absorbed something new into his behavior. He'd learned to give people a break from his analytical eye. "I appreciate you taking the time for this," she said. He looked up and smiled. "Carol, if this is what it takes to get you to come and visit, all I can say is it's a small price to pay. Email's all very well, but it's also a good way to hide. For both of us." "I wouldn't deny it, but time passes." She returned his smile. "So, do you want to hear my mission impossible?" "Straight to the point, as always. Listen, what I thought, if it's okay with you, is that we could get you settled in at your hotel, then go back to my place to discuss what they've got lined up for you. It's more private than a pub. I only suggested meeting here because it's easier to find than my cottage." There was something more that he wasn't saying. She could still read him, she was relieved to find. "Fine by me. I'd like to see where you're living. I've never been here before. It's amazingly picturesque." "Oh, it's picturesque all right. Almost too picturesque. It's very easy to forget that passions run as high in picture postcard fishing villages as they do on the mean streets." Carol sipped her coffee. It was surprisingly good. An ideal place to recuperate, then. In more ways than one. He looked away for a moment, then turned back to face her, his mouth a straight line of resolve. She had a shrewd idea of what was coming, and steeled herself to show nothing but happiness. I've been seeing someone," he said. Carol was aware of every muscle it took to smile. "I'm pleased for you," she said, willing the stone in her stomach to dissolve. Tony's eyebrows quirked in a question. "Thank you," he said. "No, I mean it. I'm glad." Her eyes dropped to the gloomy brown of her coffee. "You deserve it." She looked up, forcing a brightness into her tone. "So, what's she like?" "Her name's Frances. She's a teacher. She's very calm, very smart, very kind. I met her at the bridge club in St. Andrews. I meant to tell you, but I didn't want to say anything until I was sure something was going to come out of it. And then, well, like I said, email is a good place to hide." He spread his hands in apology. "It's okay. You don't owe me anything." Their eyes locked. They both knew it was a lie. She wanted to ask if he loved this Frances, but didn't want to hear the wrong answer. "So, do I get to meet her?" "I told her we'd be working this evening, so she's not coming over. But I could call her. Ask if she'd like to join us for dinner if you'd like." He looked dubious. "I don't think so. I really do need to pick your brains, and I have to go back tomorrow." Carol drained her coffee. Picking up her cue, Tony finished his drink and stood up. "It's really good to see you, you know," he said, his voice softer than before. "I missed you, Carol." Not enough, she thought. "I missed you too," was what she said. "Come on, we've got work to do." Chapter 7. All violent death is shocking, but somehow murder in a beautiful 19th century house overlooking a tranquil canal, a medieval seat of learning, and an impressive church spire provoked a deeper sense of outrage in Hoofd Inspector Kees Martens than the same event in a Rotterdam back street ever had. He'd come up the ranks in the North Sea port before finally managing a transfer back to Regio Hollands Midden, and so far his return to his childhood's stamping grounds had lived up to his dreams of a quieter life. Not that there was no crime in this part of Holland, far from it, but there was less violence in the university town of Leiden, that was for sure. Or so he'd thought until today. He was no stranger to the abuse that one human, or several combining in the same blind fury, could inflict on another. Dockside brawls, pub fights, where insults real and imaginary had provoked clashes out of all proportion, assaults, and even murders that turned sex workers into victims were all part of a day's work on the Rotterdam Serious Crimes Beat, and Martens reckoned he had grown a second skin over years of exposure to the ravages of rage. He decided he was impervious to horror, but he'd been wrong about that too. Nothing in his 23 years at the sharp end had prepared him for anything like this. It was indecent, rendered all the more so by the incongruity of the setting. Martin stood on the threshold of a room that looked as if it had been fundamentally unchanged since the house had been built. The walls were covered from floor to ceiling with mahogany shelving, its ornate beading warm with the muted gleam of generations of polishing. Books and box files filled every shelf, though he couldn't see much detail from here. The floor was burnished parquet, with a couple of rugs that looked worn and dull to Martens. Not something I would have chosen in so dark a room, he thought, conscious that he was avoiding the central focus of the room with all his mental energy. 2 tall windows looked out across the Madersingel to the historic town centre beyond. The sky was a washed-out blue, thin strips of cloud apparently hanging motionless, as if time had stopped. It had certainly stopped for the man who occupied the hub of this scholar's study. There was no question that he was dead. He lay on his back on the wide mahogany desk that stood in the middle of the floor. Each wrist and ankle was tied to one of the desk's bulbous feet with thin cord, spread eagling the dead man across its surface. It looked as if his killer had tied him down fully dressed, then cut his clothes away from his body, exposing the lightly tanned skin with its paler ghost of swimming trunks. That would have been bad enough. A profanation Martens hoped his middle-aged body would be spared. But what turned indignity into obscenity was the clotted red mess below the belly, an ugly wound from which rivulets of dried blood meandered across the white flesh and dripped onto the desk. Martens closed his eyes momentarily, trying not to think about it. He heard footsteps on the stairs behind him. A tall woman in a tailored navy suit, honey-blonde hair pulled back in a ponytail, appeared on the landing. Her round face was serious in repose, her blue eyes shadowed beneath straight, dark brows. She was pretty, in an unremarkable way, her understated makeup deliberately making her appear even more bland and unthreatening. Martens turned to face Brigadier Marika van Hasselt, one of his 2 team coordinators. "What's the story, Marika?" he asked. She produced a notebook from the pocket of her jacket. "The owner of the house is Dr. Peter de Groot. He's attached to the university. Lectures in experimental psychology, divorced 3 years ago, lives alone. His teenage kids come to visit every other weekend. They live just outside Den Haag with the ex-wife. The body was discovered this morning by his cleaner. She let herself in as usual, saw nothing out of the ordinary, did the ground floor, then came on up here. She glanced in the study door and saw that. Marika gestured with her thumb at the doorway. She says she took a couple of steps inside the room, then ran downstairs and called us. That's the woman who was waiting on the doorstep with the uniformed officer when we got here? That's right. She wouldn't stay in the house, can't say I blame her. I had to talk to her in the car. Tom's rounded up some of our team and set them on door-to-door inquiries. Martins nodded approval of her fellow coordinator's action. Later, you can go over to the university, see what they can tell you about Dr. de Groot. Is the scene of crime team here yet? Marika nodded. Outside with the pathologist. They're waiting for the word from you. Martins turned away. Better let them in. There's bugger all else we can do here till they've done their stuff. Marika looked past him as he moved towards the staircase. Any idea on the cause of death? She asked. There's only one wound that I can see. I know, but it just seems... Marika paused. Martins nodded. Not enough blood. He must have been castrated around the time of death. We'll see what the pathologist has to say, but for now, we're definitely looking at a suspicious death. Marika checked her boss's dour face to see if he was being ironic, but she could see no trace of levity. In 2 years of working with Martins, she seldom had. Other cops protected themselves with black humour, an instinct that sat comfortably with her. But comfort was the one thing that Martins seemed inclined to prevent his team ever experiencing. Something told her they were going to need more than Martin's austerity to get them through a murder as horrible as this. She watched him descend, her heart as heavy as his tread. Marika crossed the threshold of the crime scene. The Recherche Bestands team had a fixed system, even though murders didn't happen often enough on their patch to be routine occurrences. Her role, while Martins briefed the forensic team and the pathologist, was to make certain the crime scene remained secure. She took latex gloves and plastic shoe covers out of the leather satchel she always carried with her and put them on. Then she walked in a straight line from the door to the desk, which brought her level with the dead man's head. This study of the dead was her job, the one Martins always avoided. She was never sure if he was squeamish or simply aware that he was better occupied elsewhere. He was good at putting people to tasks that suited them, and she had never flinched at the sight of the dead. She suspected it was something to do with being a farm girl. She'd been accustomed to dead livestock since early childhood. Marika really didn't care how much noise the lambs made. What she cared about was what this body could teach her about victim and killer. She had ambition. She didn't intend to end her career as a brigadier in Holland's Midden. Every case was a potential stepping stone to one of the elite units in Amsterdam or Den Haag, and Marika was determined to shine whenever she got the chance. She stared down at the corpse of Pieter de Groot with a clinical eye, one fingertip straying to touch the distended abdomen. Cool. He'd been dead for a while then. She frowned as she looked down. There was a circular stain on the polished surface of the desk, forming a nimbus round the head, as if something had been spilled there. Marika made a mental note to point it out to the scene of crime team. Anything out of the ordinary had to be checked out. In spite of her intention to scan methodically every inch of the body and its surroundings, her eyes were irresistibly drawn to the crusted blood surrounding the raw wound. The exposed flesh looked like meat left unwrapped overnight on a kitchen counter. As she realized what she was seeing, Marika's stomach gave an unexpected lurch. From a distance, she'd made the same assumption as Martins. But de Groot hadn't been castrated. His genitals were still attached to his body, albeit smeared grotesquely with blood. She sucked in a mouthful of air. Whoever had killed the psychologist hadn't removed his sexual organs. His murderer had scalped his pubic hair. Carol leaned on the windowsill, the steam from her coffee making a misty patch on the glass. The weather had closed in overnight, and the further forth was a rumpled sheet of grey silk, with slabs of white where the occasional wave broke far from shore. She longed for her familiar London skyline. It had been a mistake to come here. Whatever she'd gained professionally from the trip was more than cancelled out by the rawness of the emotion that Tony's presence had stirred up in her. Bitterly she acknowledged herself that she had still been clinging to a sliver of hope that their relationship might finally catch fire after an appropriate gap of time and space. The hope had crumbled like a sandcastle in the sun with his revelation that he had moved forward. just as she had always hoped he would, except that she wasn't the companion he had chosen to share the journey with. She hoped she hadn't let the depth of her disappointment show as they left the pub, forcing her face to smile the congratulation of a friend. Then she turned away, letting the sharp northeasterly wind give her an excuse for smarting eyes. She'd followed his car up the hill away from the picture postcard harbour to the small hotel where he'd arranged a room for her. She'd taken a defiant 10 minutes to repair her makeup and arrange her hair to its best advantage, and to change out of her jeans into a tight skirt that revealed more than anyone in the Met had ever seen. She might have lost the battle, but that didn't mean she had to beat a bedraggled retreat. Let him see what he's missing, she thought, throwing down a gauntlet to herself as much as to him. Driving back to his cottage, they'd said little of consequence, making small talk about life in a small town. The cottage itself was much as Carol had expected. Whatever this woman meant to Tony, she hadn't stamped her identity over his space. She recognized most of the furniture, the pictures on the walls, the books lined up on shelves along the study wall. Even the answering machine, she thought, with a faint shudder, ambushed by memory. "Looks like you've settled in," was all she said. He shrugged. "I'm not much of a homemaker. I went through it with a bucket of white paint, then moved all the old stuff in. Luckily, most of it fitted." Once they were settled in the study with mugs of coffee, present constraint somehow slipped away, and the old ease that had existed between them reasserted itself. So while Tony read the brief that Morgan had couriered to Carol that morning, she curled up in a battered armchair and browsed an eclectic pile of magazines, ranging from New Scientist to Marie Claire. He'd always read a strange assortment of publications, she remembered fondly. She'd never been stuck for something to read in his house. As he read, Tony made occasional notes on a pad propped on the arm of his chair. His eyebrows furrowed from time to time, and occasionally his mouth quirked in a question that he never enunciated. It wasn't a long brief, but he read it slowly and meticulously, flipping back to the beginning and skimming it again after he'd first reached the end. Finally, he looked up. "I must admit I'm puzzled," he said. "By what in particular?" said Carol. "By the fact that they're asking you to do something like this. It's so far outside your field of experience." "That's what I thought. I have to assume there's some aspect of my experience or my skills that overrides my lack of direct undercover work." Tony pushed his hair back from his forehead in a familiar gesture. "That would be my guess. The brief itself is more or less straightforward. Pick up the drugs from your source, exchange the parcel of drugs for cash, and return it to your first contact. Of course, I'm assuming they'll throw spanners in the works along the way. There wouldn't be any point in it otherwise. It's supposed to be a test of my abilities, so I think it's fair to expect the unexpected." Carol dropped the magazine she was reading and tucked her legs underneath her. "So, how do I do it?" Tony glanced at his notes. "There's 2 aspects to this, the practical and the psychological. What are your thoughts?" "The practical side's easy. I've got 4 days to go at this. I know the address for the cash pickup, and I know the general area where I'm going to be doing the handover. So I'm going to check out the house where I've got to go for the money. Then I'm going to get to know the various routes from A to B like the back of my hand. I need to be able to adjust to any contingencies that crop up, and that means knowing the terrain well enough to change my plans without having to think twice. I need to think about what I'm going to wear and how easily I can adapt my appearance to confuse anyone who's watching me." He nodded, agreeing. "But of course, some of the practicalities are conditional on the psychological aspects. And that's the bit I don't have a handle on, which is why I'm here, consulting the oracle." Carol gave a mock salute. His smile was self-mocking. "I wish my students had the same respect for my abilities. They've not seen you in action. They changed the tune then." His mouth narrowed in a grim line, and she saw a shadow in his eyes that had been missing before. "Yeah, right," he said after a short pause. "Sign up with me, and see circles of hell that Dante could never have imagined." "It goes with the territory," Carol said. "Which is why I don't live there anymore." He looked away, his eyes focused on the street beyond the window. He took a deep breath. "So, you need to know how to walk in someone else's shoes, right?" He turned back to face her, a forced expression of geniality on his face. "And under their skin." "Okay, here's where we start from. We measure people by how they look, what they do, and what they say. All our assessments are based on those things: body language, clothes, actions and reactions, speech and silence. When we encounter someone, our brain enters into a negotiation between what it's registering and what it has stored in its memory banks. Mostly, we only use what we've got locked up there as a control to judge new encounters, but we can also use it as a sampler. on which to base new ways of acting. You're saying, I already know what I need to know. Carol looked dubious. If you don't, even someone as smart as you isn't going to learn it between now and next week. The first thing I want you to do is to think about someone you've encountered who would be relatively comfortable in this scenario. He tapped the papers with his pen. Not overconfident, just reasonably at home with it. Carol frowned as she flicked back through her memories of criminals she'd gone head-to-head with over the years. She'd never worked with the drug squad, but she'd encountered both dealers and mules more often than she could count when she'd been running the CID in the North Sea port of Seaford. None of them seemed to fit. The dealers were too cocky or too fucked up by their own product. The mules too lacking in initiative. Then she remembered Janine. I think I've got someone, she said. Janine Gerald. Tell me about her. She started out as one of the hookers down at the docks. She was unusual because she never had a pimp. She worked for herself, out of an upstairs room in a pub run by her aunt. By the time I came across her, she'd moved on to something a bit more lucrative and less physically dangerous. She ran a team of organised shoplifters. Occasionally we'd lift one of the girls, but we never got our hands on Janine. Everybody knew she was behind it, but none of her girls would grass her up, because she always looked after them. She'd turn up to court to pay their fines, cash on the nail, and if they got sent down, she made sure their kids were looked after. She was smart, and she had so much bottle. Tony smiled. Okay, now we've got Janine in our sights. That's the easy bit. What you have to do now is construct Janine for yourself. You need to mull over everything you've seen her do and say, and work out what ingredients went into the mix to make her the woman she is now. In 4 days. Obviously, it's going to be a rough draft, but you can work something up in that time. Then comes the really hard bit. You've got to shed Carol Jordan and assume Janine Gerald. Carol looked worried. You think I'm up to it? He cocked his head on one side, considering. Oh, I think so, Carol. I think you're up to just about anything you set your mind to. There was a moment of silence, electric and pregnant. Then Tony jumped to his feet and said, More coffee. I need more coffee. And then we need to plan what we're going to do next. Next? Carol said, following him into the hall. Yes. We haven't got much time. We need to start role-playing right away. Before Carol could answer, there was the unmistakable sound of a key turning in the lock. They both swivelled round to face the front door, their faces rigid with surprise. The door swung open to reveal a trim woman in her late 30s. She pulled her key out of the lock, giving them both a smile whose warmth evaded her eyes. Hi, you must be Carol, Frances said, pushing the door to behind her, stuffing her keys into her pocket and holding out her hand. Her eyes were scanning Carol from head to toe, taking in the short skirt with a slight raise of the eyebrows. Carol shook it automatically. Carol, this is Frances, Tony gabbled. Why on earth are you hanging around in the hall? Frances asked. We were going to make more coffee, Tony said, backing into the kitchen doorway. I'm sorry to butt in, Frances said, steering Carol into the living room. I feel so stupid about this, but I left a pile of fourth-year jotters that I was marking last night. I was in such a rush I clean forgot them this morning, and I need to give them their essays back tomorrow. Yeah, right, thought Carol, watching with a cynical eye as Frances picked up a pile of school notebooks tucked away around the far side of the sofa. I was just going to sneak in and fetch them, but if you were breaking for a cup of coffee, I might as well join you. Frances turned and fixed Carol with a sharp stare. Unless I'm interrupting something. We'd just reached a natural break, Carol said stiffly. She knew she should say something along the lines of how pleased she was to meet Frances, but while she might have what it took to go undercover, she still didn't feel comfortable lying in a social situation. Tony, Frances called. I'll stop for a quick coffee if that's okay. Fine, came the reply from the kitchen. Carol was reassured to hear he sounded as enthusiastic as she felt. You're not at all how I'd imagined you, Frances said, chilly dismissal in her voice. Carol felt 14 again, snagged on the jagged edge of her maths teacher's sarcasm. Most people don't have much idea about what cops are really like. I mean, we've all been to school, we know what to expect from teachers, but people tend to rely on TV for their images of police officers. I don't watch much TV myself, Frances said, but from the little that Tony said about you, I was expecting someone more mature, I suppose is the word. But look at you. You look more like one of my sixth-year students than a senior police officer. Carol was spared from further sparring by Tony's return. They sat around for 20 minutes making small talk. Then Frances gathered up her marking and left them to it. After he saw her out, Tony came back into the room, shaking his head ruefully. Sorry about that, he said. You can't blame her, Carol said. Probably just as well you weren't showing me the view from the upstairs rooms, though. It should have been a cue for laughter. Instead, Tony looked at the carpet and stuffed his hands in the pockets of his jeans. "Shall we get on?" he said. They'd worked on various role plays for the rest of the evening, not even stopping over dinner. It was demanding work, taking all Carol's concentration. By the time the taxi came to take her back to her hotel, she was worn out from the combination of exercising her imagination and exorcising her emotions. They said their farewells on the doorstep, stepping into an awkward hug, his lips brushing the soft skin under her ear. She'd wanted to burst into tears, but had held herself tightly in check. By the time she'd returned to the hotel, she felt only a hollowness in her stomach. Now, as she stared out across the sea, Carol allowed herself to acknowledge her anger. It wasn't directed at Tony. She acknowledged he had never held out an unfulfilled promise to her. Her fury was all turned against herself. She had no one else to blame for the emotional heartburn that plagued her. She knew she had two choices. She could let this rage fester inside her like a wound that could poison her whole system, or she could finally draw a line under the past and use that energy to drive her forward into the future. She knew what she wanted to do. The only question was whether she could manage it. Case notes. Name: Peter de Groot. Session number 1. Comments. The patient's lack of affect is notable. He is unwilling to engage and shows a disturbing level of passivity. Nevertheless, he has a high opinion of his own capabilities. The only subject on which he seems willing to discourse is his own intellectual superiority. His self-image is grandiose in the extreme. His demeanour is not justified by his achievement, which seems best described as mediocre. However, his view of his capacities has been bolstered by a nexus of colleagues who, for unspecified reasons, have demonstrated a lack of willingness to question his own valuation of himself. He cites their failure in this respect as a demonstration of support for his own estimation of his standing in the community. The patient lacks insight into his own condition. Therapeutic action: altered state therapy initiated. Chapter 8. The laden Rhine ship ploughed on towards Rotterdam, its glassy bow wave barely altering as the brown river widened, the Niederrhein imperceptibly becoming the Lech, then taking in the broad flow of the Neuve Maas. For most of the morning, he'd been blind to the passing scenery. They drifted through small, prosperous towns, with their mixture of tall townhouses and squat industrial buildings, church spires stabbing the flat grey skies, but he couldn't have described a single one of them, save from memory of previous trips. He'd registered neither the grassy dikes that obscured the lengthy stretches of flat countryside, nor the graceful sweeps of road and rail bridges that broke up the long reaches of river. The pictures he kept seeing were very different. The way Peter de Groot had crumpled to the floor when he'd hit him on the back of his head with the sap he'd made himself, sewing the soft chamois leather with tight stitches, then stuffing it with birdshot. He couldn't imagine himself ever doing what de Groot had done, trusting a stranger enough to turn his back on him within 5 minutes of meeting. Anyone that careless of his safety deserved what was coming to him. More thrilling pictures. The panic in the heartless bastard's eyes when he'd come round to find himself bound naked to the top of his own desk. Curiously, his terror had subsided when the bargee had spoken. "You're going to die here," he'd said. "You deserve it. You played at being God. Well, now I'm going to teach you what happens when somebody plays God with you. You've fucked up people's heads for too long, and now it's your turn to get fucked up. I can make it fast, because believe me, you don't want it to be slow. But if you scream when I take the gag out of your mouth, I'm going to hurt you so much you'll be begging to die." He'd been surprised by the reaction. His first victim had struggled, refusing to accept it was pointless. That, it seemed to him, was a natural response. It had irritated him because it had made his work more difficult, but he'd respected it. It was how a man should behave. The professor in Leiden, though, he'd been different. It was as if he instantly recognized that the person staring down at him was beyond the reach of any argument he could raise against his fate. He'd given up the ghost there and then, his eyes dull with defeat. Cautiously, he'd taken the gag from the man's mouth. The psychologist hadn't even tried to plead. In that moment, he'd felt a terrible kinship with his victim. He didn't know what had happened in the man's life to give him this capacity for resignation, but he identified an echo of his own learned behavior and hated de Groot all the more for it. "Very fucking sensible decision," he'd said gruffly, turning away to hide his unease. He didn't want to think about that moment. More beautiful pictures. The heaving chest, the convulsive jerking and twitching of a body fighting to stay on the right side of eternity. It made him feel better to replay his newly minted memories like this. He couldn't remember anything else that had ever made him feel so light-hearted. And afterwards, the other pleasure he'd discovered, and unforeseen. Now at last he was able to show those whores who was boss. After he'd killed the professor in Heidelberg, he'd been astonished to find, driving back to the boat, that he wanted a woman. He was mistrustful of the urge that had so humiliated him in the past, but he told himself that he was a different man now. He could do what the hell he wanted. So, he'd made a detour to the back streets near the harbour and picked up a whore. She'd had a place to take him to, and he'd paid extra for the privilege of tying her up, spread-eagling her over the stained bed as he'd spread-eagled his victim over his desk. And this time, there had been no mortification. He'd been hard as a rock. He'd fucked her with brutal speed. He'd made her groan and beg for more. But it hadn't been her he'd seen. It had been the mutilated body he'd left behind. He felt like a god. When he'd finished, he'd untied her and forced her onto her stomach so he could celebrate his new potency by sodomizing her too. Then he'd left, throwing her a handful of coins to demonstrate his contempt. He'd driven back to the boat on a high such as he'd never known, not even after he'd killed the old man. It wasn't what he'd learned from Heinrich Holtz after the funeral that had lifted the curtain of darkness inside him, or helped him to forgive his grandfather. Sometimes he wondered if he possessed the ability to forgive. So many responses that other people took for granted had been squeezed out of him, if they'd ever been there in the first place. But what he had understood was who he could use to make a new library of memories that would bring him joy and light. For a long time he had brooded, wondering how he could make his torturers pay. What had finally illuminated the road to his release was the terrible humiliation he'd suffered at the hands of that bitch of a Hungarian whore. It wasn't the first time he'd been taunted, but it was the first time someone had sounded just like his grandfather. A dizzying blackness had engulfed him, blocking out everything except an insatiable rage. In an instant, he'd had his hands round her throat, so tight her face had turned purple, her tongue poking out like a gargoyle. But in that moment, when he had literally held her life in his hands, he'd suddenly realized it wasn't her he wanted to kill. He'd fallen away from her, gasping and sweating, but simultaneously clear-headed, his feet set on a new path. He'd staggered into the night, an altered man. Now he had a mission. His pleasure in the remembrance of things past was broken by the arrival of Manfred with a steaming mug of coffee. He didn't begrudge the interruption, however. It was time something brought him back to earth. He'd been steering all morning on automatic pilot, which wasn't good enough for the stretch of river that lay ahead. The congested waters of Rotterdam were a death trap for the inattentive skipper. As the Neuve Maas swept through its wide bends towards the various side channels leading to wharves and moorings, tugs and barges and launches were constantly on the move. They could shoot out insouciantly from blind corners at outrageous speed. Avoiding collisions required all his attention to the radar screen, as well as to the waters around him. Up in the bows, Gunther scanned the waterway, a second pair of eyes for what lay ahead, where the skipper's view was often obscured. For now, he had to concentrate on getting them safe to harbour. The boat was all that mattered, for without the boat, he was nothing. His mission would be scuppered. Besides, he was proud of his skills as a Rhine skipper. He had no intention of becoming the butt of dockside laughter. Later, there would be plenty of time to indulge himself, to let the darkness fold back and bask in the light. While they were unloading, he could return to his memories, and perhaps plan how he would add to his store. Brigadier Marika van Hesselt wrinkled her nose. Not minding the dead was one thing. Enduring the assorted stenches and sights of a post-mortem was something that required rather more fortitude. The early stages had been fine. Nothing bothered her about the weighing and measuring, the freeing of head and hands from their plastic coverings, the scraping from under each individual fingernail, all meticulously recorded on audio and videotape by Wim de Vries, the pathologist. But she knew what lay ahead, and it wasn't a prospect for the delicate of stomach. At least de Vries wasn't one of those who relished the humiliation of the police officers who had to attend post-mortems. He never brandished organs like a gleeful offal butcher. Rather, he was calm and efficient, as respectful of the dead as the disassembling of their physical secrets allowed him to be, and he spoke plainly when he found something the attending officer needed to know, all of which was a relief to Marika. Delicately, he continued his external examination. "Some traces of froth in the nostrils," he said, "consistent with drowning, but none in the mouth, which surprises me," he added, as he shone a light into de Groot's mouth. "Wait, though." He peered more closely, reaching for a magnifying glass. "There's some bruising at the back of the throat here, and contusions on the insides of the lips and cheeks." "What does that mean?" Marika asked. "It's too early to be precise, but it looks as if something was forced into his mouth. We'll know more later." Efficiently, he took a series of swabs from the body's several orifices, then began to pay attention to the external injuries. "The excision of the pubic hair is quite neat," he said. "Only a few signs of tentative cuts on the navel here." He pointed with a latex-covered fingertip. "You see? I've never seen this before. Pubic scalping, I suppose you'd have to call it. Your perpetrator has been careful not to damage the genitals themselves." "Was he still alive when it happened?" De Vries shrugged. "The scalping was done very close to death itself. He was either just dead or dying when it happened." He continued to examine the body, pausing at the left side of the head. "Nasty bump here." His fingers probed the lump. "Slight abrasion of the skin. Blunt force trauma. He took a blow to the head sometime before he died." He nodded to the technician. "Let's roll him." Marika stared down at the pattern of lividity on de Groot's back. The hollow of his neck, the small of his back, the thighs above the crook of his knees were stained purple as a bruise with the blood that had drained there, drawn downwards by the inexorable force of gravity. Where he had been pressed against the surface of the desk, the flesh remained a ghastly white, the shoulders, the buttocks, the calves. It reminded Marika of a strange, abstract painting. De Vries pressed a thumb against the shoulder of the corpse. When he withdrew it, there was no change. "So," he said, "hypostasis is in the second stage. He has been lying dead in this position for at least 10 to 12 hours, and he hasn't been moved after death." Now came the part Marika hated. The body was replaced on its back, and the dissection began. She slid her eyes sideways. To the casual observer it would look as if she was paying close attention to what De Vries was doing, but in reality she was staring at the tray of instruments as if her life depended on committing them to memory in some perverse version of Kim's game. The dissecting knife, for incisions and removal of organs, with its metal 2-piece handle and 4-inch disposable blades. The brain knife, with its fine 12-inch blade for making thin sections of the delicate tissue. The scissors and scalpels and forceps, for things she didn't want to think about. The oscillating-bladed striker saw for cutting bone without destroying the surrounding tissues. The T-shaped chisel, called the skull key, for extra leverage when prying apart the bones of the cranium. So it was she missed the moment when De Vries cracked open the chest and the pale, distended lungs ballooned out of the cavity. "I thought so," he said, satisfaction creeping through his professional demeanour and demanding her attention like a leg-winding cat. "What's that?" She dragged her reluctant eyes from the surgical tools. "Look at the state of the lungs." He poked a finger into the grey tissue that bulged through the space between the ribs. It left a clear indentation. "He's been drowned." "Drowned?" De Vries nodded. "No doubt about it." "But you said he died in the position where he was found." "That's right." Marika frowned. "But there was no water there. He was tied to his office desk. It's not like it was a bathroom or a kitchen. How could he be drowned?" "Very unpleasantly," De Vries said, his tone neutral, his eyes fixed on the work of his hands. "Judging by the state of the mouth and the windpipe, I think some sort of funnel or tube was forced into his airway and water was poured down it. You said he was tied down, and I can see the marks of the ligatures for myself. He couldn't have put up much of a struggle." Marika shuddered. "Jesus, that's cold." De Vries shrugged. "That's your province, not mine. I just read what the body has to say. Thankfully, I don't have to deal with the mind behind it." "But I do," the detective thought. "And this is a very nasty one." "So the cause of death would be drowning?" she asked. "You know, I can't say that for sure at this stage, but it certainly looks that way. De Vries turned back to the cadaver, slipping his hands into the abdominal cavity and lifting out the mass of the internal organs. Drowning, she thought. Not something you'd come up with in the heat of the moment. Whoever did this, he planned it very carefully. He came equipped for what he had to do. If this was a crime of passion, it was a very strange passion, indeed. Carol closed the heavy door of her flat and leaned against it, kicking off her shoes. She crossed one leg over the other and bent to massage the liberated toes. She'd spent the whole day tramping around the back streets of Stoke Newington, Dalston and Hackney, looking at the world around her with the eyes of a criminal. It wasn't so different from the cops' take on the world. They were both looking for possible escape routes, possible targets of crime, possible gaps in security. But before, she'd been the hunter. Now she had to calculate what the quarry might need. She'd memorized back alleys, vacant lots, hiding places. She checked out pubs with rear exits, kebab shops whose back door might be accessible to someone with quick enough wits and sharp enough elbows, gypsy cab firms whose drivers parked round the corner from the main drag, ready for a swift getaway. She'd learned which houses offered easy access to back gardens that could double as escape routes. She'd spent 3 days among the traffic fumes, stale cooking smells, and cheap perfume of the streets, dressing to blend with the heterogeneous mixture of those hoping they were upwardly mobile and those living with the knowledge they were going nowhere but down. She'd eavesdropped on accents from 5 continents, checked out who attracted attention as they passed by, who was ignored. It wasn't anywhere near enough, but it would have to do. Tomorrow, she would spend polishing her performance. Then, it would be time for the real thing. Chapter 9. It was like picking a scab. The agony was exquisite, but the activity was irresistible. Thaddeus sat at the polished slab of burl oak that served as the desk in his home office, sorting through his photographs of Katerina. There were the public shots, the pair of them arriving at a film premiere, her radiant looks causing the snappers to take her for some minor starlet. A charity dinner, Katerina feeding him a piece of lobster with her fingers, Katerina at the formal opening of the daycare centre she'd helped raise funds for. There was a series of studio portraits that he'd persuaded her was the only birthday present he wanted from her. That the camera had loved her was clear from their sensuous quality. Then there were the dozens of snaps he'd taken of her, some casual, others painstakingly set up. Katerina in Paris, posed with her head at an angle so the Eiffel Tower was reflected in her mirrored shades. Katerina in Prague, Wenceslas Square, the dramatic backdrop. Katerina in the marketplace in Florence, rubbing the gleaming bronze nose of the wild boar statue for luck. And Katerina in a bikini, sprawled on a sun lounger, one leg cocked at the knee, reading a trashy airport novel. He couldn't even remember if that last one had been taken on Capri or Grand Cayman. For some reason, it had ended up out of sequence among the Prague photographs. So much for every picture telling a story. He'd always meant to put the photographs into albums, but there'd never been time while she'd still been alive, while he'd been adding to the archive constantly. Now, he had all the time in the world to arrange the images of Katerina in whatever sequence he desired. Thaddeus sighed and reached for one of the leather-bound albums he'd chosen himself earlier that week from a photographic supplies wholesaler. He flipped open another wallet of snapshots and began to trawl through, discarding the images of landscapes and interesting architectural details, winnowing out the best shots of Katerina and arranging the first 3 on the page. Painstakingly, he mounted them, then wrote next to them in his neat hand, Katerina, Amsterdam, our first weekend together. He'd have to check the exact date in his diary, a realization that angered him. It seemed wrong that every detail wasn't carved in memory, a small token of disrespect that Katerina didn't deserve. The buzz of the video entryphone interrupted him, and he closed the album, getting to his feet and crossing the hall to the small screen sunk discreetly into the wall by the apartment door. Darko Krasic stood outside, half turned towards the avenue, his eyes shifting back and forth in a constant surveillance. Even here in the respectable streets of Charlottenburg, his lieutenant didn't take his safety for granted. Krasic always quoted his father, a fisherman. 1 hand for the boat, 1 hand for yourself. Thaddeus didn't mind what some might have seen as paranoia. As far as he was concerned, it was directed towards keeping him safe. as much as Krasic, and therefore a bonus, rather than a cause for concern. He buzzed Krasic in at the ground floor, putting the apartment door on the latch and heading through to the kitchen to make a pot of coffee. He'd barely taken the beans from the freezer when Krasic strode in, head down and shoulders wide, a man looking for somewhere to put his belligerence. He knew better than to direct it at his boss, however. "We've got trouble," he said, in a surprisingly calm voice. Thaddeus nodded. "I heard the radio news earlier. Another 2 dead junkies in some shitty nightclub in Oranienstrasse. That makes 7, counting the one who died in intensive care." Krasic unbuttoned his overcoat and took a cigar case from his inside pocket. "I know." He dumped the beans in the grinder and killed all prospect of conversation for a few seconds. "I can count, Darko." "So can the media. They're kicking up a real stink, Tadzio. This isn't going to go away. The cops are under a lot of pressure." "That's what we're paying them for, isn't it? To take the pressure and leave our people alone." He tipped the ground coffee into a cafetiere and poured the hot water over it. "Some things they can't ignore. 7 dead, for example." Thaddeus frowned. "What are you saying, Darko?" "It's gone past the point where our normal protection can take care of things. They're going to arrest Kamal tonight. We've had our card marked. That's as far as our man can stick his neck out right now." He lit his cigar and puffed luxuriously. "Fuck. Can we control what happens?" Krasic shrugged. "It depends. If he's looking at 7 murder charges, Kamal might think it's worth taking the risk of giving me up, or even you. If they offer him immunity, he might decide his best chance is to take us off the streets, give himself a breathing space, and trust to the witness protection program." Thaddeus pressed the plunger down slowly, his mind flipping through the options. "We're not going to let it go that far," he said. "Time for the pawn sacrifice, Darko." Darko allowed himself a thin smile. Tadzio hadn't lost it. "You want me to make sure Kamal never gets as far as the police station?" "I want you to do whatever it takes, but make it look good, Darko. Give the press something to take their minds off all those dead wasters." He poured 2 cups of coffee, pushing one towards the Serb. "I've already got 1 or 2 ideas on that score." He raised his cup in a toast. "Leave it with me. You won't be disappointed." "No," Thaddeus said firmly. "I won't be. Now losing Kamal leaves us with a gap. Who's going to fill it, Darko? Who's got what it takes to walk in a dead man's shoes?" It had been a long day, but Brigadier Marika van Hasselt was too wired for sleep. She delivered the results of the post-mortem, death by drowning, as De Vries had tentatively predicted early on in the autopsy at a briefing with her boss Martens and her opposite number Tom Broek. Though none of them had said it in so many words, they really didn't have a single lead. They'd masked the insecurity this inevitably produced with the familiar police routines that they all knew in their bones. Briskly, Martins had outlined the ground rules for the investigation, assigning tasks to one team or the other, acting as if this was a directed inquiry that already had its terms of reference clearly mapped out. But they all knew they were groping in the dark for Peter de Groot's killer. Most murders were easy. They fell into one of 3 broad categories: domestic disputes jacked up 1 step too far, drunken brawls that escalated beyond the initial intent, or the incidentals of other criminal activity, usually connected to drugs or violent robbery. The Leiden killing didn't fit any of these categories. Nobody in the victim's immediate circle had an obvious motive, nor was this the kind of murder that arose from the engorged or embittered passions of domestic relationships. Besides, the ex-wife and the current girlfriend both had alibis, the one at home with her children, the other visiting her sister in Maastricht. Martens had remarked that they needed to take a look at his professional life. He couldn't imagine that anyone at the university would have turned to murder to solve some scholastic dispute, but with so few threads to grasp, they had to be sure they weren't missing the obvious. He'd heard that passions could run high in the rarefied atmosphere of academic research, and there were some very strange people around in higher education, especially in areas like psychology. Marika had said nothing, unwilling to provoke further her boss's prejudice against university graduates like herself. Although Martins was every bit as clued in about modern policing as any of his colleagues, he still clung to some of the old-school attitudes of his youth, and she didn't want what was an already complicated investigation made any more awkward. She'd acknowledged his assignment of the university connection to her team with a quick nod. It would almost certainly be a complete waste of time, and it would have to wait until after the weekend, but she'd make sure the job was done thoroughly. Tom Brooks' team had begun their canvass of the neighbourhood, but so far they'd drawn a blank. Nobody had seen or heard anything that had any apparent relevance to the murder. It wasn't the sort of area where a strange car would immediately be noticed by the neighbours, and few people paid attention to individual pedestrians on a street where there was regular foot traffic. Whoever had killed Peter de Groot, he hadn't drawn attention to himself. Marika had spent the rest of the day supervising a search of de Groot's home to see if there was anything that might be construed as a clue to the bizarre scenario that had been played out in the upstairs room. But there was nothing. She wondered about what was missing, however. There was no sign of a diary, desk calendar, or personal organizer in the office. She couldn't believe a man like de Groot wouldn't have some sort of aide-memoire for his appointments in his home office. She'd even had one of the technicians check over his computer to see if he kept an electronic diary, but that had drawn a blank too. But sometimes absences held their own clues. To Marika, this lack said that whoever had killed Peter de Groot was no casual caller. He'd been expected, and he'd taken care to remove all trace of that appointment. If she was right, there was a chance that there might be a duplicate note of the arrangement in de Groot's diary at the university. She made a note to herself to make sure she was there when they entered his office, and set one of her officers the task of getting them admission first thing in the morning. Eventually, she grudgingly accepted there was nothing more for her to do. Her team was busy with the tedious routine of sifting material and information that would probably prove useless. They didn't need her. The best way she could serve the inquiry now was to go home and let her mind turn over what little they knew. Sleep, she always found, was the best possible state in which to uncover new angles of approach. But sleep wasn't going to come any time soon, Marika knew. She poured herself a glass of wine and settled herself down in front of her computer. Some months previously, she'd become a subscriber to an online news group for gay police officers. Not that there was any problem with being a lesbian and a Dutch police officer, nor did she have a ghetto mentality. But sometimes it was helpful to have what she thought of as a room of one's own, and via the news group she'd developed close friendships with a handful of other officers whose take on the world chimed comfortingly with her own. More than that, she'd formed a bond of particular intimacy with a German colleague. Petra Becker was a criminal intelligence officer in Berlin, and like Marika, senior enough not to be entirely comfortable with close confiding relationships with her colleagues. Like Marika, Petra was also single, another damaged survivor of the attrition of their career on relationships. They'd been cautious with each other at first, escaping from the news group into private live chat rooms where they could write more openly about thoughts and feelings. They were both aware that each had found some special connection to the other, but they were equally reluctant to push for a face-to-face encounter in case it shattered what they valued. And so they had developed the habit of spending an hour or so in each other's virtual company several nights a week. Tonight, there was no prior arrangement in place, but Marika knew that if Petra was at home and awake, she'd be in one of the public chat rooms on the gay police site, and that she'd be able to tempt her away from the crowd into private discussion. She connected to the website and clicked on the chat icon. There was a list of public discussion areas, and she went straight to the debating forum, a room where people tended to talk about policy and its impact on their work. Half a dozen people were engaged in a heated argument about undercover operations, opinions flying as fast as fingers could type, but Petra wasn't one of them. Marika exited and entered the lesbian issues area. This time, she was lucky. Petra was one of 3 women rehashing a recent Danish case of alleged lesbian rape, but as soon as she saw Marika's name on her screen, she escaped and took her into a private area where they could exchange on-screen messages without anyone eavesdropping. Petra: "Hello, love. How are you tonight?" Marika: "I just got in. We caught a murder today." P: "That's never fun." M: "No, and this was a really nasty one." P: "Domestic? Street?" M: "Neither. The worst kind. Ritualistic, organized, no obvious suspects. Clearly personal, but in an impersonal sort of way, if you see what I mean." P: "Who's the victim?" M: "A professor at the university in Leiden, Peter de Groot. His cleaner found the body. He was in his study at home, staked out naked on his desk. He'd been drowned by having a funnel or a pipe shoved down his throat, then water poured through it. P. Very nasty. Was he one of those scientists who do animal experiments? M. He was an experimental psychologist. I don't know much detail about what he did, but I don't think this is about animal rights. I think this was a one-on-one. There's more, you see. Whoever did this, they didn't stop at killing. There's mutilation as well. P. Genital? M. Yes and no. The killer left his prick and balls intact, but scalped his pubic hair. I've never seen anything like it. It was almost worse than if he'd been castrated. That would have made more sense, more typical of what the sexually motivated killer would do. P. You know, this is ringing bells with me. Some bulletin I glanced at, not one of ours. A cry for help from another force. M. You mean there's been a case like this in Germany? P. Can't say for certain, but something's niggling at the back of my mind. I'll do a computer trawl in the office. M. I don't deserve you, do I? P. No, you deserve much better. So, now we got the shop talk out of the way. You want to get personal? Marika smiled. Already Petra had reminded her that there was more to life than murder. At last, she could see a route that might take her to sleep. Chapter 10. The Wilhelmina Rosen sat unusually high in the water. She discharged her cargo that morning, but someone at the shipping agency had screwed up, and the load that should have been stowed that afternoon had been delayed till the following day. He wasn't unduly anxious. He could probably make up the day once they were underway, even if it meant bending the rules about how long their watches should be. And the crew were happy enough. They weren't going to complain about a night ashore in Rotterdam, since it wasn't a delay that would put a dent in their pay. Alone in his cabin, he unlocked a small brass-bound chest that had belonged to his grandfather and contemplated its contents. The 2 jars had originally contained pickled gherkins, but what floated inside now was infinitely more grisly. Preserved in formalin, he'd stolen from a funeral parlour. The skin had lost its flesh tints and assumed the colour of tinned tuna. Fragments of the small muscles were darker, standing out against the skin like a cross-section of tuna steak, grilled rare. The hair remained curled, though now it had the harsh dullness of a bad wig. Still, there could be no doubting what he was looking at. When he had first fantasized about this, he'd known he would need some souvenir to remind him how well he'd done. He had read books about murderers who had excised breasts, removed genitalia, stripped the skin from their victims to clothe themselves. None of this seemed right. They were weirdos and perverts, whereas he was driven by a motive far more pure. But he wanted something, and he needed it to hold meaning for him alone. He ranged over the indignities he'd been forced to suffer at the hands of the old man. There was no blurring at the edges of his memory. Even commonly repeated tortures failed to merge into one big picture. Every detail of every mortification was pinprick sharp. What could he take that would keep his purpose fresh, clear, and meaningful? Then he'd remembered the shaving. It had happened soon after his 12th birthday, a day unmarked by gifts or cards. The only reason he knew it was his birthday was that he'd caught a glimpse of his birth certificate a few months before, when the old man had been sorting through some papers. Until then, he'd had no date to call his own. He'd never had so much as a birthday card. Never mind presents, cakes, and parties. But who could have been invited to any party of his? He had no friends. He had no wider family. As far as he was aware, the only people who even knew his name were the crew of the Wilhelmina Rosen. He'd known he was born sometime in the autumn, because around the turning of the leaves the litany of rage that poured into his ears would alter. Instead of, "You're 8 years old, but you still act like a baby," the old man would snarl, "You're 9 now. Time you learned what it is to take some responsibility." Around the time he turned 12, he'd noticed the changes. He'd grown taller, his shoulders straining the seams of his flannel work-shirts. His voice had become unreliable, shifting registers as if he were possessed by a demon. And around his cock, dark, wiry hairs had started to sprout. He'd imagined this would happen eventually. He'd spent too long living in close confinement with 3 adult males not to have grasped that at some point his body was going to duplicate theirs. But the reality was simply another source of anxiety. He was leaving childhood behind, without any clear idea of how he could ever become a man. His grandfather had noticed the changes too. It was hard to imagine how he could be more brutal. yet he seemed to regard it as a challenge to find fresh sources of humiliation. Things had reached a new level of horror when a hawser snapped one morning as they were docking in Hamburg. It had been one of those things that was nobody's fault, but the old man had decided that someone had to pay the price. When they'd got back to the apartment, he had ordered the boy to strip. He'd stood shivering in the kitchen, wondering which of the familiar agonies awaited him, while his grandfather had raged through to the bathroom, swearing and insulting him. When the old man had returned, he was carrying his cut-throat razor, the blade open and gleaming like silver in the dimness of the afternoon light. Terror had risen like bile in his throat. Convinced he was going to be castrated at the very least, he'd sprung at the old man, fists flying, desperate to escape whatever lay ahead. He hadn't even seen the punch that hit the side of his head like a mallet. All he knew was a moment of crushing pain, then oblivion. When he'd opened his eyes, it was dark. There was a dribble of dried vomit running from his cheek to the floor, and a burning pain in his groin that was sufficiently frightening to render insignificant the dull throb in his head. He lay for long minutes, curled on the cold linoleum, afraid to allow his hands to explore, for fear of what they might find. Eventually, he dared. His fingers crept down his stomach, tentative and slow. At first, he encountered only the cold, smooth flesh of his stomach. Then, just above the pubic bone, there was a sudden change in texture, and a jagged stab of pain that made him suck his breath in sharply. He clenched his jaw and pushed himself up on one elbow. It was too dark to see anything, but he decided he'd risk turning on a light. It might bring even more wrath down on his head, but he couldn't bear not knowing what had happened to him. Almost crying with the several pains that movement brought, he managed to get to his knees, where he paused to let a nauseating dizziness pass. Using the table as a prop, he dragged himself to his feet and tottered the few steps to the kitchen light switch. He leaned against the wall and flicked the switch with trembling fingers. Dim yellow light filled the dingy room, and he steeled himself for a glance. The skin around his genitals was red raw. Every trace of pubic hair had been erased, along with the top layer of skin. There were pinprick scabs of blood where the razor had gone deeper still, but the cruel scraping of the tender skin was the source of the burning pain that coursed through his groin. He'd been more than shaved. He'd been skinned. He'd been reminded forcibly that he wasn't fit to think of himself as a man. He hated himself then, contempt swallowing him like a black tide. Looking back now, he realized his panicky rebellion had been a turning point. From then on, his grandfather had been less ready to inflict his tortures. The old man began to keep his distance, relying on the verbal flaying that could still reduce the teenage boy to quivering incompetence. He thought about running away, but where would he run to? The Wilhelmina Rosen was his only world, and he doubted his ability to survive in any other. Gradually, as he had emerged into his 20s, he comprehended that there might be another way to gain freedom. It had been a painfully slow process, and in the end, he had won. But that victory still hadn't been enough. He'd known that before Heinrich Holtz had told his story in the beer garden. What Holtz had given him was a glimpse of how he could finally get his own back. He'd given him a way to be a man. He picked up one of the jars and swirled it round, watching the contents move in a slow danse macabre. He smiled as he unzipped his jeans. Tadeusz Radecki was far too smart to be nothing more than a gangster. He'd built a legitimate business empire of video rental stores that provided him not only with the justifiable income to keep the tax authorities happy, but also allowed enough leeway in its accounting procedures to permit a serious amount of money laundering. If his business rivals had ever seen his company's books, they'd have wondered how he could achieve such high rental levels per video, and probably fired their own marketing teams out of pique. But that wasn't going to happen. Tadeusz made sure his public business was above reproach. Not for him the shady backstreet video stores with their under-the-counter hardcore, or the wraps of drugs that change hands in the video boxes. It might be his wares they were peddling, but there was no way he wanted any official connection to them. That afternoon, he'd been visiting his flagship store at the top of the Kudamm, where they did as much business selling videos as they did renting them out. He'd gone to check out the revamp that the most stylish shopfitters in the city had been carrying out, and he'd been impressed with the result. Clean lines, moody lighting, and a coffee bar in the middle of the shop floor came together to produce the perfect ambiance for browsing and spending. After the tour of the shop, The manager had taken him up to his office for a celebratory glass of wine. As they'd entered, the TV screen had been showing a news channel. A reporter stood in a street Thaddeus recognized immediately as Friesenstrasse in Kreuzberg. Behind him was the unmistakable four-story building that housed the Gesa, the detention centre where all newly arrested criminals were brought. It wasn't somewhere Thaddeus was personally familiar with. He knew the street principally because he always bought his reading material at the Hamet crime bookshop there. The reporter's mouth was opening and closing soundlessly, his frowning face indicating the seriousness of what he was revealing to the waiting world. Then the picture changed to amateur video footage of a man being hustled out of a car towards the heavy grey door of the Gesa, a uniformed officer on either side of him. Suddenly, a woman ducked under the barrier that prevented cars from driving straight into the yard from the street. The officers on duty and the guard post were caught unawares, only emerging from their booth as the woman ran up behind the prisoner and his escort, waving something in front of her. She stopped a couple of yards away from them, directly behind the prisoner. In an instant, his head blossomed scarlet, like a blob of spaghetti sauce splattered on a kitchen surface. The police officers peeled away from him as he crumpled. They hit the deck, with their pale faces turning towards the woman. Even at that range it was possible to see their eyes stretching wide in panic. Thaddeus stared at the screen, appalled. He'd only seen the sniper's victim for a few seconds, and then only in three-quarter profile, but he knew who the dead man was. He was aware of the shop manager saying something, and he turned away from the screen. "Sorry?" he said. "I said it's funny how real-life shootings never look half as dramatic as the ones we sell." He reached for the open bottle of red wine on his desk and poured 2 glasses. "I don't think I've ever seen a real-life shooting before," Thaddeus lied. "I'm quite shocked they're showing it in all its glory on the early evening news." The manager laughed as he handed a glass to his boss. "I'm sure the moral guardians of the nation's youth will be clogging the TV station switchboard with complaints as we speak. Cheers, Thaddeus. Good decision to choose those guys. They've made a great job of the shop floor." Thaddeus raised his glass mechanically, reaching for his mobile with his other hand. "Yes. Now, I need to find a way to justify the expense of doing up the rest of the chain. Excuse me." He touched a couple of keys to speed dial Krasic. "It's me," he said. "We need a meeting. I'll see you at my place in half an hour." He ended the call without waiting for Krasic's response, then sipped his wine. "Lovely stuff, Jürgen, but I'm afraid I've got to run. Empires to build, new worlds to conquer, you know how it is." 20 minutes later, he was pacing the floor in front of his TV screen, flipping channels to see if he could find a local news station that was running the footage of Kamal's assassination. Finally, he caught the tail end of the video and immediately raised the volume. The studio anchorman took up the story. The dead man, whose name has not yet been released, had been arrested in connection with the 7 heroin deaths in the city in the past week. Sources close to the investigation say that the woman who fired the fatal shot was the girlfriend of one of the addicts who died after shooting up with contaminated drugs. Already there are calls for an inquiry into how the woman found out about the arrest before the prisoner had even been taken into formal custody. He glanced down at his papers. "And now, over to our correspondent at the Reichstag, where representatives have been debating new measures to combat the spread of BSA. Thaddeus hit the mute button. He'd heard all he needed to know. When Krasic finally arrived 5 minutes late complaining about the traffic, he launched straight in. "What the hell are you playing at?" "What do you mean, Tadzio?" Krasic stalled. It was clear from the troubled look in his eyes that he knew exactly what his boss meant. "Fuck it, Darko. Don't play stupid games with me. What possessed you? Having Kamal taken out on the steps of the fucking police station. I thought we were trying to take the limelight off this investigation, not turn it into the lead story across the country. Jesus, you couldn't have gone for a more public display. What else was I supposed to do? There wasn't enough time to stage a convenient road accident." His voice tailed off as he realized what he'd said. The colour drained from Thaddeus's face. He looked terrifying in the shadows cast by the subtle lighting of the room. "You insensitive bastard," he snarled. "Don't think you can divert me away from this fiasco by reminding me of Katerina." Krasic turned away and scowled. "That's not what I meant. I just meant that I didn't have enough time to set something up that would look accidental. So, I reckoned if it was going to end up looking like murder, it needed to look like a domestic, not something to do with the business. So I got Marlena to do the dirty. She's been working for us, shifting product and mitter for the past couple of years. She's not a user herself, and she's smart enough to play the distraught girlfriend deranged with grief. She'll get away with next to nothing when it comes to court, and she won't grass us up. She's got a 6-year-old girl I've promised we'll take care of. She knows me well enough to understand what that means. One word out of place, and the kid gets taken care of, though not in the way she wants. Boss, it was the only way. It had to be done, and it had to be done like this. There was no plea in Krasich's voice, just a convinced finality. Thaddeus glared at him. It's all going to shit, he complained. This was supposed to go away. Instead, Kamal's whole life is going to come under the microscope. No, boss, you're wrong. It's Marlena they're going to be looking at. Before we're done, we'll have turned her into the heroine who rid the city of some vile drug-dealing scum. Like I told you, she's not a user. Her life looks clean, and we can put up plenty of people who'll make her sound like motherfucking Teresa. Photographs of the 6-year-old looking lost, stuff about how she was trying to get her boyfriend off the junk. Besides, now they've seen how we dealt with Kamal, nobody else is going to say a thing to the cops. Trust me, Tadzio, it's for the best. It had better be, Darko, because if it all goes to shit, I know exactly who to blame. Chapter 11. Tony glanced at the clock as he left the seminar room. 11:05. Carol would almost certainly have embarked on her quest by now. He wondered where she was, how she was doing, what she was feeling. Her visit had unsettled him more than he cared to admit. It wasn't just that she had disturbed him on a personal level. He'd been expecting that, and had done what he could to armour himself against the turbulent currents he knew would be swirling beneath the surface of any encounter between the pair of them. What he hadn't anticipated was how she would stir him up on a professional level. The pleasure he'd taken in the preparation they'd done had been the mental equivalent of a cold shower. It had snapped his synapses to attention in a way that no interaction with undergraduates had ever done. It had reminded him that he was operating at about half his capacity here at the university, and while that might have been sensible as a kind of convalescence from the harrowing he'd undergone at the hands of Jacko Vance, it was no way to spend the rest of his life. If he'd needed further reinforcement, it had just fallen into his lap. He'd always feared this moment. Deep down he'd known the siren call of what he did best might rise again to waken him from the slumberous existence he'd chosen, and he'd done everything in his power to guard against that moment. But the combination of the news of Jacko Vance's appeal and the return of Carol Jordan had been too strong for his fortifications. Things had changed since he'd last been in the front line, he knew that. Quietly, privately, the Home Office had taken a sideways step from using professional psychologists as consultants on complex serial murder investigations. The publicity that had been generated by their earlier policy had given them too many sweaty-palmed moments for them to be willing to continue it indefinitely. Not everyone was as talented as Tony, and few were as close-mouthed. Although there was still a handful of experts who were called in on an ad hoc basis, the police had been busy behind the scenes building their own skills base at the National Crime Faculty at Bramshill. Now there was a new breed of criminal analyst, officers trained in an impressive mixture of psychological skills and computer navigation. Like the FBI and the Canadian RCMP, the Home Office had decided that it was better to rely on police officers trained in specialist areas than to call on the sometimes questionable skills of clinicians and academics who, after all, had no direct experience of what it took to catch a criminal. So, in one sense, there was no longer a place for Tony doing what he believed he had a unique talent for. And after the last debacle, there was no way any politician would agree to give him any training or developmental role. But perhaps there was something else he could offer. Perhaps he could find a niche that would allow him occasionally to flex his analytical muscles in pursuit of the profoundly disturbed minds who committed the most unreadable of crimes. And perhaps this time, with Carol almost certainly moving to some new role in Europol, he could escape the turmoil that had accompanied his last 2 excursions into the minds of serial killers. It was certainly worth thinking about. The only question now was who he could reach out to in a tentative approach. The Vance appeal would have reminded people of his existence. Maybe this was the perfect time to jog their memories a little more, to persuade them that he alone had something to throw into the ring that nobody else had. Not only did he understand how the mind of the serial offender worked, he was one of the few people on the planet who had actually been responsible for putting some of them where they could do no more harm. It wouldn't hurt to try. That Monday morning in Berlin, Petra Becker was also thinking about serial offenders. It would be a terrific boost to her career if she managed to be the person who made the links that demonstrated there was a serial killer working across European borders. But first, she had to find the case she'd been reminded of. Petra sat and frowned at her computer, the severity of her expression a sharp contrast to the spiky exuberance of her short, dark hair. Parallel lines furrowed her broad forehead, and her eyebrows shadowed her blue eyes, turning them navy. She knew she'd read about it relatively recently, but she dismissed it as being of no interest. Petra worked in intelligence. Her team were responsible for gathering information on organized crime, building a basic case, then passing it on to the appropriate law enforcement bodies. With European borders allowing free passage to the criminal as well as the law-abiding, following the Schengen Agreement, that frequently meant colleagues in other countries, often using Europol as a conduit. In the past 3 years, Petra had investigated areas as diverse as product tampering, drug running, credit card fraud, and human trafficking. Murder wasn't normally on her beat, except when the investigating officers thought there might be a connection to organized crime. It was, she thought cynically, a way of handing off any difficult case that looked remotely like a scum-on-scum killing, the sort of scuzzy case that most police forces didn't lose any sleep over if they couldn't nail a culprit. So, the case she was looking for would have come in as a possible gangland killing. But if it had been tossed aside because it didn't fit any of their parameters, it wouldn't be in any of the holding files on the computer. It might even have been deleted from the main system, on the basis that it was just clutter. Petra, however, was too anally retentive to dump case information without a trace. You never knew when something written off by everyone else might just feed into a subsequent investigation. So, she developed the habit of taking brief notes, even on the apparently irrelevant. That way, she could always go back to the original investigating officers and pull the details again. She called up the folder that contained her notes and checked the recent files. There were 4 murder cases from the past 7 weeks. She dismissed a drive-by shooting in a small town between Dresden and the Polish border, and the murder of a Turk in Stuttgart. He'd bled to death, following the amputation by machete of both hands. Petra thought it was probably more to do with some domestic settling of scores than any organized criminal activity, since the local cops hadn't come up with a single thing to connect the dead man to anything more illegal than an expired visa. That left 2 cases, a very strange murder in Heidelberg and the crucifixion of a known drug dealer in Hamburg. Her notes said nothing about pubic scalping, but she seemed to recall it had featured in one or other of those cases. She checked the reference numbers and sent emails to both police divisions involved. With luck, she'd have an answer by the end of the day. Petra headed for the coffee machine, feeling very pleased with herself. She was emptying a sachet of sugar into her cup when her boss, Hannah Plesch, joined her. "You're looking cheerful," she said. "And you're going to put a stop to that, right?" She cocked an eyebrow at her. "That shooting, over at the Geisar on Friesenstrasse, I want you to do a bit of digging. See what you can come up with." Hannah Plesch leaned past her and pressed the button for a black coffee. Petra stirred her coffee thoughtfully. "It's hardly our area, is it? I heard it was being written up as a personal thing. The shooter was the girlfriend of one of the doctored heroin victims, wasn't she?" Plesch gave a sardonic smile. "That's the official line. Me, I think it stinks. She's on our files, you know, the woman who did the shooting. Marlene Krebs. We had intelligence that she was dealing in Mitte, small fry, so we left her alone. But we heard she's tied into Darko Krasic, which means she might be a way through to Radechki," Petra continued. "So you want me to talk to her?" Plesch nodded. "It could be worth our while. She probably thinks she's looking at a light sentence if she plays the sympathy card. Woman insane with grief takes revenge on the evil drug pusher who destroyed her lover. If we can persuade her that's not going to happen, she might just give us something we can use to build a case against Krasic and Radechki." Petra sipped her coffee, wincing at the heat. "Exactly. Leave it with me," she said. "I reckon as soon as she finds out who I am and what I know about her, she'll realize she hasn't got a cat in hell's chance of making the deranged lover defense work. Can you let me have whatever we've got on her?" "It's already on your desk." Plesch began to move away. Oh, and Hannah? She paused and glanced over her shoulder. You want something else? It was a statement, not a question. Someone else. I need someone out on the street in Mitter. We need to establish that the dead guy really wasn't Marlena's man. Hard to prove a negative. Maybe so. But if we can nail down who Marlena has been shagging, it might rule out a connection to the dead guy. Likewise, if we can establish whether he was involved with anyone on a long-term basis. Flesh shrugged. Probably worth a try. The shark's got nothing pressing on his plate. Send him out for some red meat. Petra's heart sank as she walked back to her desk. The shark was an ironic nickname for the most junior member of the squad. He'd earned it because he had no taste for blood and was incapable of moving backwards to reassess new data in the light of experience. Nobody thought he would last long on the squad. He wasn't the person she would have chosen to trawl the bars and cafes of Mitter, probing their sources to find out what was to be learned about Marlena Krebs. It showed what a waste of time Plesh thought that was. Still, it was better than nothing, and she could always head out there herself that evening if she'd not managed to pry something useful out of Krebs in exchange for a deal on her sentence. It wasn't as if she had anything better to do. Even though it was a raw, damp day, Carol was sweating. She'd carried out the first part of her assignment without a hitch, but she knew she was a long way off being home and dry. The detailed brief had arrived by courier just after 7. She'd ripped open the thin envelope, almost tearing the contents in her haste. There was a single sheet of paper inside. It informed her that she should be at the address she had previously been given by 10 a.m. There, she would be provided with the rest of her instructions. Her first instinct was to arrive right on time at the rendezvous, an anonymous terraced house in Stoke Newington, but that might be the first test in itself. Perhaps she was supposed not to do what was expected of her. Hurriedly, she showered and dressed in the clothes she decided Janine Gerald would have worn for such an assignment. A short black lycra skirt, a white T-shirt with long sleeves, and a scoop neck under a fitted fake leather jacket. In her shoulder bag, she carried everything she needed to change her look. A baseball cap, aviator frames with clear glass lenses, a pair of denim leggings, and a lightweight waterproof cagoule in a nasty shade of pale blue. Also in the shoulder bag was an illegal CS gas spray and a metal comb with a sharpened tail. They were both relics of her days in CID in the port of Seaford, items she'd confiscated and never got round to handing in. She wasn't quite sure how her watchers would react if she had to resort to them, but she was supposed to be showing initiative and acting like a real drugs courier. She could always argue the point afterwards. Having decided to arrive early, Carol set out from her flat just after 8. She took a circuitous route to her destination. There would, she was sure, be followers, but she had no intention of making it easy for them. Taking advantage of the rush-hour commuters would be one way of improving her edge. Even so, she still jumped off the tube at the last possible moment, doubling back 3 stops before emerging at street level and catching a bus. When she turned into the quiet side street, there was no one on her heels, but that didn't mean there weren't keen eyes on her. She climbed the 3 steps to the front door she'd been directed to. The paintwork was filthy with London grime, but it looked in reasonably good condition. She pressed the doorbell and waited. Long seconds passed. Then the door opened a couple of inches. A pale face smudged with stubble and topped with a spiky crest of black hair peered at her. "I'm looking for Gary," she said, as instructed. "Who are you?" "Jason's friend," again following her orders. The door swung open, the man taking care to stay out of sight of the street as he let her in. "I'm Gary," he said, leading the way into the front room. He was barefoot, wearing faded 501s and a surprisingly clean white T-shirt. Dingy net curtains hung at the window, obscuring the street. The carpet was an indeterminate shade between brown and grey, worn almost to the backing in front of a sagging sofa that faced a wide-screen Nikam TV, complete with DVD player. "Take a seat," Gary said, waving a hand at the sofa. It wasn't an appetizing prospect. "I'll be right back." He left her alone with the home entertainment centre. There was a stack of DVDs by the player, but that was the only personal touch in the room, which otherwise was about as welcoming as a police interview room. Judging by the titles, Gary was a fan of violent action movies. There wasn't a single movie Carol would have paid money to see, and several she'd have parted with hard cash to avoid. Gary was gone less than a minute. He returned with a plastic-wrapped package of white powder in one hand and a roll-up trailing a streamer of unmistakable dope smoke in the other. "This is the merchandise," he said, tossing the package towards her. Carol grabbed it without thinking. then realized this meant her fingerprints were now all over it. She made a mental note to wipe the surface as soon as she got the chance. She had no idea whether she'd be carrying the real thing, although she doubted it. But the last thing she needed was to get a tug from some eager copper who wasn't part of the operation and be nailed with a half-kilo of cocaine with her prints all over it. So, where am I supposed to deliver it? Gary perched on the arm of the sofa and took a deep drag from the skinny joint. Carol studied his narrow face, itemizing the features as she habitually did, just in case. Thin, long nose, hollow cheeks, deep-set brown eyes, a plain silver ring through the left eyebrow, a jutting jaw with a definite overbite. "There's a cafe-bar in Dean Street," he said. "Damocles, it's called. The guy you're meeting will be at the corner table at the back by the toilets. You hand over the package, and he'll give you a wad. You bring the cash back here to me, that clear? How will I know it's the right guy? I mean, what if he can't get that table?" Gary rolled his eyes. "He'll be reading Q magazine, and he smokes gitan. That enough? Or do you want his inside leg measurement? A description would help. Dream on. Or a name?" Gary's grin was crooked, revealing even teeth-stained ivory. "Yeah, right, that'll happen. Look, just do it, huh? I'll be expecting you back here by 2. Carol tucked the drugs away in her shoulder bag, placing the package between the folds of the denim leggings, then rubbing the surface clean through the cloth. She didn't care if Gary saw her. It wouldn't hurt to have a witness to her prudence if he was, as she suspected, one of Morgan's watchers. "See you later, then," she said, trying not to show the antagonism she felt. After all, there was no point. He was almost certainly someone like her, a cop thrust into an alien role for some purpose neither of them was allowed to know. She returned to the street and shivered as a chill gust of wind cut through her thin clothes. The quickest way to Soho would mean turning left and heading back to the main road where she could pick up a bus, which would be what they were expecting her to do. So she turned right and walked briskly towards the end of the street. From her earlier reconnaissance, Carol knew she could cut through the warren of back streets to a short alley between some shops that would bring her out on the other side of Stoke Newington, from where she could catch a train. They wouldn't be expecting that, she reckoned. At the corner, she quickened her pace to a trot, hoping to make the next corner before whoever was on her tail could catch up with her. She crossed into the next street, pulling the cagoule out of her bag as she went. Her next turning was almost upon her, and she swung quickly into a gateway, pulling the cagoule over her head and jamming the baseball cap over her blonde hair. Then she walked back into the street, this time adopting a slow, swaggering walk, as if she had all the time in the world. When she reached the junction, she glanced over her shoulder. Nobody in sight, apart from an elderly man clutching a supermarket carrier bag and shuffling down the opposite side of the street, which meant nothing, she knew. She couldn't allow herself to act as if she'd shaken off her pursuit. Now the entrance to the alley was in sight. It was a narrow passage between high brick walls, easy to miss if you didn't know it was there. With the adrenaline surge of relief, Carol turned into its gloomy mouth. She was about a third of the way down when she realized she'd made a bad mistake. Heading towards her were 2 young men. There wasn't quite enough room for them to walk side by side, but they were so close together she couldn't possibly pass them. They looked like thugs, but these days most men in their late teens and early 20s did. Carol found herself wondering, idiotically, when exactly it had become fashionable for respectable lads to look like potential muggers. This pair fit the identikit mould perfectly. Heads shaved to stubble, waterproof Nike jackets over football shirts, chinos and Doc Martens. There was nothing to distinguish them from thousands of others. Maybe that's the point, she thought, as they approached inexorably. She desperately wanted to look behind her, to check her avenue of escape, but knew that would instantly be seen as a sign of weakness. The gap between her and the 2 men closed by the second, and she could see their gait change almost imperceptibly. Now they were moving more cautiously on the balls of their feet, a pair of predators sizing up the prey. She had to assume they were part of the game, which meant they'd stop short of doing her serious damage. To think otherwise was too disturbing. Carol was far too accustomed to being a woman in control of her environment to contemplate how easily she'd turned herself into a potential victim. Suddenly, they were upon her, jostling her from either side, backing her into the wall. "What have we got here, then?" the taller of the 2 said, his voice a guttural North London taunt. "Yeah, what's your name, darling?" the other leered. Carol chanced to look at the far end of the alley. It was clear. There were only the two of them. Her moment's inattention had given them their chance. The taller one grabbed at her bag. "Give it up," he demanded. "Save yourself a beating." Carol clung on grimly, leaning against the wall and adjusting her weight. Her left leg shot out in a savage kick, catching him on the inside of the kneecap. He howled in pain and rage, stumbling back and away from her, releasing the bag strap to grab his knee as he crumpled to the ground. "Fucking cunt," the other one said in a low voice that was far more frightening than a shout. He sprang towards her, right arm pulling back for a punch. Carol saw it all with slow-motion clarity. As he brought his fist towards her, she let herself drop, and his momentum carried him forward into the wall. It gave her a couple of precious seconds to grab the gas canister from her bag. As her first assailant scrambled to his feet, she let him have the CS gas straight in the face. Now he was really howling, screaming like an animal in a trap. His mate swung round, ready for a second attack. When he saw her grinning like a madwoman, the spray can at arm's length, pointing straight at him, he raised both hands, palms facing her, in the universal gesture of surrender. "Fucking take it easy, bitch!" he shouted. "Get out of my fucking way," Carol snarled. Obediently, he flattened himself against the wall. She edged past him, careful to keep the spray pointing at him all the time. His friend was still yelling, his eyes streaming and his mouth contorted in pain. Carol walked backwards in the direction of the street, never taking her eyes off them. The one who had punched the wall had his arm round the other now, and they were staggering towards the far end of the alley, all the bravado knocked out of them, like the air from a punctured balloon. She allowed herself a small private smile. If that was the best Morgan could throw at her, she was going to come out of this with flying colours. She turned her back on her assailants and walked out into the busy street. It was hard to believe that only a matter of yards from this mid-morning bustle of shoppers and strollers she'd stared physical danger in the face. As the adrenaline surge receded, she became aware of the state she was in. Her upper body was drenched, the double skin of the vinyl jacket and the cagoule acting like a sweatbox on her skin. Her hair under the baseball cap felt plastered to her head, and she was starving. If she was going to complete this mission, she'd be crazy to ignore her body's messages. Up ahead, she saw the golden arches of a McDonald's. She could get something to eat, then use the toilet to clean herself up and switch from the skirt into her denim leggings. With luck, it would have a functioning hot air hand dryer. She could maybe even alter her hairstyle thanks to the sweat of panic. 20 minutes later, Carol was back on the street. Her hair was off her face, slicked back with a smear of hair wax. The aviator frames subtly altered the shape of her face. The jacket was zipped up, hiding the T-shirt underneath. She looked different enough from the woman who had rung Gary's doorbell to confuse most casual observers. She knew it wasn't enough to fool the sort of scrutiny she expected to be under, but it might be sufficient to buy her a few extra seconds when it counted. She took her time, getting to the station, browsing shop windows as if she was just another idle shopper wondering what to buy for dinner. But once there, she trotted up the steps to the platform just in time to catch the train. "Good thing I checked out the timetable," she congratulated herself, as she slumped into a corner seat in a carriage that smelled of dust. It was a breathing space, time to figure out what came next. Chapter 12. Petra walked into the squadron of the Gay Sa. It was as depressing as every other one she'd been in. The net curtains that blurred the bars over the 3 windows were the dirty yellow of second-hand nicotine, the walls and floor the same graded shades of grey that characterized the rest of the Gay Sa. That fascinating gamut from dove to anthracite, Petra thought wryly. The Wachpolizisten stationed at the Gay Sa had tried to brighten up the room with the usual kitsch array of postcards, cartoons, and photographs of their pets. A couple of tired plants struggled to cope with the absence of any direct sunlight. It only served to make the place even more depressing. The room was empty, except for a solitary female Wapo, who was putting a plastic box full of prisoners' personal effects on one of the shelves. She turned as Petra leaned on the counter and cleared her throat. "I'm Petra Becker from Criminal Intelligence. I'm here to see Marlena Krebs," Petra said. "You've still got her, right?" The Wapo nodded. "She's due to see the judge in a couple of hours, then she'll be transferred, I guess. Don't you want to wait till then?" "I need to talk to her now. I can use the lawyer's room, yeah?" The Wapo looked uncertain. "You better talk to the boss. He's in the report room." "That's down at the end of the cell block, right?" "Behind the fingerprint room, yeah. You'll need to leave your gun here." Petra took her pistol from its holster in the small of her back and locked it into one of the lockers for visiting officers. Then she headed out of the squad room towards the cell corridor. She glanced up at the electronic alert system the cops sarcastically called the room service board. None of the alarm lamps was lit. For once, the prisoners were being well behaved, not driving the gay Sartine crazy with constant summonses. The cell block itself was surprisingly sterile and modern. The usual linoleum gave way to red brick tiles on floor and walls. Most of the doors were closed, indicating that they were occupied. A couple were open, revealing a small vestibule, beyond which wall-to-wall bars enclosed 4 square meters of cell, equipped with a bed and a rectangular hole in the floor, covered with a chrome grid, in case the inmates decided not to ring for a toilet visit and just fouled the cell. It was a mistake most of them made only once. The cost of cleaning the cell after such acts of defiance was billed directly to the prisoners. Petra wondered which door concealed Marlene Krebs and how she was coping. Badly, she hoped. It would make her job that much easier. She found the shift commander in the Schreibzimmer, frowning at one of the Berliner Modell computers. She explained her mission, and he asked her to wait while he organized an interview. "We shouldn't really have her here," he grumbled. "She should have gone straight to Kripo. But since it happened on our doorstep, they told us to hang on to her." "It is only for 24 hours max," Petra pointed out. "That's about 23 too many for me. She's been bleating since she arrived. She wants a lawyer, she wants to use the toilet, she wants a drink. She seems to think this is a hotel, not a detention center. She acts like we should be treating her like a hero instead of a criminal." He pushed himself to his feet and made for the door. "I'll send someone for you in a few minutes. You can take a look at the paperwork. It's in the tray over there." He gestured with his thumb to a pile of files stacked high above the edges of a filing tray. He was as good as his word. Within 10 minutes, she was sitting in the Anwaltsraum, facing Marlene Krebs across a table bolted to the floor. Krebs could have been any age between 30 and 40, though Petra knew from the report she'd read that the woman was only 28. Her hair was dyed a harsh black, tousled from a night in the cells. Her makeup was smudged, presumably from the same cause. Krebs had the puffy face and hands of a drinker, and the whites of her pale green eyes were tinged with yellow. However, she also possessed the sleepy sensuality of a woman who is attractive to men and who knows it. "Marlene, I'm Petra Becker from Criminal Intelligence." Petra sat back and let the words sink in. Krebs' face revealed nothing. "Have you got any cigarettes?" she asked. Petra took a half-empty pack from her pocket and pushed it towards Krebs. She snatched at it and thrust a cigarette between full lips. "What about a light, then?" she demanded. "The cigarette was free. The light will cost you." Krebs scowled. "Bitch," she said. Petra shook her head. "Not a good start." "What's this about, anyway? What have I got to do with criminal intelligence?" "It's a bit late to be asking that, Marlene. That really should have been your first question." Krebs took the cigarette from her mouth and flicked the tip as if there was ash to be deposited. "Look, I admit I shot that dope-dealing bastard Kamal. It's not like there's much room for doubt. But I had good reason. He sold my Danny the junk that killed him. What can I say? I was crazy with grief." Petra slowly shook her head. "You're never going to cut it as an actress, Marlene. That routine needs a lot of work before you go in front of a judge. Look, we both know your story is bullshit. Why don't we cut the crap and see what I can do for you?" "I don't know what you're talking about. I told you. Kamal killed Danny. I loved Danny. Something in me snapped when I heard Kamal had been arrested, and I wanted to take revenge for what he had taken from me." Petra smiled. It was the lizard smile of a predator who smells the first hint of blood. "See, Marlene, there's the first big problem. The guys who brought Kamal in, they didn't hang around. They went straight to his restaurant. They pulled him out of the front door and into their car. Then they drove here. I've seen the logs. There was barely enough time for you to hear about the arrest. Never mind get hold of a gun and get to Friesenstrasse in time to put a bullet in his head." Petra let Marlene think about that. "Unless, of course, someone tipped you the wink that the arrest was about to go down. Why would anyone do that, unless they wanted Kamal dead? So, how did you hear about Kamal's arrest?" "I don't have to answer you." "No, you don't. But you do need to listen to me, because everything I'm saying to you is a stick of dynamite blowing a hole in your mitigation. Marlene, this isn't going to play the way whoever set you up for it said it would. Your story is going to fall to bits as soon as the creepos start poking around. Now, I know you think they're not going to bother too much with this, because it's saved them the hassle of a difficult prosecution with Kamal, not to mention one less scuzzy middle-ranking dealer on the streets. But me, you see, I'm bothered, because I'm interested in the people above Kamal. You're not making any sense, Krebs said obstinately. Are you going to light this fucking cigarette or what? I told you, not for free. Come on, Marlena, face it, you're going away for a very long time. This wasn't a crime of passion, it was an assassination, and we're going to prove it. You're going to be a grandmother before you see freedom again. For the first time, there was a flicker of something behind Krebs' cold eyes. You can't prove what isn't true? Petra laughed out loud. Oh, please, Marlena. I thought your sort believed that's what us cops do all the time. Okay, proving what isn't true can sometimes be demanding, but compared to that, proving what we know to be true is a piece of piss. I know you were put up to this, and I know the people who did that gambled on us not caring too much about who took Kamal down or why. But they weren't gambling with their own stake. They were using you for chips. So, we already have a hole in your story about time. I think the next hole will be where you got the gun from. It was Danny's gun, she said quickly. He left it in my apartment, which is about 10 minutes' drive from Kamal's restaurant, and a good 20-minute drive from here. But the cops only took 13 minutes to get here from Kamal's. You couldn't possibly have made it here in time, even if someone had called you the minute the cops took Kamal into custody, so calling it Danny's gun makes a second hole in your story. Petra picked up the cigarette packet and put it back in her pocket. Right now, she continued, I've got a team out in Mitte talking to everybody who knows you and who knew Danny. I'd put money on us not finding a single person who can put you and him together. Well, maybe we'll get one or two, but I'd put money on the fact that they'll be tied in as closely to Darko Krasic as you are. At the sound of Krasic's name, Krebs reacted. Her thumb flicked the end of the cigarette so hard she broke the filter tip clean off. For one brief moment something sparked in her eyes. Inside, Petra rejoiced. The first crack had appeared. Now for the crowbar. Give him up, Marlena. He's thrown you to the wolves. You talk to me, you can save yourself. You can watch your kid grow up. Something shifted behind Krebs' gaze, and Petra realized she'd lost her. The mention of her daughter. That's what had done it. Of course, she thought. Krasic has the kid under wraps. That's his insurance policy. Before she could break Krebs, they'd have to find the daughter. Still, it was worth one last throw of the dice. You'll be going in front of the judge soon, she said. You'll be remanded in custody. No matter how smart-mouthed your lawyer is, no matter how many times he plays the card that you're no risk to the public, they're not going to bail you, because I'm going to tell the prosecutor we've got you on our books as someone with links to organized crime. You're going into the general prison population. Do you have any idea how easy it will be for me to make it look like you're cooperating with us? And do you have any idea how little time it will take Darko Krasic to make sure you never talk to anyone else again? I mean, think about it, Marlena. How long did it take him to set up Kamal? Petra got to her feet. Think about it. She crossed to the door and knocked to indicate that the meeting was over. As the WAPO outside opened up, Petra looked back over her shoulder. Marlena Krebs was leaning forward, her loose hair shrouding her face. I'll be calling you, Marlena. Krebs looked up. Hate blared across the room at Petra. Fuck you, she said. I'll take that as a yes, Petra thought triumphantly, as she walked back to the Wachter for her gun. She had finally lit a low flame under Darko Krasic that might eventually cook Tadeusz Radecki. Carol had always enjoyed the ambience of Soho. She'd seen it shift from the seediness of the porn industry's hub to the stylish, gay-orientated cafe society it had become in the 1990s, but there had never been a time when she hadn't found it fascinating. Chinatown rubbed shoulders with Theatreland. Leather men shared the pavements with shifty-eyed prostitutes punters. Media gurus battled wannabe gangsters for taxis. Although she'd never policed its narrow, traffic-choked streets, she spent a lot of time there, much of it in a drinking club on Beak Street, where one of her oldest friends, now a literary journalist, was a founding member. Today, everything was different. She was looking at the world through a different lens. From the perspective of a drugs courier, nothing was quite the same. Every face on the street was a potential cause for concern, Every dodgy doorway could pose some unnamed threat. To walk down Old Compton Street was to tiptoe into the danger zone, antennae bristling and every sense quivering with alertness. She wondered how criminals coped with these levels of adrenaline. Just one morning, and she was jittery at some deep level, her stomach clenched and her skin clammy. Simply trying to keep her pace down to a stroll took every ounce of effort she had to give. She turned into Dean Street, her eyes scanning the pavements and the roadway, constantly checking to see if anyone was taking an interest in her. Something tricky was bound to be lying in wait for her, and she wanted a sense of what that might be. Carol spotted Damocles up ahead of her, on the opposite side of the street. It looked like a typical Soho cafe bar, all designer chairs and marble tables, exotic flower arrangements visible through the smoked glass window. She kept on walking till she reached the next corner, then circled the block so that she came back down Dean Street in the opposite direction. She was almost level with them when she saw them. She'd never worked drugs, but she was familiar with the plain-clothes cars they used. This one looked like a bog-standard Ford Mondeo, but what gave it away were the twin tailpipes of the exhaust. This had a lot more under the bonnet than the standard engine. The stubby radio aerial sticking out of the rear window was confirmation enough if she'd needed it. The driver sat behind the wheel, ostensibly reading the paper, a baseball cap pulled down to shield the top half of his face. Where there was one, there would be more. Now she had a better idea of what she was looking for. Carol carried on ambling down the street. There was another car she was fairly sure was Drug Squad, again with the driver in place behind his newspaper. Directly opposite Damocles, two men were making a very thorough job of cleaning the window of a newsagent's. A third man was bending over a bike, pumping up the rear tire very slowly, checking the pressure with his fingers every few seconds. 2 carloads, she thought. That meant 6 or 8 officers. She'd clocked 5, which meant there were probably another 3 she hadn't spotted. If she was their target, the chances were that the others were already inside the cafe. Fine, so be it. Time for a little improvisation. What Carol hadn't registered was the battered white van parked behind the Mondeo. Inside, it was fitted out with state-of-the-art surveillance kit. Morgan, Thorson and Surtees, perched on swivel chairs, headsets clamped to their ears. "That's her, isn't it?" Thorson said. "She's changed the way she looks, but it's her." "You can always tell by the walk," Surtees said, reaching across her to snag a thermos he'd had filled with cafe latte from his favourite Old Compton Street bar. "The one thing it's almost impossible to disguise." Morgan stared intently into one of the video monitors. "She's carrying on to the corner. That's 2 passes. She'll go in next time." "She handled those 2 thugs well," Surtees said, pouring out his coffee and pointedly not offering any to his colleagues. Morgan, he knew, would have his inevitable bottle of San Pellegrino stashed somewhere. Thorson, he'd never liked enough to want to share anything with. Thorson glared at him as the rich aroma of the coffee hit. She never seemed to manage to be as prepared for things as that anally retentive bastard Surtees. He always made her feel inadequate. She suspected that Morgan knew that, and that it was one of the reasons he kept them working together. He always liked to keep people on their toes. It meant he got results. But she couldn't help feeling that it was sometimes at the expense of the nervous systems of his team members. She craned her neck to look at the monitor over Morgan's shoulder. "All units in place. Target entering," she heard, through the crackle in her headset. "On my word, not before." Carol had come back into sight, this time moving with a determined stride towards the heavy glass and chrome doors of Damocles. Morgan clicked the mouse linked to the video display, and the picture changed to the inside of the cafe. Another click, and the screen split into 2 images. One showed the whole of the interior, the other focused on the man sitting reading and smoking at a table in the rear. They watched as Carol walked in and made straight for the bar. She chose a stool towards the back of the room, a little distance from the man she'd been told was her contact, but she made no attempt to catch his attention. She said something to the barista, who supplied her with a mineral water. "A pity we couldn't get audio in place," Surtees said. "There's far too much background noise," Thorson said. "We tried a mic under the table, but the marble blocked out anything worth hearing." Carol reached into her bag and pulled out a packet of cigarettes. She took one out and put it between her lips. "I didn't think she smoked," Thorson said. "She doesn't." Morgan frowned at the screen. What is she up to? Carol made a show of searching in her bag and pulling her face in disgust. She looked around her, and her eyes lit on the man at the corner table. She hitched herself off the stool, leaving her bag on the bar, and walked across to him. Now her body was between the man and the camera, and they couldn't see what was happening. She bent down, then eventually stood up, the lit cigarette between her fingers. "A long time to light a fag," Morgan said, suspicion in his voice. "She's not following the script." "Good for her," Thorson said softly, as Carol returned to her bar stool. She sipped her drink and toyed with the cigarette, stabbing it out before it had burned halfway down. Then she was on her feet in a blur of movement, grabbing her bag and heading for the toilets. As she opened the door, her contact jumped to his feet, leaving his magazine, and followed her. "Oh, shit," Morgan said. "Is there an exit out there?" Surtees shrugged. "I've no idea. It was Mary who checked the place out." Thorson coloured. "There's a fire exit. It's alarmed." As she spoke, the peal of a security siren screamed. At the same moment, all hell broke loose in their ears. Carol ran down the narrow service alley between the tall buildings. She didn't have to look over her shoulder to check her contact was behind her. She could hear his heavy footfalls closing on her with every step. They emerged on a narrow side street, the pavements busy with people returning to their offices after lunch. Carol slowed to a brisk walk, her contact falling into step beside her. "Fucking hell," he said. "You trying to kill me?" "I spotted a geezer from the drug squad sitting outside the cafe in a car," she said, still firmly in character. "Him and his stormtroopers turned over a mate of mine's place a couple of months back. They didn't get anything then, and I'm fucked if I was going to let them get anything now." A nearby police siren swirled through the air. "We've got to get off the street." "My motor's over in Greek Street," he said. "They might have clocked that and all," Carol said impatiently. She jinked across the road between the traffic-jammed cars, heading for a dingy corner pub. She pushed open the doors. It was still busy from the lunchtime crowd, and she squirmed her way to the rear of the room, checking he was still with her. They squeezed into the angle between the bar and the back wall. Carol's hand was in her bag. "Have you got the money?" His hand was inside his jacket pocket. He came out with an envelope folded to the size of a £20 note, thick as a London A to Z. Their hands were low, his body blocking them from any curious eyes. Carol passed him the drugs and took the money. "Nice doing business," she said wryly, then pushed past him. She looked around for the ladies' toilet, made her way through the throng, and dived into a cubicle. She sat on the toilet, head in her hands, shaking. What the hell sort of assignment did they have lined up for her, if this was their idea of an exercise? Gradually, she got her breathing and her heart rate under control. She stood up and wondered if there was any point in trying to change her look again. She pulled off the leggings and replaced them with the skirt, then jabbed the baseball cap down over her hair. She might as well give it a try. Now all she had to do was get back to Stoke Newington in one piece. That shouldn't be beyond her, she thought grimly. Out on the street, there was no sign of pursuit. She made her way by a circuitous route to the Tottenham Court Road Underground station and tried not to think about what could still go wrong. At least now she didn't have any drugs on her. Money was always explicable. The only dodgy thing in her possession was the CS gas canister. When nobody was looking, she pushed it into the gap between the seat and the bulkhead of the tube. Not the most responsible thing she'd ever done, but she wasn't thinking like Carol Jordan any longer. She was thinking like Janine Gerald, 100%. 3/4 of an hour later, she turned back into the street where the day's mission had begun. There was no sign of anything out of place. It was funny how in just a few hours normal could seem so rife with potential threat. But at least now the end was in sight. She took a deep breath and marched up to the front door. It wasn't Gary who answered the door this time. The man on the doorstep had the bulky upper torso of a weightlifter. His reddish hair was cropped close to his head, and the glare from his prominent pale blue eyes was unnerving. "Yeah? What do you want?" he asked, belligerently. "I'm looking for Gary," she said. Her nerves were buzzing again. He didn't look like a cop, but what if this was another trap? He pursed his lips, then shouted over his shoulder, "Gary, you expecting some bird?" A muffled, "Yeah, let her in," came from the room she'd been in earlier. The weightlifter stepped back, opening the door wide. There was nothing in the hall to make her uneasy, so Carol stifled her doubts and walked in. He stepped neatly behind her and slammed the door shut. It was obviously a signal. 3 men stepped out from the doorways leading off the hall. "Police! Stay where you are!" the one who had opened the door shouted. What the fuck? She managed to get out before they were on her. Hands seized her and half pushed, half dragged her into the living room. One of them made a grab for her bag. She clung on grimly, trying for the appearance of indignant innocence. "Get your hands off me!" she shouted. They pushed her onto the sofa. "What's your name?" the weightlifter demanded. "Karen Barstow," she said, using the cover name she'd been given in the brief. "Right then, Karen. What's your business with Gary?" She tried for bewildered. "Look, what is this? How do I know you're the old Bill?" He pulled a wallet out of the pocket of his jogging trousers and flashed a warrant card at her too fast for her to take in a name. But it was the real thing. She knew that. "Satisfied?" She nodded. "I still don't get it. What's going on? Why are you picking on me?" "Don't play the innocent. We know you're one of Gary's mules. You've been carrying drugs for him. We know the score." "That's bullshit. I just came round to give him his winnings. I don't know nothing about no drugs," she said defiantly. She thrust her bag at him, relieved she'd ditched the CS gas. "Look, go on. There's fuck all in there." He took the bag and unceremoniously dumped the contents on the floor. He went straight for the envelope and ripped it open. He riffled the bundle of notes with his thumb. "There must be a couple of grand here," he said. "I dunno, I didn't look. You won't find my prints on a single one of them notes. All I know is that my mate Linda asked me to drop off Gary's winnings." "It must have been a hell of a bet," one of the other officers said, leaning indolently against the wall. "I don't know anything about that. You got to believe me. I know what you're talking about. I don't even do drugs, never mind dealing them." "Who said anything about dealing?" the weightlifter asked, shoving the money back into the envelope. "Dealing, running, whatever. I don't have nothing to do with that, I swear on my mother's grave. All I was doing was bringing Gary his winnings." She was confident now. They had nothing on her. Nobody had seen her hand over the drugs to her contact. She was clear on that. "Gary says he sent you off with a parcel of drugs this morning," the weightlifter said. "I don't know why he'd say that, because it's not true." She was almost sure what he was saying was a bluff. All she had to do was stick to her story. Let them come to her with anything concrete. "You went out with the drugs, and you were due to come back with the money. And here you are with an envelope full of reddies." She shrugged. "I told you. It's his winnings from the horses. I don't care what lies Gary's told you. That's the truth, and you can't prove any different." "Let's see about that, shall we? A little trip down to the station. Get a female officer to give you the full body search, and see if you're as keen on your bullshit then." Carol almost smiled. At least she was on firmer ground here. She knew her rights. "I'm not going nowhere with you pigs unless you arrest me. And if you arrest me, I'm saying bugger all until I get to see me lawyer." The weightlifter glanced around at his colleagues. That was all she needed to see. They didn't have anything on her. They had been lying about what Gary had said, because if he really had thrown her to the wolves, it would be enough to arrest her on suspicion. She got to her feet. "So, what's it to be? Are you going to arrest me, or am I going to walk out that door? With Gary's money, by the way, because you've got no right to that." She crouched down and started scooping her possessions back into her bag. Before anyone could respond, the door opened, and Morgan stepped into the room. "Thank you, gentlemen," he said. "I appreciate your help, but I'll take it from here." The weightlifter looked as if he wanted to protest, but one of his colleagues put a restraining hand on his arm. The four who had confronted Carol filed out of the door. On his way out, the one who had been lounging against the wall turned back. "For the record, sir, we're not best pleased with the way this has gone." "Noted," Morgan said curtly. He winked at Carol and held a finger to his lips till they heard the front door close behind them. Then he smiled. "You have really pissed off the drug squad," he said. "I have? That was a real deal that went down out there," he said, crossing to the sofa and sitting down. "The drug squad's intention was to pick up the bloke you sold the drugs to. You were supposed to have a fairly hairy time, but be given the opportunity to escape. Unfortunately, you didn't play it the way we were all expecting you to, and Chummy walked away with a parcel of drugs that was supposed to be back in our hands by bedtime." Carol swallowed hard. This was exactly the kind of fuck-up she'd wanted to avoid. "I'm sorry, sir." Morgan shrugged. "Don't be. Somebody should have had the wit to cover the emergency exit. You, on the other hand, exhibited initiative under pressure. You acted in character throughout. You dealt with those two bruisers from the NCIS football hooligan squad with intelligence and style. You did everything you could to cover your tracks and change your appearance, and you outsmarted the opposition right along the line. We couldn't have asked for a better display of your talents, DCI Jordan." Carol stood up a little straighter. "Thank you, sir. So, do I get the job?" A shadow crossed Morgan's normally open features. "Oh, yes, you get the job." He reached into the inside pocket of his jacket and fished out a card. "My office. Tomorrow morning. We'll give you the full brief then. Right now I'd suggest you go home and make whatever arrangements are necessary to cover your absence. You'll be going away for a while, and you won't be able to go home again until the job's done." Carol frowned. "I'm not going to Europol." "Not just yet." He leaned forward, his elbows on his knees. "Carol, you get this assignment right, and you can more or less write your own ticket." She noted the use of her first name. In her experience, senior officers outside your own team only ever got that informal when the shit was heading for the fan, and they hoped you'd be the one standing between it and them. "And if I get it wrong?" Morgan shook his head. "Don't even think about it." Chapter 13. There was never any shortage of work for idle hands on board the Wilhelmina Rosen. The old man had set the standard, and he was determined not to fall below it. The crew clearly thought he was obsessive, but he didn't care. What was the point in having one of the most beautiful Rhine ships on the water if you didn't maintain it to the highest standard? You might as well be piloting one of the modern steel boxes that had as much personality as a cornflake packet. Tonight, his task was to restore the brasswork on the bridge to its gleaming patina. He'd been understandably preoccupied with his personal plans, but that morning he'd noticed that it had begun to grow dull. So he decided to spend the evening with a bundle of rags and a tin of brass polish, determined to nip his slipshod ways in the bud before they became a new habit. Inevitably, his mind slipped sideways from the repetitious task to the closer concerns of his heart. Tomorrow they would be heading back down the Rhine, towards the place where all this had begun. Schloss Hochenstein, standing high on a bluff upriver from Bingen, its Gothic windows glaring down on the turbulent waters of the Rhine Gorge, its grey stone as forbidding as a thundercloud, the legacy of some almost forgotten medieval robber baron. For years the Wilhelmina Rosen had motored up and down this stretch of river, his grandfather at the helm, never betraying by so much as a sideways glance that the Schloss meant anything to him. Perhaps if it had been situated in a less demanding stretch of water, his studied avoidance of so prominent a landmark would have taken on its own significance. In the Rhine Gorge, however, skippers had to concentrate every ounce of their attention on the water. It had always been a severe test of the skills of boatmen, with its sharp twists, its rock-studded banks, its unexpected eddies and whirlpools, and the very speed of its flow. These days, it was easier because deep channels had been dug and dredged to control the capricious movement of the water, but it still remained a stretch of water where a tourist making a single trip would have stronger memories of the surrounding scenery than a Rhine ship skipper who had made the transit 100 times. And so he had never noticed his grandfather's stubborn refusal to let his eyes range over the prospect of Schloss Hochenstein. Now he knew the reason for that evasion. He had developed a deep and abiding fascination with the castle. He'd even driven up there one night when they'd been moored a few miles upriver. He'd been too late to buy a ticket and take the tour, but he'd stood outside the ornately carved lintel of the main gateway his grandfather had entered 60 years before. How could anyone look at that grim facade and not sense the horrors those high, narrow windows had witnessed? He imagined the stones held captive the screams and cries of hundreds of children. The very walls were a repository of pain and fear. Just looking at it made him sweat, the memories of his own agonies rising sharp and harsh as the day they were inflicted. The Schloss should have been razed to the ground, not turned into a tourist attraction. He wondered if any of the guides on the pleasure boats that plied the gorge ever mentioned the recent history that had stained Schloss Hochenstein so indelibly. Somehow, he doubted it. Nobody wanted to be reminded of that part of the past. They wanted to pretend it had never happened, and that was why nobody had ever had to pay for it. Well, he was making the bastards pay now, that was for sure. He rubbed away at the brass, his mind replaying the conversation he'd had in the beer garden with Heinrich Holtz. Well, not so much a conversation as a monologue. "We were the ones they called lucky," he'd said, his rheumy eyes flickering constantly from side to side, never settling on one thing for long. "We survived." "Survived what?" the younger man asked. Holtz continued, as if he hadn't heard the question. "Everybody knows about the concentration camps. They all talk about the horrors inflicted on the Jews, the gypsies, the queers. But there were other victims, the forgotten ones. Me and your granddad, we were two of the forgotten ones. That's because where we ended up was called a hospital, not a camp. Did you know that German psychiatric hospitals held 300,000 patients in 1939, but only 40,000 were still alive in 1946? The rest died at the hands of the psychiatrists and the psychologists, and that's not counting all the children and babies who were slaughtered in the name of racial purity. There was even one so-called hospital where they celebrated the cremation of the 10,000th mental patient in a special ceremony. Doctors, nurses, attendants, the administrative staff, they all joined in. They all got a free bottle of beer to toast the occasion. But you didn't have to be mad to end up in their clutches. If you were deaf or blind, retarded or disabled, you had to be got rid of for the sake of the master race. A stammer or a hare lip was enough to see you sent off. He paused and sipped cautiously at his beer, his shoulders hunching closer than seemed possible. Me and your granddad, we weren't mentally or physically handicapped. We weren't mad. We were just badly behaved lads. Antisocial, they called us. I was always up to mischief. I'd never do what my mother told me. My dad was dead, and she wasn't much good at keeping me in order. So I was running wild, stealing, throwing stones, making fun of the soldiers goose-stepping through the town. He shook his head. I was only 8 years old. I didn't know any better. Anyway, one morning a doctor arrived at the house with a couple of men in white coats and SS boots. I fought like a tiger, but they just beat the living shit out of me and threw me into the back of what had been an ambulance. Now it was more like a police van. They chained me to the wall and we set off. By the end of the day, there were a dozen of us in there, scared out of our wits, sitting in our own piss and shit. Your granddad was one of them. We were sitting next to each other, and that was the beginning of our friendship. I reckon that's how we survived. We managed to keep some sort of human contact alive between us, in spite of everything that happened. Holtz finally met the barge skipper's eyes. That's the hardest thing, remembering you're human. Where did they take you? The skipper inquired. He knew it was probably the least important thing he could ask, but he sensed already that Holtz's story would be far from pretty. Anything that would derail or even delay it seemed like a good idea. Schloss Hohenstein. I'll never forget my first sight of it. You only had to look at it to feel the fear rising up and choking you. A great big castle, like something out of a horror film. Inside it was always dark, always cold. Stone floors, tiny high windows and walls that seemed to sweat damp. You'd lie shivering in your bed at night, wondering if you'd still be alive in the morning. You never cried, though. If you made a fuss, you got injections, and if you got injections, you died. It was like living in a nightmare you can't wake up from. The government had requisitioned the Schloss and turned it into what they called the Institute of Developmental Psychology. You see, they didn't just want to kill all us kids who didn't fit the mold. They wanted to use us, alive and dead. The dead had their brains pickled and dissected. The living had their brains fucked with too. Only we got to live with the consequences. Holtz reached into the inside pocket of his overcoat and took out a packet of slim, dark cigars. He shook one out of the packet and offered it to the younger man, who declined with a shake of the head and a wave of the hand. Holtz unwrapped it and took his time lighting it. You know how scientists do their experiments with rats and monkeys? Well, in Schloss Hohenstein, they used us kids. Holtz fiddled with his cigar, using it as a prop rather than smoking it. The smart kids, like me and your granddad, we learned quickly, so we survived. But it was a living hell. How do you think the Nazi interrogators learned their skills? They practiced on us. We would be deprived of sleep for weeks at a time till we were hallucinating, and so disorientated we could no longer speak our own names. We were given electric shocks to the genitals to see how long we could keep a secret. The girls were raped before and after puberty to explore the emotional effects. Sometimes the boys were forced to take part in the rapes so their reactions could be observed. They forced rubber tubes down our throats, then poured water straight into our lungs. Your grandfather and I, we survived that, God knows how. For days I couldn't eat a thing. My gullet felt like one long bruise. But there were a lot who didn't make it. They drowned. They used to stage exhibitions. They'd bring in doctors from other hospitals, SS officers, local officials. They'd pick some poor fucking imbecile, some kid with Down syndrome or a spastic. The doctors would parade them in front of the audience, talking about how they must be exterminated for the benefit of the people. We were seen as a drain on the resources of the state. They'd say things like, "A dozen soldiers can be trained for what it costs to keep one of these vegetables in an institution for a month." And there was no escape. I remember one lad, Ernst, who was brought in with us. His only sin was that his father had been condemned as an enemy of the state for being lazy. Ernst thought he could outsmart them. He tried to win their trust by working as hard as he could. He was always sweeping the floors, cleaning the toilets, making himself useful. One day he managed to get out of the main building into the courtyard, and he made a run for it. Holtz shuddered at the memory. They caught him, of course. We were in the dining hall eating the slops they served us for dinner, when they dragged him in by the hair. Then they stripped him naked. 4 nurses held him down on a table, while 2 of the doctors beat the soles of his feet with canes, counting out loud all the time. Ernst was screaming like a scalded baby. They kept beating him till his feet were lumps of raw meat, the flesh hanging off the bones and the blood dripping off the table onto the floor. Eventually he passed out, and the institute director was standing there with a clipboard, noting how many strokes of the canes and how long it had taken to get to that point. Then he turned to us and said as calmly as if he was announcing what was for dessert, that we should all remember what would happen to any part of our bodies that didn't behave as it should. Holtz passed a hand over his face, wiping a thin sheen of sweat from his forehead. "Do you know, that sadistic bastard remained a member of the German Society of Psychiatrists till he died in 1974. Nobody wants to admit what was done to us. The guilt's too much, you see. It was hard enough for Germany to accept what we did to the Jews, but what was done to us was worse, because our good German parents let it happen. They let the state take us away, mostly without any protest. They just accepted what they were told, that we needed to be disposed of for the greater good, and afterwards nobody wanted to hear our voices. To tell you the truth, I've made myself forget a lot of what happened back there. That's how I've coped. The scars are still there, though, deep down." There was a long silence. Finally, the young skipper drained his beer and said, "Why are you telling me this?" "Because I know your granddad didn't. We used to meet up for a drink now and then, and he admitted that he'd never told you. I thought he was wrong. I think you deserve to know what made him the man he was." Holtz reached out with his bony fingers and covered the other man's hand with his. "I don't know for sure, but I expect it was not easy being brought up by him. But you have to know that if he was harsh to you, he did it for your own protection. He didn't want to risk you turning into the kind of boy he was, with all the consequences that could bring with it. Men like me and your granddad, we might know with our heads that the Nazis aren't coming back, that nobody is going to do to our children and grandchildren what was done to us. But deep down, we're still terrified that there are bastards out there who would do the same thing to the people we love. Those doctors, they didn't come out of nowhere. The monsters weren't just there for one generation. They never paid the price for what they did, you know. They carried on, respected and well rewarded, climbing to the top of their so-called profession, using what they'd learned to train the ones who came after them. There are still monsters out there, only they're better hidden now, or they're somewhere else. So you should know that whatever he did to you that might have seemed cruel or heartless, it was done with the best of motives. He was trying to save you." He had pulled his hand back then. He couldn't bear the dry, papery feel of old skin against his own. His head hurt, a dull ache starting at the base of his skull and spreading outwards like steel fingers squeezing his brain. He felt the familiar blackness rising inside him, swallowing all his pleasure in saying a last farewell to his grandfather. He didn't know how to deal with what he'd just been told, and physical contact with this ruined old man wasn't helping. "I have to go," he said. "My crew, they're waiting." Holtz stared down at the table. "I understand," he said. On the drive back to town, They sat in silence, each staring out at the road ahead. When they reached the outskirts, Holt said, "You can let me out here. I can catch a bus. I don't want to put you out." He reached into his pocket and took out a slip of paper. "I wrote down my address and phone number. If you want to talk some more about this, call me." Holtz got out into the gathering gloom of the afternoon and walked off without a backward glance. They both knew they'd never meet again. He rubbed his temples, trying to replace his bleak thoughts with the joy he'd felt when he'd pushed the old man into the water, but it wasn't working. He put the old Ford in gear and headed back to the docks. He'd always known there must be a reason for what had happened to him. The brutality, the segregation from other kids, the refusal to let him have anything more than a basic education because cleverness got you into trouble. That all had to have come from somewhere. But whatever he had imagined, it hadn't been this. Now, at last, he had someone to blame. Tony pulled up in the drive of Francis's semi-detached house. Everything about it was squared off and neat. Built before developers started putting flourishes on their executive homes, it was entirely plain in its appearance, and unlike several of her neighbours, Francis had steadfastly avoided anything that would break up the straight lines of doors and windows, gable end and garden. No fake Georgian bottle glass window panes for her, no elaborate front door with panels and mouldings, no island beds or wishing wells in the garden, just neat rectangular borders with roses pruned to within a bud of their lives. At first, Tony had liked the orderliness of it all, a contrast to the blurred edges and confusion of his own life. But now he acknowledged that there were good reasons why he had chosen an old cottage without a single wall that was plumb, and a patch of garden filled with rambling geraniums and overgrown hebes. As he had come to know Francis better, he had been reminded that those who impose such regimented order on their surroundings are also inclined to hedge in their internal lives with restrictions and barriers, for fear their unruly souls might burst forth and create an unmanageable chaos. There were times when he longed for chaos. This evening, they were due to play bridge with some acquaintances over in Cooper. Francis, he knew, would have dinner cooking, ready to serve within minutes of his arrival, so that they would be sure of getting to Cooper in good time. He wanted to speak to Carol, to find out how her undercover day had gone, but he knew that there would be no chance later. He'd tried to call her before he left the office, but she hadn't been home. Maybe in the 10 minutes it had taken him to drive across St. Andrews, she'd have returned. He keyed her number into his mobile and waited. 3 rings, and he was connected to her machine. "Hi, Carol. It's Tony. I was wondering how—" "Tony, I just walked through the door. Hang on." He heard the electronic beep of the machine being turned off. Then her voice again. "How lovely of you to call. Put it down to professional curiosity. I was interested to hear how it had gone. I was going to email you later, but this is better still." Even several hundred miles away, he could hear the elation in her voice. "You sound like you're on a real high. How was it?" Her low chuckle was infectious. He could feel the smile spreading across his face. "I suppose that depends on your point of view." "Start with your point of view." "Brilliant. There were a couple of moments when I was absolutely bricking it, but I never felt as if it was slipping out of my control. All the work we did together made me feel confident I could handle whatever they threw at me, and I did." "I'm glad," he said. "So, who didn't think it was brilliant?" "Oh, God," she groaned. "I am numero uno on the drug squad shit list tonight." "Why? What happened?" Laughter bubbled up in Carol's voice as she outlined the fiasco to Tony. "I know I should be mortified, but I'm too busy being pleased with myself." "I can't believe they had so little confidence in you," Tony said. "They should have realized you're smart enough to spot a surveillance. You've set up enough of them over the years. From there it's not a big step to working out that you'd come up with some way to evade the takedown. So, what else did they throw at you?" He settled back in the driving seat and let Carol take him through the day. When she finally ran out of steam, he said, "Hey, you should be proud of yourself. One day on the streets and already you've stopped thinking like the hunter and begun to think like the prey. I'm impressed." "I couldn't have done it without you," he smiled. "You've no idea how much of a kick I got from feeling I was back in the game again, however peripherally. My life is so predictable these days. It was great fun to sit down and work with you again. In fact, it was even better than before, because there were no lives at stake this time." "Maybe you should think about getting back into harness," Carol said. Tony sighed. There's no place for people like me in today's offender profiling strategy. It wouldn't have to be frontline. You could train. Think about it, Tony. If the Home Office don't want to take a chance, maybe you should think about Europe. All those intelligence officers in Europol need to learn how to profile crimes and criminals so they can determine what's connected. There must be a place for someone with your talents, Carol said insistently. Yeah, well, we'll see. So, did they tell you whether you've got the job? They did, and I have, but I still don't know what it is. They're going to brief me tomorrow. Here's the best bit. If I perform well, I get to write my own ticket. The world's going to be my oyster. Tony couldn't help the prickle of misgiving raising the hairs on the back of his neck. For them to have made Carol a promise of that magnitude, the assignment that lay ahead of her was bound to be fraught with risk. It had to be the kind of enterprise that would provoke an instinctive refusal. With this much sugar-coating, the pill would of necessity be an extremely bitter one. "That's great," he said. His eye caught the digital clock on the dashboard. He was cutting it tight if he was going to have time to eat before they had to leave for Cooper. "Listen, Carol, I've got to go now, but I want you to promise me that you'll call as soon as you know what they want from you. I'm not saying this because I have any doubts about your ability. It's just, it sounds like you're going to need all the help you can get, and they're probably going to put you in a position where help won't be easy to come by. I want you to know that I'm here for you. Whatever you need from me, you've got it." There was a moment's silence, then she said, "You've no idea how much that means to me. Thank you. I'll be in touch. Take care. And you, thanks for calling." He ended the call, shoved his phone back in his pocket and got out of the car. When he walked in, he could smell the fragrant aroma of a rich tomato and meat sauce. As he passed the open door of the darkened living room, he heard Frances speak. "I'm in here," she said. Tony followed the sound of her voice into the living room. He couldn't see much detail, but he could make out Frances's shape silhouetted against the window. "I heard your car, and I couldn't work out why you hadn't come in," she said. "So I came to have a look, make sure everything was all right." "The phone rang just as I pulled up." Some lies are a necessary veneer, he thought sadly. "You were ages," Frances said. He couldn't see her face, but there was something in her voice that twisted inside him. "Sorry about that. I hope dinner isn't spoilt." "I think my cooking's a wee bit more robust than that." Frances turned so her back was to the street. Now her face was even more obscured. "Was it Carol?" "What makes you think that?" As soon as the words were out, he realized how much of a revelation they were. In part, it was a professional response. Answer a question with a question. Don't let the subject take control of the interview. But it was also the instinctive response of someone who has something to conceal. The innocent man would have said, "Yes, it was Carol. She's very excited because she got the job she was after." However, where Carol Jordan was concerned, Tony could never be an innocent man. "She's the only person you wouldn't want to talk to, with me listening in the background." Tony flushed. "What's that supposed to mean?" "It means you've got something to hide where Carol Jordan is concerned." "You're wrong. She was talking to me about a confidential police assignment. That's the only reason I took the call in the car." Frances snorted. "Do you think my head buttons up the back? You took the call in the car because you knew I'd spot the obvious." Tony took a couple of steps towards her. "I haven't a clue what you're talking about, Frances. Don't play games with me. You're in love with her. Christ, I only had to be in your company for 5 minutes to work that one out." "No," he said. "You're wrong." "I'm right. And I've got far too much self-respect to put up with having my nose rubbed in it. Look, Carol is a former colleague, a friend. How can you be jealous of someone I've never even slept with?" "Well, more fool you. You should have tried the little blue pills a bit sooner, shouldn't you? Because she's obviously gagging for it." Her words hit like a slap to the cheek. "Leave Carol out of this. Whatever you've got into your head is between you and me." "That's the trouble, Tony. It's not between you and me. It's always been between you and Carol, only you never let me see that before. You kept it hidden away, pretending you wanted to be with me when the truth is she's the one you want. You're so wrong, Frances. There's no future for me and Carol. All there is between us is a very difficult past. I'm with you because I want to be." Suddenly, Frances picked up a small crystal vase from the windowsill and hurled it at him. "You lying bastard!" she shouted as he dodged to one side. It crashed into the wall with an incongruous tinkle of smashed glass. "I'm not a masochist, Tony," she panted, anger stealing her breath. "Life is too damn short to fritter away my emotions on a man who's desperate for somebody else, so get the hell out." There was nothing he could think of to say. It surprised him how little he cared that it was clearly over. He turned and headed for the door. "Leave your keys on the hall table on the way out," Francis shouted at his retreating back. Tony carried on walking. To his surprise, the prevailing emotion he felt was relief, and a sudden surge of hope. He hadn't felt this optimistic in years. Chapter 14. Sometimes Petra wished Marika van Hasselt didn't live so far away. Tonight, it would have been good to settle down with a bottle of wine and discuss the day's events with someone who didn't have anything at stake, but who understood the intricacies of police work. At least tonight, Marika was online too, she saw with the lightening of her spirits. They moved into a private chat room, and Petra went straight to the question that interested her most. Anything to take her mind off the dead ends of the Kamal-Marlena inquiry. P. So, how's the murder going? M. A lot of work and not much progress. I spent today at the university interviewing his colleagues and students, but we didn't get a single lead worth pursuing. P. What? You finally found a victim everybody loves? M. Plenty of people didn't like de Groot, but nobody with anything that looks remotely like a motive. You don't kill somebody just because he failed your thesis or blocked your promotion. P. God, you Dutch are so civilized. M. What's even more annoying is that we didn't find an appointments diary. Apparently, he had one of those Palm Pilots that he always carried, but no sign of it. P. The killer probably took it with him to cover his tracks. M. So, did you manage to track down what it was that jogged your memory when I told you about de Groot? P. I've narrowed it down to a couple of possibilities, but I haven't heard back from either of them. You know what these provincials are like, no sense of urgency. M. FWIW. There's nothing in our records anywhere in Holland that corresponds to the de Groot murder. P. So, you're running round in the dark. Nothing from forensics? M. Not so far. It's all been very frustrating, going through the motions without any sense of what we should be looking for. P. There's nothing harder to work than this kind of killing. M. I know. Take my mind off it. Tell me about your day. P. Frustrating. I'm trying to prove a negative. A woman who claims she was the lover of a man who is now dead. But I don't think they even knew each other. I think there's a chance we could use this as a lever to lift the lid on a major figure in organized crime. This guy has always kept his hands clean, kept his distance from the sharp end. We've never laid a finger on him, and I want to be the one who nails him. The only trouble is, she's got a kid, and I suspect that our man has spirited her away somewhere to use as a pressure point over her. So I need to find the kid as well. M. Any joy? P. Not so far. If she doesn't turn up in school tomorrow, I'm going to tell Plesh we should put out a national appeal for her as missing. Act like she might be the victim of a pedo. It'll drive the mother nuts, and it'll make whoever is taking care of her very, very nervous. M. As long as you don't make them so nervous they do something stupid. P. I don't think these guys would use anyone who'd panic for something this sensitive. If anything happens to the kid, they've lost their pressure point on the mother. More than that, they're going to turn her into a vengeful fury who will be out to get their blood. M. But how safe will the mother be if you get your hands on the kid? P. Her life won't be worth a pocket full of euros, which means, as soon as we get the kid, we take the mother out of the general prison population and put her somewhere very, very safe. M. Sounds like you're pushing really hard on this one. P. I want to get this guy so bad I can taste it. But the other thing is that I heard a rumor there's some kind of major operation being planned against him that would take the ball out of our court. So, I feel like time isn't on my side. M. Be careful. It's hard to do your best work when you're looking over your shoulder. That's when we make mistakes, no? P. I know. Part of me realizes it doesn't matter who gets him, as long as we take him down, but I'm greedy. M. As if I didn't know that. P. So, you want to satisfy my greed? M. I thought you'd never ask. Petra smiled. Sometimes distance really didn't matter so much after all. Morgan's office was exactly what Carol would have conjured up if she'd been asked to imagine it. It was a large cubicle partitioned off from an open-plan office space. The frosted glass panels that were supposed to provide an illusion of privacy had been turned into memo boards. Maps, photographs, and sheets of paper with single words or phrases written in sprawling capitals in thick magic marker were sellotaped to the glass, completely obscuring its inhabitant and his activities from anyone outside the room. The filing cabinets and cupboards that lined the walls were piled high with files and reference books. The computer on the desk was an island of straight lines, marooned in a zigzag sea of paper. It all looked chaotic, but Carol suspected that Morgan would be able to lay his hands on any single document in a matter of moments. There was nothing personal in the room, no photographs of family or of Morgan shaking hands with the powerful or famous. The only thing that marked the space out as his was the jacket hanging on a peg on the back of the door, not on a hanger, just dangling limp from the hook. He'd met her at the lift, hustled her through the outer office so fast she'd had the chance for nothing more than the most superficial impression of an array of mostly empty desks. The occupants of the remainder barely raised their heads as they passed, then returned indifferent to their monitors or their phone calls. He'd thrown open his office door and stood back, saying, "Give me 5 minutes. There's something I've got to sort out. Tea or coffee?" She'd been sitting in the visitor's chair for 15 minutes when Morgan pushed the door open with his hip, a mug in each hand. "There you go," he said, putting one down on the pile of papers nearest Carol. "Sorry I kept you." He moved round behind his desk, pushing the chair sideways so the computer didn't obscure her view of him. His cramped office only served to emphasize how big he was. He topped 6 feet easily, and he had the breadth to go with it. But even though he was in his mid-40s, he hadn't lost definition. She could see the swell of his shoulder muscles under his shirt, and there was no depressing splay of material and straining buttons across his stomach. He had a square, blunt face, with eyes set wide enough apart to give him a look of guilelessness that Carol knew was entirely misleading. Now, he was smiling at her, the skin round his eyes crinkling into deep lines. "Cracking job yesterday," he said. "The drug squad was spitting feathers, of course, but it's their own fault it all went down the Swanee. I had their governor on to me last night, giving me earache, but like I said to him, it doesn't do to underestimate the opposition, especially when the opposition's got one of my team playing for them." "You don't mind that there's a bag of coke out on the streets that shouldn't be there?" Carol asked, partly because she didn't want to appear complacent, but mostly because she wanted to remind Morgan that she was still a copper. "Sometimes you have to accept a bit of collateral damage. I'm looking at a much bigger picture." Morgan picked up his coffee and took a sip. He flashed a quick glance of assessment at her over the rim, then relented. "Besides, they picked the bugger up last night. They knew he wouldn't have had time to shift the gear, so they kicked his door in about half an hour after I sent them packing. Caught him in the middle of stepping on it so he could shop it out for twice the price. So your conscience can rest easy, DCI Jordan." He gave her a knowing grin. "Nice to see that going undercover hasn't blunted your copper's instincts." Carol said nothing. She reached for her mug and took a tentative taste. It was almost as good as she would have made herself, which made it about 300% better than anything she'd ever tasted in a police establishment. Her respect for Morgan rose even higher. He leaned across the desk and pulled a folder out from under a pile of scribbled notes. He flicked it open, checking the contents, then slid it over to Carol. "Go on," he said, as she stared at the blank cover. "Take a look." Carol flipped the file open. She found herself staring down at a 10x8 black-and-white photograph of a remarkably handsome man. It wasn't a posed studio shot, but had the graininess of something snatched while its subject wasn't looking. He was in three-quarters profile, looking off at something to the right of the photographer, a slight frown provoking a line between his eyebrows. His glossy dark collar-length hair was swept back from a high forehead, falling over delicate ears in a slight wave. The eyes were deep-set above wide Slavic cheekbones. His nose had the curve of a hawk's bill, and his full lips were slightly parted, giving a faint glimpse of white teeth. He looked as sharp and polished as a diamond. "Tadeusz Radecki, Tadzio to his friends," Morgan said. "He's genetically Polish, though he was born in Paris and educated in England and Germany. Currently lives in a palatial apartment in Berlin. His grandmother was some sort of countess, plenty of blue blood, but his old man had a gambling habit, and there wasn't much dosh left by the time Tadeusz finished with university, so he decided to become an entrepreneur. On paper, he owns a very successful chain of video rental outlets in Germany. He moved in big time after the wall came down and cashed in on all those Aussies who'd been starved of Hollywood culture." Carol waited. She knew there was more, much more, but she'd never seen the point in asking questions simply for the satisfaction of hearing her own voice. Morgan leaned back in his chair, locking his hands behind his head. "Of course, that's not the whole story. Our man Tadzio realised early on that there was more money to be made on the wrong side of the law than on the right side. Through his family contacts, he started doing a bit of gun running for the warlords in the former Yugoslavia after that all fell to bits. He had the contacts in the old Soviet Union to supply the materiel, and he set himself up as a middleman. Clean hands again. It worked out very nicely for him. He made a packet, and he also acquired his right-hand man, a lethal little Serb called Darko Krasic. With the profits from the gun running, Tadzio and Darko invested in some serious protection and started shifting large amounts of drugs. They always took care to stay far enough away from the street-level stuff to keep their hands out of the muck, while making sure their noses stayed right in the trough. In the last few years, they've taken the lion's share of the hard drugs market in central Germany, as well as financing some major international deals, including shipping heroin into the UK. They've stayed on top, mostly because Darko has a reputation for being a totally ruthless bastard. You double-cross him, you die, and not in a nice way. Morgan sat up straight again and indicated to Carol she should move forward in the file. The next photograph showed a railway marshalling yard. The doors of a freight container stood open, revealing half a dozen bodies sprawled in a heap. "Remember that?" he asked. Carol nodded. 8 Iraqi Kurds found dead in a container at Felixstowe. Last summer, was it? That's right. There had been a hold-up loading the ferry on the other side of the channel, and the poor sods had basically fried alive as their air supply gave out. They were the victims of Tadeusz Radecki's latest business venture. It's questionable what adds more to the total of human misery, his drug running or his people smuggling, but we're not interested in how many addicts he's created for our German colleagues to deal with. What matters to us is putting a stop to his involvement in bringing illegals into this country in numbers we can only guess at. Carol started to turn to the next picture in the file. "Hang on," Morgan said. It wasn't a tone to argue with. She dropped her hand. "He's a big player, then?" she asked. "One of the biggest. He had the capital to get in on the ground floor, and he already had the infrastructure set up. If you're bribing bureaucrats to move your drugs around with impunity, it doesn't take a lot more to get them to turn a blind eye to truckloads of human flotsam. He's bringing them in from China, from the Middle East, from the Balkans, from Afghanistan. As long as they've got the cash or the drugs to pay their way, he'll take them where they want to go, and where most of them want to go is here." "What happens to them when they get here? Does he link into some organised network, or are they just dumped and left to get on with it?" Morgan smiled. "Good question. We think it depends on how much money they can come up with. For a price, they get papers, and some even get a job. But if they don't have enough money to pay for that, they get dumped somewhere that's already overloaded with asylum seekers, and they just join the rest of the crowd. I suppose it would be naive to ask why the German police haven't arrested Radecki. The usual reason. Lack of evidence. Like I said, he keeps his distance. There are firewalls between him and the business at street level. And the video shops make a great money laundry for a sizable chunk of the proceeds. So, he's got an apparently legitimate source for living very high on the hog. The German organised crime squad have been trying to get a line on Krasic and Radecki for a long time, but they've never been able to make anything stick. There's probably only a handful of people who could actually tie Radecki to any of this, and they're too scared to talk. Take a look at the next shot." Carol turned over to the next picture. It showed the corpse of a man lying on a short flight of stone steps. Most of his head was missing. It wasn't a pretty sight. That was one of the people the Germans thought might be able to put Radecki in the frame. They arrested him 2 days ago, on the grounds that he was the supplier of a dodgy batch of smack that killed off half a dozen addicts. He got a bullet through the brain, right on the steps of the police station. That's how fearless these guys are. Carol felt the strange mixture of apprehension and excitement that always came with the prospect of the chase. She had no idea what Morgan had in store for her, but whatever it was clearly going to take her into the big time. "So, where do I come in?" Morgan suddenly found the contents of his cup deeply interesting. Radecki had a lover, Katerina Basler. They'd been together 4 years. If he had a chink in his armour, it was Katerina. He met Carol's eyes. By all accounts, he was besotted with her. Was. Katerina died 2 months ago in a car crash. Radecki was devastated, still is, we hear. After she died, he went to pieces, shut himself away in his fancy apartment, let Krasic deal with the day-to-day running of the operation. But now he's back, and that's where you come in. Take a look at the next photograph. Carol obediently turned the page. The skin on her arms turned to gooseflesh as she stared down at her mirror image. The woman in the photograph had long hair, but that apart, on first impression she could have been looking at her twin. Coming face to face with her doppelganger in a police file was one of the most unsettling things that had ever happened to her. Her hands felt clammy, and she realized she was holding her breath. Discreetly, she exhaled, as if the release of spent air might blow the illusion away. "Jesus," she said, her tone a protest against this apparent violation of her uniqueness. "It's uncanny, isn't it?" Carol studied the picture more intently. Now she could see differences. Katerina's eyes were a couple of shades darker. Their mouths were distinct in shape. Her chin was stronger than Katerina's. Side by side you could have told them apart without any difficulty. Yet that first impression of identity lingered on for Carol. It's weird to think there's someone else out there with the same face. What a bizarre coincidence. "They do sometimes happen," Morgan said. "You can imagine how gobsmacked I was when I saw your face looking up at me from an application form. That's when we had the idea for this operation." Carol shook her head in wonder. She could be my sister. Morgan's smile reminded Carol of a lion's yawn. "Let's hope Tadzio thinks so." Chapter 15. The Wilhelmina Rosen was underway, carving a passage through the murky waters. It was a stretch without locks or complex navigation, so Gunther was at the helm, leaving him free to settle down in the cabin with a stack of paperwork, bills of lading, receipts for fuel, payroll accounts all sat waiting for his attention, but his mind kept slipping away from the task. Heinrich Holtz's story had opened up so many questions. His fellow crewmen might think him simple and straightforward, but there had always been much more going on behind his eyes than he'd revealed. He'd always had to live in his head, starved as he had been of the company of his contemporaries. The only thing that had kept the inner darkness at bay had been reading, though his grandfather had tried to deny him even that. As a teenager, he'd become adept at smuggling books on board, battered paperbacks bought from charity shops and market stalls. He'd read late at night, in the privacy of his tiny berth in the bows, devouring violent adventure novels, biographies, and true crime, dropping them overboard once he'd finished with them, lest the old man catch him in something that would at the very least be scorned as a waste of time. It had taught him to look beyond the surface, to what lay beneath. So, the revelation of the secret of Schloss Hochenstein was the key that had unlocked the closed mansion of his past. He still had to wander down the corridors and explore the rooms before he could have any understanding of what really lay within. Some of those rooms remained obstinately dark, with no possibility of illumination. His grandmother, for example. She had been dead before he was born. He had no idea if she had borne the brunt of his grandfather's sadism, or if her love had been enough to calm his rage while she lived. There was no way of telling. He knew almost nothing of his mother. His grandfather had only ever referred to her as a whore, or a bitch who had fouled her own doorstep. There wasn't even a photograph of her among the old man's personal effects. He might have passed her 100 times on the street, and he would never have known. He liked to think that the electric current of his hatred would alert him to the bitch's presence, but he knew that was wishful thinking. From his birth certificate, he had gleaned a few facts. She was called Inga. She had been 19 at the time of his birth, her occupation listed as a secretary. Where his father's name should have been, there was a blank. Either she hadn't known who he was, or she had had her own reasons for keeping silent. Perhaps he was a married man. Perhaps he was a callow fool she didn't want to be tied to for the rest of her life. Perhaps she was trying to protect him from the wrath of her own father. All these options were equally possible, given that he knew nothing of the kind of person she had been, or whether she had been as brutally oppressed by the old man as he had. It didn't stop him despising her for leaving him to face the fate she had escaped. After the old man's funeral, he had asked the crew what they knew of his mother. They'd never have dared open their mouths while the old man was alive, but with him safely dispatched, Gunther had told what little he knew. Inga had been brought up very strictly. Her mother had kept her close, forcing her into the mould of proper German womanhood. But when she had died, Inga had seized her chance. Whenever the old man came home, she was demure as ever, putting his meals on the table, making sure the apartment was clean and neat, dressing modestly, and speaking only when she was spoken to. While the Wilhelmina Rosen was out of port, however, it was a different story. Gunther had heard from other boatmen that Inga was regularly seen in the dockside bars, drinking with sailors until the early hours. Naturally, there were boyfriends, enough to earn her the reputation of a good-time girl, if not quite a slut. She must have known she was dancing with the devil, he thought. Watermen have a strong sense of community and a confined world. Word of her indiscretions was bound to make its way back to her father's ears. But before that could happen, she'd fallen pregnant. What surprised him, now he came to think about it, was that she hadn't got rid of him. It wasn't that hard to come by an abortion in Hamburg in the mid-1970s. She must have wanted to keep him very badly, if she was prepared to withstand the wrath of her father. According to Gunther, she managed to hide the pregnancy for the first 5 or 6 months, swaddled in baggy sweaters. When her father had found out, he had been enraged almost beyond speech. Life on board had been hell for a few weeks, the old man in the foulest of tempers, and the crew unable to do right for doing wrong. He could imagine only too well what it must have been like, and felt grateful to have missed it. There followed an ominous silence for a couple of months. Then, one morning, after a 3-day layover in Hamburg, the old man had arrived at the quayside in a laden car. The crew had watched open-mouthed as he had calmly unloaded a crib with 2 full sets of bedding, several carrier bags of baby clothes, and a box containing bottles, formula, and sterilizing tablets. Finally, the old man had wheeled a pram up the gangplank. It contained a baby. No one had the nerve to ask the old man what had become of Inga, and they'd sailed before rumours could reach them. But when they'd next hit their home port, Gunther had made a beeline for the bars to garner what gossip he could. As he'd suspected, the old man had come home to find Inga ensconced with the baby. He'd thrown her bodily out of the apartment, tossing her clothes down the stairs after her. He changed the locks and set about bringing up baby himself. Inga, it was reported, had left town. One of her ex-boyfriends worked on a cruise ship, and he'd found her a job on board waitressing. When the ship came back to Hamburg, Inga was gone. She'd handed in her notice in Bergen and walked off into the Norwegian night without a forwarding address. That was the last anyone in Hamburg had heard of her, as far as he could tell. He wondered what had become of her, but in a remote, unemotional way. Even as a child he had never entertained fantasies of rescue. It had never occurred to him to dream that his mother would sweep on board, wrapped in mink and dripping with diamonds, to take him away from his personal hell and envelop him in the lap of luxury. These days, when he thought of her, he imagined she had probably ended up selling herself in one way or another, either formally as a prostitute or informally as the wife of someone she could see as a protector. It was, he thought, a damn sight more than she deserved. But Heinrich Holz's story had made him realize there was no point in blaming his mother or his grandfather. Might as well blame the bullet or the gun for killing. The finger that had pulled the trigger on his own particular fate hadn't been the old man. It had been the psychologists who thought that people were a legitimate resource for their experiments. Everybody acted as if all that had ended with the Nazi era. He knew better. He'd done his research. He'd learned from his experience at the hands of his grandfather that there was no point in rushing to vengeance. It was necessary to know the enemy, to study their strengths as well as their weaknesses. After the funeral, he'd made it his business to read everything he could find about the theory and practice of psychology. At first, it had been like reading a foreign language. He'd had to read and reread till the words blurred and his head ached, but he'd struggled on. Now, he could use their own weapons against them. Now, he knew their truths almost as well as he knew his own. He could wrap up his ideas in their secret jargon. Which of them would have believed that a mere boatman could infiltrate their world? He knew they were still using people as their guinea pigs. They were still fucking with the heads of their victims, still hiding behind the guise of professional scientific curiosity to wreak damage. Even when they were supposed to be helping, they just made things worse. While they were still out there, his would not be a unique fate. Other poor sods would be as crippled as he had been. His task was clear. He had to send out a message that could not be ignored. There was no point in making an example of one or two. He had to cut a swathe through their ranks. He'd chosen his victims meticulously, plodding through reams of published papers in the journals of experimental psychology. He was only interested in those who might be regarded as the legitimate professional descendants of his persecutors, the Germans, of course, and their treacherous collaborators, the French, the Belgians, the Austrians, and the Dutch. He'd ignored anyone who experimented on animals, looking instead for those evil bastards who not only used humans as the stepping stones for their own advancement, but who boasted of it in print. It was sickening, the way they detailed how they manipulated their subjects, twisting their minds and their behaviour. He'd been surprised that there weren't more of them, but he supposed that not all of them were stupid enough to expose their own cruelties. It took a while, but finally he had a list of 20 names. He'd chosen to start with the ones who were based nearest the waterways, but if the need arose, he could travel further afield later in his campaign. Now, he had to be very, very careful. He had to plan every move with the precision of a military operation, and, so far, it had paid off handsomely. He looked out of the porthole at the brown water surging past. Raymond would be next. The jar was ready and waiting. Petra Becker was as cross as a cat whose mouse has been taken away from it by a squeamish human. She'd had another frustrating day trying to prove a negative. They'd tracked down the man that Marlene Krebs was sleeping with, but he'd given them nothing useful. Marlene was a free agent, he'd shrugged. Yes, he'd heard she'd been seeing Danny, but he didn't care so long as she practiced safe sex, which she always did with him. He didn't want to take chances with junkies, he'd added, self-righteously. Danny's girlfriend had denied any knowledge of his supposed affair with Marlene, but they hadn't lived together, and she couldn't say for sure where he'd been on the nights he hadn't been with her. Between them, Petra and the shark had found 3 people who claimed to have known about the affair. The Creepo detectives were satisfied with that, but Petra wasn't. One of the 3 had convictions for minor dealing, another worked in one of Radechka's video stores, and the 3rd owed so much to the local loan sharks that he'd have admitted to sleeping with the Chancellor if the price had been right. She didn't believe any of them, but that was a long way from being able to disprove the story that Marlene still stuck so doggedly to. Petra had come back to the office determined to get the next phase of her strategy off the ground. None of her usual sources had been able to give her any leads on Marlene's daughter's whereabouts. All she'd been able to establish was that Tanya had been picked up from school on the day of the shooting in a big black Mercedes. Nobody had noticed who was driving the car, or anything useful like the number plate. She could be anywhere by now. Given Radechka's network, she might not even be in Germany. But they had to try. So she'd marched into Hannah Plesch's office and laid out her idea. Plesch had heard her out, frowning. Then she'd shaken her auburn head. "It's too risky," she said. "It's the only way. If we run it big as a missing child, we're bound to get a response. Wherever she's being held, someone must have seen her, or at the very least noticed something a bit suspicious. We need to find the girl so we can make it safe for Marlene to tell us what she knows. And what if they decide to cut their losses and kill the kid? What do we say to the media then? Do you really think Krebs will give you the time of day if she thinks you're the one who got her daughter killed?" Plesch stared her down. She was clearly as determined as Petra was. "We don't have any other choice," Petra said, obstinately. "Petra, we're getting nowhere with this. We might have to accept it's another dead end. We'll keep working the case, but I won't put a child's life at risk. The child's already at risk. Krebs knows that, and she knows what she has to do to keep her child alive. You're not going to change that. Petra, you might have to let this one go. There'll be other chances." Petra glared at her boss. "Not from what I hear." "Meaning?" "The word is that there's going to be a big operation mounted against Radechki, and it's not going to be ours. Boss, I've worked my arse off for years trying to build a case against that bastard, and if this is going to be our last chance to put him away, I don't want to leave any stone unturned." Plesch looked away. "This job is not personal, Petra. You don't have some sort of divine right to be the one who finally cracks Radechki's organization. It doesn't matter who closes him down, as long as somebody does. You're confirming there is something going down, something that takes it away from us." Now her blood was up, and she didn't care that she was overstepping the mark. Her eyes were narrowed, and there were patches of colour on her cheeks and neck. "Don't push me," Plesch said, getting to her feet. "Just go out there and do your job. We need to talk about this some more, but not now. Listen to me, Petra. We've worked together long enough for you to understand that there are times when you have to trust me. This is not a good time for you to rock the boat. Don't go down the high-risk road. It's not necessary, and it's not desirable." She forced a smile. "That's an order, by the way. You don't expose the child." Petra had walked out fuming. her hands clenched into fists at her side. Only later, when her initial anger had subsided, had she analysed what Plesh had said to her. She had verified, albeit indirectly, that something major was going to change in the Radechki investigation, but she seemed to be suggesting that there would be a role for Petra if she kept her nose clean. It was a long way from a promise, but it made her feel slightly less raw about Plesh's dismissal of her plan. She slouched in her chair and logged on to her internal email. She wasn't expecting anything interesting, but it was better than staring at the wall. She scanned the short list of new mail. The only thing that piqued her attention was a reply to her request for information from the police in Heidelberg. Given the way things had been panning out for her over the past couple of days, she refused to allow herself to feel eager, but she opened the email anyway. Her eyes flicked down the screen, taking in the key details. Walter Neumann, 47, lecturer in psychology at the Roberto Carola University of Heidelberg. Petra felt a blip on her mental radar. Another academic, another psychologist. This was promising. She scrolled on down. 3 weeks previously, he'd been found by a student in his apartment near the Altstadt campus. His computer had been smashed to the floor, and he'd been spread-eagled on his back across his desk. The details were identical to the information Marika had given her about de Groot's murder in Leiden, right down to the cause of death, drowning, and the cutting away of the pubic hair and the skin attaching it to the body. Bingo, she said softly. Okay, the rules said it took 3 to make a series when it came to murder, but 2 killings with such an off-the-wall MO couldn't be coincidence. What puzzled her was why this had ever crossed the desk of the organised crime unit. She carried on reading, and found the tenuous explanation at the very end of the document. Initial investigations had produced no personal motive for this murder. However, according to our intelligence, Neumann was involved in the drug scene. He had allegedly been a long-time user of cannabis and amphetamines, and the narcotics squad responsible for dealing with the university had heard rumours that Neumann dealt drugs to his students. Although we have no firm evidence of his involvement in drug dealing, it seems possible that so bizarre a murder may have come about as a result of his involvement with the organised crime that exists in the drug culture. In short, that this may be an execution designed to send a message we cannot read to others who might be tempted to transgress the unwritten codes of such people. Pompous bullshit, Petra muttered, as she read the final paragraph. Translation: we can't make head nor tail of this, so let's offload it to someone else. Nevertheless, she was for once glad of the buck-passing of her colleagues in the provinces. Without their laziness and incompetence, she'd never have been able to make the connection between this murder and Marika's case in Leiden. The question was, what should she do now? There was no effective operational cooperation between the police forces of separate countries in the European Union. Interpol had no role to play here. Europol was for intelligence sharing and the development of policing strategies, not cross-border operations. If she made this official, it would get bogged down in bureaucratic red tape and departmental politics. But if she and Marika worked the 2 cases together, sharing information and pooling leads, since the Radechki investigation looked set to be snatched from under her, she needed to find another path to glory. This might just be it. Petra hit the reply button. Please send full pathology and forensic reports re Walter Neumann. We would prefer hard copies if possible. This matter is both urgent and highly confidential. She sent the message, then sat back in her chair, a small smile of satisfaction on her face. If Plesh was right, and there was a place for her in whatever was planned against Radechki, all well and good. But if she was only humouring her, this would be her insurance policy. Chapter 16. 3 days really wasn't enough. Carol stared into her wardrobe, frowning. Some of her clothes would work, but most of them wouldn't. Morgan had given her a budget for new outfits that had made her eyebrows climb, but shopping to spend it was going to take her the best part of the day. Then she'd have to pack for her new identity, making sure she didn't include anything that would give a hint of her reality. Her brother Michael had already agreed to take care of Nelson. He planned to drive down that evening from his home in Bradfield and take the cat back to the stylish loft apartment they'd once shared there. At least Michael hadn't asked awkward questions, like why he was being asked to cat-sit indefinitely while his sister went off to some unspecified destination. As soon as she said she couldn't explain for operational reasons, He dropped the subject. The one thing she wished was that she'd had the chance to confide in Tony. She knew his insights would be helpful, and more than that, his support would give her confidence. But an assignment this sensitive wasn't something she could trust, either to the phone lines or to electronic communication. She had called him after her briefing session with Morgan, and had hated having to hold out on him. She'd made it clear that her reluctance was based purely on her misgivings about the security of their means of communication, and like Michael, he hadn't pressed her. Carol flicked through the hangers, selecting possible garments and throwing them on the bed behind her. She was grateful that she would have to abandon most of what she had chosen to reflect her own personality. The thought that Carol Jordan might have much in common with this new creation, Caroline Jackson, even on the most superficial level, was not something she felt comfortable with. It bothered her slightly that the names were so similar, even though Morgan had explained the operational reasons for it. "We like to keep the first name as close to your own as possible, so you don't get those horrible moments where someone says your name and you don't connect at all. And we've found it helps if the initials are the same too. Those who know about these things say it makes it all psychologically easier and less likely that you'll trip yourself up." Carol reached the end of the possible choices from her wardrobe and closed the double doors. She walked around her bedroom, stroking the familiar objects on her dressing table and bookshelves, as if the action of her fingers would imprint them on her memory, accessible whenever she needed to touch base with who she really was. She paused in front of 3 photograph frames that faced her bed. Michael, his arm around the woman he'd been living with for the past 2 years, his expression open and delighted. Her parents at their silver wedding party, her mother's head on her father's shoulder, a look of indulgent affection on her face. Her father, looking directly into the camera, his familiar quirky smile lifting the corners of his eyes. And finally, a snatched snapshot of her with Tony and John Brandon, her former boss, taken at the police party that had celebrated the resolution of the first case they'd worked together. They all had the slightly bleary look of people who were heading towards drunk, but hadn't quite got there yet. Her reverie was interrupted by the rude blurt of the entryphone buzzer. Carol frowned. She wasn't expecting anyone. She walked through to the living room and grabbed the handset. "Hello?" she said. Through the crackle of static, she heard a tinny voice say, "Carol, it's me, Tony." She held the phone away from her ear, staring at it as if it were an unfamiliar artifact. Her free hand automatically moved to the door release button while she tried to get her head round what she'd just heard. Like a sleepwalker, she replaced the handset and crossed to open her front door. Outside the excellent soundproofing of her flat, she could hear the whine of the lift machinery. The lift door slid open, and she tensed herself for the familiar jolt that came with the sight of him. The harsh lighting bleached his skin tones to wood ash, turning him monochrome. Then Tony stepped forward and recovered his humanity. His hair had been cut since she'd seen him last, she noted, as he walked towards her, looking unusually pleased with himself. "I hope this isn't a bad time," he said. Carol stepped back and waved him in. "What are you doing here?" she said, unable to suppress the laugh bubbling under her voice. Tony walked in, touching her gently on the elbow and leaning forward to give her a chaste kiss on the cheek. "Forgive me if I seem presumptuous, but you sounded on the phone like a woman who could use a little moral support. And from what I know of you, I didn't imagine you would be opening yourself up enough to be getting it anywhere else." He spread his hands out in a gesture of munificence. "So, here I am." "But shouldn't you be at work? How did you get here? When did you get here?" Before he could answer, Nelson appeared, alerted by a familiar voice. The cat wound himself round Tony's legs, sinuously shedding black hairs all over his blue jeans. Tony immediately dropped into a crouch to scratch the cat between the ears. "Hello, Nelson. You're looking handsome as ever." Nelson purred, narrowing his eyes and watching Carol, as if to say he could teach her a thing or two. Tony looked up. "I flew down on the shuttle from Edinburgh this morning. I don't have any teaching commitments today, so I thought I'd take a chance on catching you at home." "An expensive chance," Carol said. "You could just have phoned, made sure I'd be home." Tony stood up. "Sometimes I get fed up with being prosaic." Before she could stop herself, Carol said, "And what does Francis think about that?" As soon as her words landed, they altered the landscape of his face. It was as if a physical shutter had closed down behind his eyes. "What I do is no longer any concern of Francis," he said. His tone of voice deflected discussion as effectively as armor plating. Carol couldn't help a squirm of delight in her stomach. It couldn't be coincidence that Francis had been consigned to history so soon after her visit, which meant All sorts of things she couldn't begin to permit herself to consider. It should be enough that he was here now, with her, his choice, not her request. "Come and sit down," she said. "Coffee, yes?" "Oh, please. They can map the human genome, but they still can't make a decent cup of coffee on a plane." "Make yourself at home," Carol said, gesturing towards the twin sofas that sat at right angles, making the most of her view. "I won't be a minute." She headed for the kitchen. Rather than settling down, Tony roamed the room. Much of the contents were familiar, but some were new. There were a couple of large Jack Vettriano prints from his film noir series, in heavy distressed gilt frames, that would have been totally out of place in the cottage where Carol had been living previously, but which looked strong and moody on these high white walls. The CD collection had expanded to include a tranche of contemporary guitar bands whose names he recognized, but whose music was completely alien to him. He'd never seen the brightly coloured gabe that dominated the centre of the room either. But there was nothing that didn't chime with his understanding of Carol. She was still the person he knew. He stood at the window and gazed down at the old church, incongruous among the modernity of its surroundings. He wasn't sure he'd done the right thing, coming here like this. Sometimes, however, risks had to be taken. Otherwise, how would he know he was alive? Carol's voice cut through his introspection. "Coffee," she said, placing a cafetiere and 2 mugs on the low glass table. He turned to face her and smiled. "Thanks." He took off his jacket, revealing a black V-necked sweater in fine wool, a more fashionable look than he used to go for, Carol noted. They settled down with their drinks, each on a separate sofa, but close enough at the angle between them to have touched, if they'd felt able to. "So," he said, "do you want to talk about it?" Carol tucked her feet under her and cradled her mug in both hands. "I'm dying to talk about it. They're sending me in deep, total immersion undercover." "This is Europol?" he asked. "Not exactly. It's a UK operation. To tell you the truth, the lines are a bit blurred. I'm not sure where Special Branch ends and Customs and Excise begins on this one, and I wouldn't be surprised if the intelligence services have got a finger in the pie too." She gave a wry little smile. "All I know for sure is that my own chain of command goes through Superintendent Morgan, who is attached to NCIS, and that's all I'm supposed to need to know." Tony was experienced enough as an interviewer of serial offenders not to let his unease show, but already he didn't like the sound of this. In his limited experience of British policing, grey areas always heralded deniability. If the time came when someone had to be shot down in flames, the only person visible in the sights would be Carol. That she wasn't admitting this even to herself was worrying. "What's the assignment?" Carol relayed everything Morgan had told her about Tadeusz Radecki. "Morgan said that when he saw my Europol application he couldn't believe his eyes," she continued. "Katerina was dead, but here was her double, applying to work at the sharp end of intelligence, and so he came up with the idea of mounting an operation, using me as the bait to sucker Radecki in. You're going undercover to try to seduce Radecki." Tony felt the ground shift under his feet. He'd thought the honey trap had died with the Cold War. No, it's much more subtle than that. It's a sting. According to Morgan, Radecki used to have a sweet little deal going with a gangster in Essex, Colin Osborne. Osborne would funnel Radecki's illegal immigrants in via a couple of clothing sweatshops he ran in the East End. Every few months, he'd tip off a contact in immigration and get them hustled away to detention centres. Then, he'd replace them with the next shipment from Radecki. He managed to keep his own nose clean, because the sweatshops were always set up using false names and credit references. "Neat," Tony said. "Very. Anyway, Osborne got himself killed in a gangland shooting about 6 weeks ago, and everybody's still squabbling over who gets which piece of turf from his nasty little empire. Meanwhile, nobody is providing a convenient refuge for Radecki's illegals, and that's where you come in." "That's exactly where I come in," she grinned. "I turn up in Berlin with a proposition for Radecki. I'm Caroline Jackson." She gestured with her thumb towards the small office that opened off the living room. "I've got a file half an inch thick with Caroline's backstory, where she went to school, when she lost her virginity, when her parents died and how, where she's lived over the years, how she's made a living. Now, she's a wealthy businesswoman with some very dodgy contacts." Tony raised an admonishing finger. "Not she, Carol. It has to be I from now on." Carol pursed her lips in rueful acknowledgement. "I own the lease on a former US airbase in East Anglia. I have a factory producing handmade wooden toys on the site, as well as the former barracks. I also have a source of forged Italian passports. I knew Colin Osborne, and knew he was getting workers from Radechki. And now Colin's dead, I'm here to take up the slack. I need workers, and I can offer them an even better deal than Colin. They work for me for free for a year, and they get legal EU papers, and Radechki gets a market for his illegals. Tony nodded. I can see how that would appeal to him. So, why do they need the added incentive of someone who looks like his dead girlfriend? Well, Morgan said it wasn't the first time they'd thought of putting someone in to pull the scam I'm going to be doing, but there were some reservations, because the chances were they'd only be able to get evidence on the final stage of the racket, so, although they would probably net Radechki, they might not be able to roll up his networks behind him. Then I came along. The general idea is that he'll open up further and faster to me than he would to someone else. Assuming I can gain his confidence, I should be able to find out exactly how his operations work. If I play my cards right, we could close down his drug smuggling, his gun running, and his people trafficking, and that would be a result worth having. Her eagerness worried Tony. He knew that to succeed in so difficult an assignment, Carol would have to maintain a high level of confidence. She'd be thrown on her own resources for most of the time, and without self-belief, she'd sink like a stone. But it wasn't like her to be blind to the perils of a task so fraught with jeopardy. It's obvious that they're right, psychologically speaking, he said. Radechki's bound to be attracted to you, and his emotional investment will make it easier for you to maintain your undercover story. He'll find it hard to be as suspicious of you as he would be of any other stranger. Still, you're really going to be out there on a limb. If your cover does get blown, he's going to be far more dangerous to you than if you were just another undercover cop. It won't be enough to eliminate you. He'll need to make you suffer. You do know that. It crossed my mind, yes, but you know I don't like to brood. You need to be aware of the potential pitfalls. I wouldn't be any use to you if I just sat here uttering anodyne platitudes about how terrific you're going to be at this. Undercover is the hardest job in policing. He leaned forward, his face earnest. You're never off duty. You can't afford to be homesick for who you really are. You have to live it, and it's the loneliest place there is. And you're going to be in a foreign country, which will only compound that feeling of isolation. His words hung in the air between them, the intensity speaking of something beyond their superficial meaning. Carol suddenly understood that he was telling her about himself and the way he had chosen to live. You sound like you've been there, she said softly. Passing for human, he thought. This wasn't the time or the place to get into that one. Been there so long I gave the T-shirt to Oxfam, he said, striving for lightness. Academic life is not my natural habitat. Carol looked disappointed. She had every right, he thought. She deserved better than that from him. Nor was Francis, he added. But I didn't come here to talk about me. Will it be possible for us to be in touch? I hope so. Morgan said they'll find a way of getting me secure email access. Tony finished his coffee and topped it up from the cafetiere. I'd like that. Not that I can be of much practical help, but it'd be good to know you were okay. And you might appreciate a place where you can be Carol Jordan for a few minutes every day. On the other hand, you might find that just disrupts staying in role. So play it as it lays. See how you feel when you're in there. Carol put her mug down on the table and got to her feet. She walked over to the window and looked out. He could see her in profile, a series of planes and angles his memory held constantly clear. Some of the creases round her eyes were a little deeper, but that was the only change since he'd first known her. Now, though, the line of her mouth was stubborn, determined. Her eyes were troubled. I'm scared, Tony. I'm trying not to be, because I know fear is a bad emotion to run an operation on, but I'm really, really scared. Don't discount the usefulness of fear, Tony said. You're going to be running on adrenaline for as long as this assignment takes to complete. Fear's a good provider of that, and it keeps complacency at bay. Whatever you think now, you're going to have to get to like Radechki. You'll start off consciously behaving as if you're drawn to him, but the very act of maintaining that for any length of time tends to make it a reality. It's a variation on the Stockholm Syndrome, where hostages start to identify with their captors. Like it or not, you're going to find yourself growing close to him, and probably getting very fond of him. Fear is a good antidote to that. Carol rubbed her eyes with finger and thumb. I want what this could bring me so badly. I'm scared I'll do whatever it takes. What if I fall for this guy? She turned back towards him, her face troubled. You wouldn't be the first, and there's no easy recipe for avoiding it. He crossed to her and took her hands in his. If he's nice to you, and there's no reason why he wouldn't be, it's going to seem very appealing to go with the flow. What you have to do is hold on to one fact about this guy that you find totally abhorrent. I don't know what that would be for you, but there has to be something in his file that really got to you. Remember what it was, and hold that thought like a mantra. He squeezed her hands tight, conscious of their coolness against his warm skin, trying not to think what they would feel like on his back. That's easy, she said. The callousness, the way he engineers all this without ever getting his hands dirty. I can't get rid of the image of that dead dealer lying on the steps of the police station with his brains on the pavement, and Radetzky sitting in his expensive Charlottenburg apartment, sealed off from all the shit, listening to Verdi or Mozart as if it wasn't connected to him. That's what gets to me. So, every time you feel the tug towards him growing too strong, summon up those two contradictory images. That'll ground you in what you're there for. He dropped her hands and stepped back. You can do this, Carol. You're good enough. You're strong enough. And you've got something to come back to. He held her gaze. For the first time since they'd met, he was making her a promise he thought he just might be able to keep. If Dr. Margareta Schilling had known she was experiencing her last afternoon alive, she would probably have chosen to spend it differently. Perhaps a reprise of their favourite woodland walk with her lover, or perhaps round her kitchen table with her closest friends, good food and wine, and conversation flowing freely. Or, most likely, playing a computer game with her 8-year-old son, Hartmut. Even her hard-hearted bastard of an ex-husband wouldn't have refused to vary the conditions of Margareta's contact time with her son if he'd known she was about to die. Instead, unaware of what lay ahead of her, she considered her hours in the university library well spent. Her main academic interests lay in the psychological effects of religious belief systems, and a recent visit to the Roman Museum in Köln had triggered off some ideas relating to the effects on the indigenous population of the imposition of Roman gods following their occupation of Germany. She was also intrigued to see if the collision between two contradictory religious systems had had any modifying influence on the Roman occupiers. Her research was still at the embryonic stage where she had to accumulate information before she could begin to formulate theories. This was the tiring, tedious part of the process, hours spent in dusty archives, following trails that dead-ended as often as not. She had heard of researchers who had actually been infected with ancient illnesses as a result of poking around among materials that had barely been disturbed for centuries. But so far, nothing that dramatic had ever happened to her. The risks she normally ran from her work were quite different. Margareta had spent years working with live subjects, probing the intersection between their religious beliefs and their personalities. Part of that had involved attempts to undermine those beliefs, and sometimes the results had been unsettling, to say the least. It had provided little comfort to her subjects to remind them that they had given informed consent to the clinical experiments, and she had, on several occasions, been subjected to strenuous personal abuse. In spite of her training, Margareta found such confrontations stressful, and she had to admit to herself that the idea of researching the long dead had definite consolations. She left the library just after 4, when her head started to ache from too much close concentration on obscure materials. Emerging into the overcast afternoon had felt like a blessing, even with the humid promise of rain in the air. She didn't fancy going home to her empty house any sooner than she had to. She still hadn't grown accustomed to living alone. The rooms seemed too large, the echoes too present in the absence of her son. For Margareta, the most bitter irony of her divorce was that the very thing that had poisoned her marriage was the single factor that had worked against her when it came to gaining full-time custody of her son. His father was a lazy leech, preferring the excuse of childcare to the demands of a job. Never mind that he didn't do a hand's turn in the house, leaving her to fit cooking, cleaning, and shopping into the interstices of work and quality time with Hartmut. Never mind that he'd been the one to have an affair while their son was at school. It had left him in the perfect position to argue that he was Hartmut's primary carer and should therefore continue in that role. It wouldn't have been so bad if she'd thought he'd done this out of love for the boy, but she suspected it was more about exerting a last vestige of control over her. So, she preferred not to go home of an evening until she had to. She worked late. She dived into the cultural life of the city. She saw friends. She spent time in her lover's apartment. It was more than a desire not to be at home that took her into the centre of Bremen that day. She always enjoyed strolling in the narrow, cobbled streets of the Schnur, an enclave of gentrified medieval fishermen's houses, admiring the contents of the antique shop windows, even though she couldn't afford their prices. While the university where she worked and the suburb where she lived offered little in the way of aesthetic pleasure for the eye, the old town was a significant compensation. She glanced at her watch. She had a couple of hours to spare before she met the journalist from the new e-zine. It sounded like an interesting venture, and it never hurt to find another outlet for one's work in these days when professional prowess was no longer measured by how well one taught one's students. Margareta walked through the Schnur and cut down one of the alleys leading to the swollen Weser, whose mud-coloured waters were flowing fast in spring spate. She walked along the river for a few minutes, then turned into the city's most bizarre street, the Bircherstrasse, which combined disparate elements of Gothic, Art Nouveau, and pure fantasy, a product of the imagination of local artists and architects in the 1920s, funded by the inventor of decaffeinated coffee. It always amused Margareta to think that such richness of style had come from so bloodless a product. She turned left at the end of the street and made for her favourite city centre bar, the Kleine Ratskeller. A couple of glasses of Bremer Weisse and a steaming plate of their hearty Knieper, and she'd have recovered her strength, ready for whatever her interviewer had to throw at her. Those of her fellow diners who noticed her could have had no idea that by morning they'd be witnesses in a murder investigation. Chapter 17. His hands moved deftly over the controls of the small crane that lifted his Volkswagen from the rear deck of the Wilhelmina Rosen. This was the moment when he shifted from one life into the other, when he stopped being the respected skipper of a fine-looking Rhine ship and turned into a walking death warrant. Tonight he would be lit up once more, celebrating his latest triumph between the thighs of some Bremen bitch. He stretched his arms across his broad chest and hugged himself. If they only knew what they were taking into themselves when they spread their legs for him. He was the one who made light grow out of darkness. He transformed his own blackness into something that glowed like a jewel inside him, and now he was turning that brightness on the shadowy secrets of the past, making them obvious to the world. Later, rather than sooner, he suspected, someone in law enforcement would realize that all his victims had turned humans into lab rats for their own selfish ends. Once the connection was established, the next step would be inevitable. Police departments were notoriously leaky. It would be all over the media. As soon as people realized the crimes that were being committed in the name of science, the mindfucks would have to stop. There would be a public outcry. Things would have to change. He'd be able to stop then. He wouldn't mind stopping, because his work would be done. He wasn't some thrill killer, murdering for kicks. It was true that his revenge had finally lifted the clouds from his mind and allowed him to take his place in the world as a real man. But that was a lucky bonus. If he stopped, he would still be able to fuck, because it wasn't murder that turned him on. He wasn't a pervert. He was simply a man with a mission. There was no pleasure for him in the deed itself, merely in what it signified. For him, pleasure was what he felt when he plied the waterways in the Wilhelmina Rosen. His other life was work, nothing more. The boat was what gave him joy. They'd arrived at their destination right on schedule, reaching the wharf on the Weser with enough time to unload that afternoon. They didn't have to pick up their next cargo until 10 the following morning. It was all going immaculately to plan. They'd moved the Wilhelmina Rosen to the railhead, where they were due to load up with coal, and now he was leaving Gunther in charge so that he could conduct his personal business ashore. He gently lowered the car onto the dockside and released the grabs. "I'm off now," he said to Gunther. "Going anywhere interesting?" Gunther said, not even looking up from his dog-eared paperback. "I need to see a couple of shipping agents. I wouldn't mind a bit more work up this way." Gunther made a non-committal sound. "We don't get home enough these days. What's in Hamburg that's so special? You're divorced. You never see your kids, even when we are in port." Gunther looked up from his book. "My mates are in Hamburg." "You've got mates everywhere," he said, walking off the bridge. He didn't want to lose Gunther, but finding a new crew member wasn't the hardest thing in the world. If Gunther didn't like the routes his mission had thrust upon them, he didn't have to stay. Of course, there weren't that many good jobs on the barges these days. Somehow, he didn't think he'd be looking for a replacement any time soon. But he wished Gunther hadn't started on about Hamburg now. It was too much like a hook, pulling him back into the past, when he was so intent on moving forward into his future. Now, that future lay here in Bremen, a few miles away. His was a good cover story, he had to admit. He had worked long and hard on it. At first, he had thought of posing as a colleague, but realized that he would be too easily found out. Academics were always meeting at conferences and conventions. There was a high risk his victim might actually know the person he was pretending to be. And in these days of easy email communication, it would be too easy to check. But what else would make them agree to a meeting? Vanity. That was the key. They all loved to talk about themselves and their work. They were so sure of themselves, convinced they knew best about everything. But how to exploit that? The answer had to lie in the new technology. It was easy to wear a mask there. They already had a computer on board, of course. So many of their consignments and movement orders arrived that way these days. He was intrigued by its potential for assisting him in his mission. So, he'd sent the boys back to Hamburg, laid the barge up for a week, bought a laptop computer, and taken a crash course in the internet and website design. He'd registered the domain name of psychodialogue.com and created a website announcing the imminent arrival of Psychodialogue, a new online magazine dedicated to the dissemination of current thinking in experimental psychology. He'd culled enough jargon from his own victim research to make it look like the real thing, he thought. Then he had business cards printed up, announcing himself as Hans Hochenstein, managing editor of Psychodialogue. He had emailed his victims to arrange appointments to talk about their work, and the rest had fallen beautifully into place. One of the tutors on the computer course, a self-confessed former hacker, had even shown him how to send emails containing a logic bomb that would make them automatically erase themselves from the host computer after a predetermined period of time had elapsed. So even that potential fragment of evidence was gone. Tonight, Dr. Margareta Schilling would pay for her cruelty and her vanity. He checked the directions she'd given him, savouring the irony of her willing contribution to her own downfall. Then he set off. The street where she lived was on the outskirts of the city. Here, fingers of countryside clung onto the land with an arthritic grip, a stranded straggle of trees and scrubby grass the only reminders of what used to be there. These last remnants of nature formed divisions between the housing developments, giving their owners an illusion of being country dwellers. They could look out at the darkling woods and imagine themselves lords of all they surveyed, ignoring the fact of their ugly square houses with their 2 reception rooms, 3 bedrooms, 1.5 bathrooms, and a fitted kitchen replicated like some grotesque multiple berth all along the street. He couldn't see the attraction. He'd rather live in a tiny apartment in the heart of the city than reproduce ugliness along with space. Better still, to be cabined on a boat, a moving world that travelled with you and allowed you to change your view on a daily basis. He drove slowly along the street, lights on against the gloomy drizzle of the evening, checking the house numbers. There was nothing to distinguish Margareta Schilling's home from those of her neighbours. Although the colours of doors and the patterns of curtains varied, somehow they all merged into one amorphous identikit. Her car was parked in front of the garage door, he noticed. He wondered if his own car would be too conspicuous, left on the street when every other vehicle was garaged or on a drive. There was room for the Golf behind her elderly Audi, so he decided to park there. He walked up to the front door, bag in hand, hoping suburban eyes would be too busy with their own concerns to notice him. Not that they'd remember someone so insignificant. It was only on the inside that he was remarkable. He rang the doorbell and waited. The door opened to reveal a woman of medium height and build. Not too heavy to lift, he thought with satisfaction. Her greying blonde hair was pulled back in a ponytail from a face that looked tired and careworn. Mascara was slightly smudged round her eyes, as if she'd rubbed them without thinking. She wore tailored charcoal slacks and a maroon chenille sweater that effectively disguised her figure. "Herr Hochenstein," she said. He inclined his head. "Dr. Schilling, it's a pleasure to meet you." She stepped back and gestured to him to enter. "Straight ahead," she said. "I hope you don't mind us talking in the kitchen, but it's the most comfortable room in the house." He'd hoped for her study, but as he walked into the kitchen he could see it was ideal for his purpose. A scarred pine table stood in the middle of the floor, perfectly positioned for the ceremony that lay ahead. Later, he would find her study and leave his calling card in her files. For now, though, the kitchen would suffice. He turned as Margareta followed him in, offering a smile. "This is very comfortable." "I spend most of my time in here," she said. passing him and heading for the stove. "Now, would you like a drink? Tea, coffee? Something stronger?" He measured the distances. The fridge would give him the best chance. "A beer would be good," he said, knowing this meant she'd have to turn her back on him. And so it began again. Hands and brain moved in a smooth sequence, following the practiced routine without a stutter or stumble. He was bending down to fasten her left ankle to the table leg, when the sharp chime of the doorbell made him jerk upright, the cord falling from his startled fingers. His heart thudded in his chest. He felt the choke of panic close his throat. Someone was there, only 20 yards or so away from him. Someone who expected Margareta Schilling to open the door. She couldn't have made an arrangement, he reasoned. She knew he was coming, so she wouldn't have invited anyone round. It must be someone selling religion or household goods door to door, he told himself, fighting for calm. Either that, or one of the neighbours who'd seen Schilling's car on the drive and expected her to be home. It had to be, didn't it? The doorbell pealed out again, this time for longer. He didn't know what to do. He stepped away from the table where Margareta lay spread-eagled, still fully clothed. What if the caller was persistent enough to come round to the back of the house? All it would take would be one glance in the brightly lit kitchen windows. He scrabbled for the light switch. Just as his fingers closed on it, he heard a sound that chilled him even more than the doorbell, the unmistakable click of a key in a lock. He froze, dry-mouthed, wondering about escape. The front door opened, and a man's voice shouted, "Margareta?" The door closing, then footsteps heading for the kitchen. "It's me," he heard. Grabbing a heavy cast-iron pan from the stove, he flattened himself against the wall by the door. It opened without a moment's hesitation, and a tall, male shape appeared, crossing the threshold and stopping in his tracks. Enough light spilled in from outside to show the shape of Margareta's body lying on the table. "Margareta?" he said again, reaching for the light switch. The pan crashed down on the back of his head, and the man dropped to his knees like a felled steer. His upper body teetered for a moment, then collapsed face down in an untidy heap. He dropped the pan with a loud clatter and turned the light back on. The interloper was sprawled on the floor, a trickle of blood coming from his nose. Dead or unconscious, he didn't mind which, just so long as it would give him time to finish what he'd started. He kicked him savagely in the ribs. Bastard! Who did he think he was, barging in like that? Hurrying now, he returned to his task. He finished the bindings, then hastily ripped the tape from her mouth. He had to keep checking the man was still out cold, which slowed him up even more. He didn't bother explaining to the bitch why he was making an example of her. She'd fucked up his routine, ruined his pleasure in a job well done, and she didn't deserve to know that there was good reason for what was happening to her. It pissed him off more than he would have believed possible, that he was having to rush things. He managed to do a neat enough job with the scalping, but it wasn't as precise as he liked. Cursing, with the vigour of the boatman he was, he finished up in the kitchen, wiping every surface his hands could possibly have touched, and giving the stranger a brutal kick in the kidneys as he passed, just for good measure. All that was left was the placing of the file. He ran upstairs and started checking the rooms, unwilling to turn on the lights in case it drew more attention to him. The first room was clearly hers, dominated by a king-size bed and a wall of fitted wardrobes. The second looked like a kid's room, with its posters of Werder Bremen footballers and the PlayStation on the table by the window. He struck gold with the back bedroom, which was fitted out as a home office. He dragged open the drawer of the old-fashioned wooden filing cabinet and thrust the file into place. He was past caring if it was in the right slot. He just wanted to be done and out of there before things got even worse. One final check that the stranger was still unconscious. Then he warily opened the front door crack. Nothing moved. He saw a VW Passat parked in front of the house, but thankfully it wasn't blocking the drive. Head down, he hurried out of Margareta Schilling's house and into the car. His hands on the wheel were slippery with perspiration, his fingers antsy and trembling. Sweat trickled down his temples and into his hair. He had to force himself to keep his speed down in the quiet suburban streets. His brain kept replaying the terrible sound of the front door opening, and every time his heart constricted in panic again. Fear was staking out its familiar territory inside him, and he struggled against it, moaning as he drove. He was on the dock road before he felt his breathing return to normal. For the first time since he had started his campaign, he had been directly confronted with the dangers of his chosen path, and he didn't like it one bit. Not that that was any reason to stop, he told himself. What he needed now was to take his mind off his panic. What he needed was a woman. He slowed down as he approached a row of bars, their dim lights yellow against the night. He'd find what he wanted here. He'd take some bitch and fuck her till the light came back. Case notes. Name: Margareta Schilling. Session number 1. Comments. The patient has a God complex. She believes she has the divine right to undermine and destroy the legitimate beliefs of others in the interests of furthering her own status. She lacks all sense of proportion. Her value system is hopelessly skewed by her erroneous belief in her own infallibility. Nevertheless, she seeks to impose her own world view on others and refuses to accept the possibility that she is wrong. She is clearly overcompensating for an unacknowledged sense of inferiority. Like many professional females, she fails to recognize her innate weaknesses compared to males and reacts to this by seeking to castrate them psychologically. Therapeutic action. Altered state therapy initiated. Chapter 18. Thaddeus crossed the pavement and climbed into the back seat of the black Mercedes. If any of his neighbours had seen him, they might have wondered at his appearance. Instead of his usual immaculate and expensive surface, he was dressed in old moleskin trousers, battered work boots, an ex-army parka covering a thick fisherman's sweater. But nobody wore Armani for an afternoon's rough shooting, which was exactly how he planned to spend the rest of the day. Darko Krasic lounged in the opposite corner of the rear seat. He wore a scarred leather jerkin over a padded plaid shirt, whose tails hung over corduroy trousers so old the raised wales were rubbed flat on the surface of the thighs. "Good day for it," he said. "I hope so. I feel like killing someone whose disappearance would make the world a better place," Thaddeus said. He spoke with the distaste of a man who has bitten into a fruit and found decay at its heart. Apathy and cynicism had been his alternating companions since Katerina's death. Everything he did now was an attempt to break free from their suffocating grip, and everything so far had failed. He had no conviction that his afternoon would bring anything different. "And since we've no traffic cops to hand," he continued with a wan attempt at humour, "I'll have to settle for something small and defenceless, furry or feathered. You bring the guns? They're in the boot. Where are we headed?" "A nice bit of forest on the edge of the Schorfheide. That's the great thing about nature reserves. The wildlife doesn't recognise the boundaries. An old friend of mine owns a piece of land that butts right up against the protected area, and the ducks from the wetland don't know any better than to fly over his woodland. We should bag some good stuff. He's lending us a couple of his gun dogs so we can do the thing properly." Thaddeus reached inside his jacket and pulled out a burnished pewter hip flask. He unscrewed the top and took a swig of cognac. He held the flask out to Krasic. "Want some?" Krasic shook his head. "You know, I always like to keep a clear head round guns." "Speaking of guns and clear heads, what's the news on Marlena?" "Some bitch from criminal intelligence has been sniffing around her. She spoke to her in the Gaysar, and she's been back to see her in jail. Marlena's playing dumb and keeping her mouth shut, but it's winding her up." "You're sure we can trust her?" Krasic gave a lazy smile. "As long as we got the kid, Marlena won't put a foot wrong. Funny how women get about their kids. You'd think they could only have the one the way they go on about them. They seem to forget that all they're going to get from them is heartache, especially someone like Marlena. She should have the sense to realise that any daughter of hers is going to grow up using or selling herself, but it doesn't seem to matter to her. She still thinks the sun shines out the kid's arse." "Just as well for us," Thaddeus said. "Where are we keeping her?" "I've got a cousin who has a small holding on the outskirts of Oranienburg. The nearest neighbour is half a mile away. He's got a couple of kids of his own, so he knows how to deal with the little buggers." "And Marlena is convinced this isn't just a bluff?" Krasic curled his lip in a sneer. "Marlena believes I'm capable of anything. She's not going to play games with her child's life. Don't worry, Tadzio. It's all boxed off." "I wish I could say the same about the English end of things. The people who are trying to fill Colin's shoes, they're nothing but a bunch of clowns. They're too small time to run a competent operation. I don't trust them to deliver. Meanwhile, we've got a bottleneck in Rotterdam. We can't go on warehousing illegals indefinitely. Can't we just take them over to England and dump them?" Krasic sounded like a petulant child who can't understand why the world doesn't turn to suit him. Not in the numbers we've got stockpiled. It'd be far too obvious that something on a large scale was going down. The last thing we want is to attract the attention of the immigration authorities. I've been successful for so long precisely because I haven't done things like that, Thaddeus pointed out. We had such a convenient arrangement with Colin. I can't believe he was stupid enough to get caught in some minor league gangland shootout. It should be a warning to you, Krasich said. That's the kind of thing that can happen when you get too close to the action. You shouldn't have made that trip the other week. I don't like it when you're exposed like that. Thaddeus glowered out of the window. He knew Krasich was right, but he didn't like being told what to do by anyone, not even his trusted assistant. Now he felt mean. It doesn't hurt sometimes to remind people who's in charge, he said. Tadzio, it could have blown up in your face. If they'd got Kamal to talk, well, we might not be so lucky next time. There was no element of luck there. We've got all our bases covered. He turned and gave Krasich a hard stare. We do have all our bases covered, don't we? Of course we do. That's why we keep cops on the payroll. And speaking of the cops on our payroll, why haven't we heard anything more about the investigation into Katerina's accident? This has been going on for far too long. I want to know about that fucking motorbike. Lean on 'em, Darko. Don't let them think they can ignore me on this. Krasich nodded. I'll chase 'em up, boss. Do that. And remind them that whoever pays the piper calls the tune. I want the man who killed Katerina. I don't give a fuck about the legal process. I want to make him pay in a way he'll remember for the rest of his life. So tell those bastards to stop fucking around and produce some results. Krasich sighed inwardly. He had a feeling this was one investigation that was going to hit a brick wall sooner or later. He didn't relish the moment when he would have to report that fact to Tadzio. For the time being, he'd just have to keep going through the motions. I'll talk to someone tonight, he promised. Good. I'm tired of problems. I could use some solutions, whatever it takes. He leaned back against the soft leather and closed his eyes, signalling that the conversation was over. Playing the bully didn't come naturally to him, but he'd found himself slipping into the role depressingly often since Katerina had died. He couldn't bear the thought that the rest of his life was going to be like this, a constant succession of crises and problems. It felt as if her death had taken all the ease from his life, and he wondered if he would ever again feel relaxed and comfortable in his own shoes. Perhaps vengeance would help. It was the only thing he could think of that might. It was Petra Becker's first visit to Den Haag, and she was surprised by its lack of flamboyance compared to Amsterdam. The canal houses were models of understated classical demureness, with few of the ornate flourishes that gave a walk in central Amsterdam so much visual richness. This was an expense account city, with none of the bohemian colour that provided Amsterdam with its variety. Here there was an air of sedate prosperity, speaking of a prim propriety that made Petra's Berliner soul feel stifled. She'd been here less than a day, and already she was craving the disreputable. She wasn't sure how she felt about the day that lay ahead of her. She was due to meet the British cop at 11, Carol Jordan, a detective chief inspector, whatever that meant. Petra was supposed to tell her everything she knew about Tadeusz Radecki, and it stuck in her throat. It didn't seem fair that she should hand over such hard-won gains to someone who hadn't earned her stripes in the battle. When Hannah Plesch had told her that her new role was to act as liaison for someone else's undercover, she'd felt cheated. Of course, she was too familiar a face in Berlin to go undercover herself, but it pissed her off that her bosses had rolled over and handed the whole affair to the Brits. What did they know about German organised crime? Who did they think they were, muscling in on her territory? And how dare they think they could succeed where her department had failed? Plesch had read her reaction in her face, in spite of her best efforts to keep it under wraps. She told Petra that she only had two choices. She could work with Jordan, or she could walk away from the whole Radecki investigation. Reluctantly, Petra had accepted the assignment. It didn't mean she had to feel happy about it. She consoled herself with the knowledge that the takedown would have to be carried out by German cops. The Brits wouldn't be prosecuting this one. At the end of the operation, when they put Radecki away, Carol Jordan would be long gone. Petra Becker, on the other hand, would still be here, and she'd be the one who would be remembered as being instrumental in the final dismemberment of Radecki's rackets. She found a cafe, bought coffee and a couple of warm rolls, and took them over to a table by the window. She pulled a slim file out of her battered leather briefcase and began to read. Detective Chief Inspector Carol Jordan had graduated from Manchester University and gone straight into the Metropolitan Police. She'd been fast-tracked for promotion and had reached the rank of Detective Sergeant in the shortest possible time. She'd worked in General CID and also done a stint in the specialised Major Incident Team that dealt with murders and other serious crimes. When she'd passed her inspector's examination, she'd left the Met and moved north to the industrial city of Bradfield. That seemed to be when her career had really taken off. D.I. Jordan acted as liaison officer with Dr. Tony Hill, a Home Office-approved offender profiler, on a series of murders in Bradfield. Her work was instrumental both in uncovering the identity of the perpetrator and also in saving the life of Dr. Hill. Petra read the dry words and made a mental note to check out the case on the internet when she had the opportunity. Serial killers always made it big on the World Wide Web. She continued reading. Jordan then moved to East Yorkshire Police, where she was promoted to Detective Chief Inspector and took charge of the CID in the North Seaport of Seaford. While she was stationed at Seaford, she renewed her professional relationship with Dr. Hill, taking the lead role in an investigation which led to the eventual capture of the serial killer Jacko Vance. DCI Jordan's work was central in obtaining the conviction of Vance, who is believed to have killed at least 8 young girls. Another serial killer investigation, Petra noted. She'd take a look at the background to this one, too. Maybe Carol Jordan could do her career another favour, aside from Radechki. There weren't that many officers around who had experience of tracking serial killers. Perhaps Petra could pick Jordan's brains and come up with a strategy for nailing the killer she believed had already struck in Leiden and Heidelberg. If Jordan was as good a cop as she appeared to be on paper, it was worth considering. Petra returned to the file. 2 years ago, DCI Jordan returned to the Metropolitan Police, where, in addition to operational duties with the Serious Crimes Unit, she has undertaken extensive training in intelligence gathering and analysis. For the purposes of this undercover, she has been temporarily assigned to the National Crime Squad. That was the end of the brief. There was nothing in the file to suggest that Jordan had any undercover experience. Maybe they just hadn't gone into details. Petra couldn't believe they would put anyone into an operation this dangerous unless she really knew what she was doing. Radechki was way too smart to take anybody at face value. He'd be deeply suspicious of anyone who turned up with so convenient a proposal for solving his current problems. Jordan would have to be a superb operator to stay alive, let alone get under his guard and uncover anything worth knowing. There was one more sheet of paper in the file. Petra flipped it over, seeing it was a photocopy of a photograph. She couldn't stifle a gasp of astonishment. If the caption hadn't told her this was Carol Jordan, she would have been convinced that she was looking at a photograph of Tadeusz Radechki's late girlfriend. What was going on here? The resemblance was so spooky, it made the hairs on the back of Petra's neck stand up. Where the hell had they found this cop? With looks like this, no matter what Carol Jordan's background, she'd have been drafted in for this assignment. She could imagine the guys thinking that if anyone was going to make Radechki drop his guard, it was this particular British cop, and she supposed they had a point. Though it was the kind of coincidence that would freak her out if they pulled a stunt like this on her. It would certainly make Radechki's sidekick suspicious, but the man himself probably wouldn't be able to resist Katerina's doppelganger. She gazed down at the picture, and a slow smile spread across her face. For the first time since Plesh had briefed her, she was looking forward to this. Back at her hotel, with time to spare, Petra decided to check her email. There was nothing particularly interesting or urgent, so she turned to her favourite news site on the web to see what had happened in Germany since she'd left. She browsed the index of the day's stories, till something buried far down the list caught her eye. Lecturer brutally murdered in Bremen, she read, with a sinking feeling. Hastily, she clicked on the link that would bring her the full story. A psychology lecturer was found brutally murdered in her home on the outskirts of Bremen last night. The victim's boyfriend, who disturbed the killer, was also attacked and left for dead. Johann Weiss, 46, an architect, was battered unconscious by his assailant when he arrived at the home of Dr. Margareta Schilling, 43. He alerted police when he regained consciousness and discovered the murdered body of his partner. Dr. Schilling was a lecturer in experimental psychology at the University of Bremen and the mother of an 8-year-old son from a previous marriage. The boy lives with his father near Worpswede. Police are refusing to release details of the crime, but a source close to the investigation revealed that Dr. Schilling's body was bound and naked. Her body had been mutilated in a ritualistic manner. A police spokesman said, "Investigations are continuing into the death of Dr. Schilling. We are pursuing various lines of inquiry. This was a particularly brutal and callous murder, and we are determined to bring Dr. Schilling's killer to justice. We would like to appeal for any witnesses who saw anyone in the vicinity of Dr. Schilling's home yesterday evening to contact the police immediately. We are particularly keen to speak to the driver of a dark-coloured Volkswagen Golf." Petra gazed at the screen, appalled and excited in equal measure. It looked as if the killer had struck again, and on German soil, and this time there might just be a lead to pursue. Carol followed Larry Gandel, the British Europol liaison officer who had picked her up at the airport, through the corridors of Europol headquarters on the Rahmenweg. With his sharp suit and his cropped, thinning hair, he looked more like a financial services salesman than a police officer, but there was something indefinable that marked him out as English, something beyond his nasal black country accent. He led her to a small conference room on the 3rd floor of the main building. The only window looked out onto a central courtyard, allowing no possibility of being seen from the outside world. As Carol settled herself at one corner of the long, bleached wood table, the door opened, and a tall, rangy, dark-haired woman walked in. She had the loose-limbed stride of an athlete at home in her body. Dressed casually in black jeans, a charcoal sweater, and a creased leather jacket, a black satchel promoting the Berlin Film Festival slung over her shoulder, she looked more like a TV producer than a cop. Her hair was cut short and fashionably tousled with wax. She had a triangular face, broad across the forehead and narrowing to a pointed chin beneath a thin-lipped mouth. She looked unnervingly severe until she smiled a greeting, her blue eyes crinkling at the corners and promising compromises her expression in repose flatly denied. "Hi," she said. "I'm Petra Baker." She crossed the room, ignoring Gandel, and making straight for Carol. "You must be Carol Jordan." She spoke English with a transatlantic hint overlaying her slight German accent. Petra held out a hand to Carol, who stood up and shook it. "Pleased to meet you. This is Larry Gandel, one of the British ELOs. Petra nodded acknowledgement and pulled out the chair nearest Carol, so they were sitting at 90 degrees to each other. Gandel was immediately shut out of their communion, though he didn't realize it. He sat down opposite Carol, a large expanse of table separating them. "Nice to meet you, Petra," Gandel said, with an air of condescension. "I'm here purely to facilitate this meeting, to answer any questions that might come up that fall into our remit. But essentially, this is a joint operation between the British and the Germans, and it's up to you two to run it in a way that works best for you." "Thanks, Larry," Carol said, not quite dismissing him, but clearly focused now on Petra, the woman who would be her link back into her real life from the chilly wastes of deep cover. Petra would be her first line of defense, but paradoxically, she would also be the person who could most put her at risk. For Carol, it was vital to establish a bridgehead of respect, at the very least. Liking would be a bonus. "I appreciate you coming up here so we can thrash things out off the territory," she said. "I'm sure you're just as busy in Berlin as I used to be in London. It's never easy to get away from the day-to-day caseload." Petra raised one corner of her mouth in a crooked smile. "Tadeusz Radecki has been the most significant element of my caseload for a long time now. This doesn't feel like an escape, believe me." "No, I can see that. It's a big weight off my mind that they've assigned me a liaison officer who knows so much about the background to the case. I've come into it cold, and I'm going to need all the help I can get. What I wanted to do, if this is okay with you, is to hammer out the practicalities of how we work this, while Larry's still here to keep us straight on what's possible and what isn't. Then, I thought the two of us could go back to the hotel and brainstorm all I need to know about Radecki and his operation. How does that sound to you?" Gandel looked as if he was about to protest, but Petra caught his movement out of the corner of her eye and cut across him. "Perfect. These official meeting places are so stifling to the soul, no?" "Exactly. And I need to understand Radecki with my heart as well as my head, so I'm relying on you to open him up for me." Petra raised her eyebrows. "I'll do my best." She paused and cocked her head to one side, studying Carol's face. You know, they told me you look like Basler, and it's true. Your photograph does resemble her. But in the flesh it's uncanny. You could be her twin sister. You are going to blow Radechki away. I swear to God, he is going to be freaked out when he sees you. Let's hope it's in a good way, Carol said, feeling self-conscious under the other woman's appraising gaze. Oh, I think so. I don't see how he could resist. Petra smiled. I think this is going to work. It'll work, Gandil said confidently. DCI Jordan is one hell of an operator. Petra ignored him and continued to focus on Carol. So we need to establish where you are going to be staying in Berlin, how we feed you into Tadzio's world, and then how you and I maintain contact. For starters, yes. Petra opened her satchel and took out a stylish ring-bound notebook, its pages edged in a rainbow of colours, its black plastic covers embossed with a chain-link design. She flipped it open at the green section and tore out a page. I think a hotel is not a good idea for you. Too many people have access to the room, and it's too easy for Radechki's people to bribe a chambermaid to let them in. Radechki himself may be bowled over by your resemblance to Katerina, but I think the people around him, especially his lieutenant, Krasic, will be suspicious of you. Krasic will want to check you out as far as he possibly can. What I think is better is this. There is a building on a quiet street between the Kudamm and Olivierplatz that used to be a hotel and has been turned into service apartments. They are mostly used by business people like you're supposed to be. Each has a living room, a bedroom, a bathroom, and a small kitchen. You rent them by the week, and a maid comes in twice a week to change the linen and to clean the place. It will be more secure, but also you will feel more at home there. It will be more relaxing, no? Carol nodded. Sounds good to me. Petra passed her the sheet of paper which contained an address and phone number. I checked this morning that they have vacancies. I pretended to be a business associate of yours and asked them to hold one for you. They're expecting you to call. You do have credit cards in your alias. I've got everything. Passport, driving license, credit cards, a couple of old utility bills and bank statements. I don't have any Carol Jordan ID on me at all. I handed it all over to Larry for safekeeping. She smiled across at him. Just don't sell my warrant card on the black market, Larry. He raised his eyebrows. Don't tempt me. Next is how we stay in contact, Petra continued. Now, I've got something that will help here, Gandil butted in. Carol, you're going to have a laptop with you, right? That's right. The London boys set it up. It's all Caroline Jackson stuff. A shed load of old emails, various business-related files and letters. Plenty of stuff to back up my cover story, and nothing that shouldn't be there. Gandil placed his showy aluminium briefcase on the table and snapped open the locks. He produced a flat black rectangle with a cable protruding from one end. This is an auxiliary hard drive that you can plug straight into your laptop. It's preloaded with all the access code you need to get into TEX. TEX? Petra asked. The Europol dedicated computer system. It incorporates an analysis system like the one you've trained on, Carol, together with an index system. And we've just got the information system up and running, so you can access all we hold on Radechki and his known associates. Everything Petra and her colleagues have passed on to us is in there at the touch of a key. There's also an encryption system that will allow you to send secure email to anyone who has the key. Petra, we're also going to make that available to you, so Carol can communicate securely with you via email, which will be much safer than phone calls. And to keep it out of sight. His hand went back into the briefcase and came out with a blue rubber box with a stubby antenna coming out of one corner. The coolest radio in town, he said. You can buy them in all the smartest shops, only this one's different. The techie stripped out the guts of it and inserted a miniature radio. It works just like the original, but when you open it up, he pushed a metal slider on the base of the radio, and it fell neatly in half. There's a hiding place for your spare hard drive. Carol and Petra exchanged a look and burst out laughing. Boys and their toys, Carol spluttered. Gandil looked offended. It does work, you know. Nobody's going to give it a second look. Sorry, Larry. It's very clever, Carol said, not wanting to alienate her British backup. And you're right, it's entirely unsuspicious. She reached for the radio and slotted the hard drive into place, then closed it up. She pressed the small blue rubber button, and static crackled out of the speaker. Very good. It's exactly what I need. even if it does make me feel a bit like James Bond. So, that solves your communication problems, Gandalf said, closing his briefcase with a self-satisfied smile. Only technically, Petra said. I'm sorry, Gandalf said. It's not enough. Undercover is shit. It's the scariest, most isolated place in the world. And then you have the added risk of Zelig syndrome. Zelig syndrome? Gandalf frowned. Like in Woody Allen's film, Zelig? Zelig is so insecure that he becomes a human chameleon, taking on not only the style and manner, but also the appearance of the people he moves among. It's the big danger for the undercover cop. You spend so much time with these people, alienated from your own culture, that you start to identify with them. You go native, Carol said. Precisely. Email is all very well for the exchange of information, but it will not protect you from yourself. For that, we need face-to-face contact. Gandalf looked dubious. You already said that Radechki's people are going to be suspicious around Carol. They're going to be watching her. And with respect, Petra, you're a Berlin cop. Somebody's bound to recognize you. The last thing we want is to take the risk of regular meetings between the pair of you. I think we can do this at no risk to Carol, Petra said firmly. There is a very upscale women's health club a few blocks away from the apartment. As well as the gym and the swimming pool, they have private sauna suites that members can book for half-hour sessions. This is not a place where Krasic or anyone else in Radechki's inner circle can follow us. Trust me, Larry, I would not make an arrangement that would expose Carol. Gandalf looked dubious, but Carol nodded. I agree. It's important to keep me connected to the real world. Besides, sometimes you need to talk something through face to face. There might be things that I see or hear but don't understand the significance of, things I might leave out of a written report because I don't realize they're important. But Petra will know the right questions to ask to draw the information out of me. I think she's right, Larry. We need that regular contact. Gandalf fiddled with his silk tie. I don't know, Carol. You will be going in and out of Berlin every 7 to 10 days. We were thinking that you'd get your debriefs then, in London or here. 10 days can be a very long time on the front line, Petra said. It's up to Carol, of course. She met Carol's eyes, an expectant look on her face. Carol gave an almost imperceptible nod. What you have to remember is that I've never done undercover before. I want all the backup I can get. If I get burned, I need to be able to get clear in a hurry. With the best will in the world, Larry, you're not going to be much use to me up here in The Hague. If it all goes belly up, Petra's the one who's going to have to deal with it on the spot. We need an arrangement to cover that eventuality. It's not as if she's going to be sitting glued to her computer 24/7, and if the shit hits the fan, I may not even be able to get back to the apartment to access the computer. I want an insurance policy, Larry, and from where I'm sitting, that's Petra. Gandalf pursed his lips. I'm not happy about this. Maybe it would be better if I came to Berlin too. Then you could liaise directly with me. Carol shook her head. You don't know the background like Petra does, and you certainly don't know the city like she does. He still looked mutinous. Time to play her ace. Morgan told me I should set up systems that I felt comfortable with, and this works for me. If you're still not happy, I suggest we run it past him. Gandalf flushed. I don't think that will be necessary. If it's what you want, I'm prepared to support you, though for the record, I do have my reservations. Thank you, Carol said prettily. It was good to know that Morgan's name carried as much clout as she had suspected. That's settled then. Petra, you said you wanted to talk about how I infiltrate Radechki's world. What did you have in mind? If you are going to do these things, they should be done in style. I have a plan that I believe is both stylish and also calculated to hit Radechki in his weakest spot, Petra said. Carol grinned. I can't wait to hear it. Chapter 19. The phone was ringing as Tony walked back into his office after a lecture that he feared had bored his students almost as much as it had him. He grabbed it as he slumped into his chair. Tony Hill, he said, covering his ennui with a coating of brightness. Dr. Hill, this is Penny Burgess. I don't know if you remember me. I remember you, he said abruptly. Penny Burgess had been the crime correspondent on the Bradfield Sentinel-Times when Tony had been working with the local police on his first serial killer case. She'd dogged his footsteps and done her best to turn him into a household name. The thing is, Tony, I was hoping we might have a little chat, in the light of what happened in the Court of Appeal this afternoon. The danger signs were flashing before his eyes. If Vance's appeal had failed, nobody would care what he thought. "I'm sorry," he stalled. "I haven't heard the news today. What are you talking about?" "Nobody called you?" Penny sounded surprised. "I've been teaching. I literally just walked through the door when you rang." "What happened in the Court of Appeal?" "The judges decided that Vance's conviction for the murder of Shaz Bowman was unsafe." Tony felt as if a pit had opened at his feet. A spasm of dizziness left him clinging with his free hand to the edge of the desk. Through the buzzing in his ears, he could hear Penny Burgess speak. He compelled himself to listen to the words. "It's not as bad as it seems," she was saying. "He was immediately rearrested and charged with the murder of Barbara Fenwick. He's back behind bars on remand. According to a police source of mine, there was a witness statement from a market trader in the original investigation that completely undermined the case and made the CPS decide not to proceed on that charge back then." "I remember," Tony acknowledged. "Well, apparently, a BBC radio reporter has been investigating the case, and she's managed to get the witness on tape admitting that he only said what he did because Vance asked him to. He's now completely recanted his earlier statement, so there's going to be another trial, and I hear that the CPS are quietly confident. I wondered what your thoughts on the matter were." "I've got no comment to make," he said wearily. "I'm not asking you to comment on the new charges, obviously that's sub judice, but you must be upset that he's walked free of the murder of someone you were mentoring." "Like I said, I've got no comment." Tony gently replaced the receiver on its cradle. He wanted to slam it down hard enough to break the plastic casing, but the habit of self-control was too deeply ingrained for that. He closed his eyes and let out his breath in a long, steady stream. That bastard Vance had once threatened to make his life a misery. It looked as though he was fulfilling his promise. He might well be convicted of other killings now, but he had wriggled out of the one murder conviction that really mattered to Tony. Not only that, but the relative anonymity he'd struggled to find had been shattered with a single phone call. Before he could do anything else, the phone rang again. This time he ignored it. He wondered how long he'd be able to carry on doing that before some bright spark from the University Press office decided that what they really needed was the sort of high profile that an interview with Tony Hill could bring. He jumped to his feet and made for the door. Time to go into hiding. Sometimes there were distinct advantages in having a brother who was a computer expert. Carol had learned enough from Michael to recognize what a program file looked like, which meant she'd been able to identify the encryption software on the secondary hard disk that Gandalf had given her. It had been the work of a few minutes to transmit the program onto her brother in Manchester, asking him to forward it to Tony, complete with instructions on how to install it. As a result, they were now exchanging emails in complete security. Of course, it was all highly irregular, a breach of the Official Secrets Act at the very least. She'd had a moment of doubt, understanding only too well how her apparent cavalier regard for security might be interpreted by someone who didn't know Tony, but it had only been a moment. She knew nobody more committed to confidentiality than Tony, nor anyone who could be more help at the sharp end of a complicated investigation, and Carol had always trusted her maverick streak to do what was best. She had warned Michael on pain of death not to spread the software any further, and she felt sure she could trust him. If it ever came to light, she would plead Morgan's orders that she should do whatever it took to make her feel secure. This evening, more than ever, she was glad their line of communication was open, for she had something in her possession that might just tempt Tony out of his self-imposed retirement. More than that, it might bring him to her side. Carol frowned at the computer screen. She needed to get this one absolutely right. Impatiently, she pushed the chair back from the desk and paced the room, trying to gather her thoughts. The apartment in Berlin was everything Petra had promised. Comfortable without attempting opulence, quiet and secure, its anonymity was somehow less impersonal than that of a hotel room. Caroline Jackson would relish those same qualities, she felt sure. The few personal items in the room marked it out as the territory of her alter ego. She'd never have chosen those books, that photograph frame, those extravagantly ostentatious flowers for herself. But for this evening, she needed to remind herself that she was Carol Jordan. Caroline Jackson would be no help whatsoever in composing the finely balanced email she needed to send. For that, she needed all her own qualities of mind. The past few days had been a whirlwind of mental activity. She'd been astonished by how much information Petra Becker had on Tadeusz Radecki, and she could well imagine how frustrated her German contact had become with her team's apparent inability to close down his operations and put him behind bars. He seemed to operate with complete impunity, largely because he had never made the mistake of most criminals who eventually came to believe in their own invincibility. It was that hubris that brought most of them to disaster, Carol knew from her own experience, but Radecki had never lost the habit of constant caution. His was a recipe for success. He trusted few people. He understood the difference between turning a good profit and greed, and he apparently never breached the firewalls between his deceptively immaculate public persona and the dirty businesses that kept him in style. The icing on this perfect cake was Krasic, a man who had cultivated a reputation for brutal ruthlessness with apparent glee. But although Radecki had managed to stay beyond the reach of legal sanction, it hadn't rendered him immune from the relentless probing of Petra Becker. The dossier she had assembled on him was remarkable. Everything, from his taste in music to the shops where he bought his clothes, was documented. Assimilating this had been Carol's first task, and it brought with it a genuine taste of the undercover life. She had to retain as much of this information as she possibly could, while simultaneously shunting it to the back of her mind. Caroline Jackson would know almost nothing of Radecki's life and tastes, and Carol found the necessity of splitting her mind in two profoundly dislocating. That was when she had decided, to hell with protocol. She needed a conduit to Tony. If she'd had any doubts about the wisdom of her course of action, they vanished in the course of the second evening she spent in the company of Petra Becker. They had used the morning to go over everything Petra knew about Radecki's criminal network, and the afternoon had been devoted to working with Carol's cover story, pushing to see where the cracks might appear, trying to identify possible danger zones, and letting her explore the personality she would be living inside for the foreseeable future. Finally, Petra had stubbed out the 20th cigarette of the day and leaned back in her chair. "I think it's time to unwind a little," she said. "We can't be seen out together once we get back to Berlin, so we should make the most of our anonymity and have dinner out somewhere nice to celebrate the successful completion of Phase 1. Carol stretched her cramped back with a groan. "I'll drink to that." Half an hour later, they were sitting in a quiet booth in a dimly lit Indonesian restaurant. In the center of the room, brightly illuminated under heat lamps, an extensive rice table buffet was laid out, but for now they were happy to sit with their drinks and unwind. Carol took a healthy swig of her gin and tonic, and Petra raised her glass. "It's been a pleasure working with you these past few days, Carol," she said. "I must admit, I had some very negative feelings about this operation, but you've reassured me." "Why did you feel so negative about it? Did you think I wouldn't be up to it?" Toying with the stem of her margarita, Petra studied the liquid as it slid up and down the side of the glass. "That was part of it, but mostly it was because I felt we'd worked our guts out trying to nail Radecki, and it wasn't fair to take it away from us." "I can understand that. I'd have felt exactly the same in your shoes. When you spend so long on a case, it feels very personal." Petra flicked a considering glance up at Carol. Then, coming to a decision, she leaned her elbows on the table and moved closer. "Was that how you felt about Jacko Vance? And before that, the queer killer in Bradfield?" Carol's relaxed expression was replaced instantly by wariness. "You've done your homework," she said, the distance in her voice shattering the intimacy they'd built up in the past 2 days. Petra held up her hands, palm out towards Carol, in a placatory gesture. "Of course I've done my homework. I wouldn't be much of an intelligence officer if I hadn't, but I didn't bring up those cases out of some prurient curiosity. I have a genuine reason for mentioning them." Carol wasn't so easily mollified. "I don't talk about those cases," she said repressively. "Talk about them? I try not to even think about them. I wish I didn't dream about them either." She drank back the rest of her gin and signalled to the waitress for a refill. "That's cool. I don't want the gory details. I'm not some sensation seeker. But you are the only cop I've ever met who has so much experience in tracking down serial killers, and I need your advice." Carol wondered wearily if she would ever leave that part of her past behind her. She had thought she was coming to a place where all anybody would care about was her performance in the here and now. "Look, Petra, I'm not an expert. The first time I just happened to be a CID officer in a city where a serial murderer was operating, and the second time was, well, I suppose you'd have to call it a favour to a friend. That would be Dr. Tony Hill? Petra wasn't giving up. Carol massaged her forehead with thumb and forefinger, shielding her eyes with the rest of her hand. That would be Tony Hill, yes, she said, sounding exasperated. She dropped her hand and gave Petra a cold, defiant stare. It was as if she was challenging the other woman to make something of it. Petra could sense that her mention of Tony's name had stirred something deep inside Carol, but she had no way of telling whether that was positive or negative. I'm sorry, Carol. I don't mean to offend you by asking you about these cases. I realize they must have been tough to work. I really don't mean to bring back bad memories, but if I can explain? Carol shrugged. She was going to have to work with Petra on the toughest assignment of her career. Already she liked and respected her, and she knew she needed that to continue. It wouldn't hurt to hear what she had to say. I'm listening, she said, as the waitress arrived with her second drink. You might want another drink? Petra shook her head. Later, okay? First thing is, I'm a dyke. Carol had wondered, but it wasn't a big enough deal for her to have wondered much. Makes no difference to me. I didn't think it would, but that's not why I'm telling you. I'm trying to explain how this all started. I hang out on a private website for gay and lesbian cops in the EU, and that's where I met Marika. She's a brigadier in the Dutch police based in Leiden. We talk 3 or 4 times a week in a private chat room, and we've got close over a period of time. Petra's smile was crooked, self-mocking. Yes, I know what they say about meeting people over the net, but it's clear that she is who she says she is, not some imposter fishing for information or a cop junkie who gets off on pretending to be one of us. So, me and Marika, we each found in the other the sounding board we lacked in our everyday lives. Doesn't make you a sad bastard, Carol said, with a smile of reassurance. No. Anyway, Marika and I have the habit of being confidential with each other. Just over a week ago she had a murder in Leiden. She told me about it because it was such a strange case, with no obvious suspect or line of inquiry. The dead man, Peter de Groot, was a professor of psychology at the university there. He was found naked, tied across the top of his desk. The killer had forced some sort of tube into his throat and poured water down it until he drowned. Carol shivered. That's seriously nasty. There's more. The killer also scalped his victim, but not the head, the pubic hair. Carol could feel the hair on the back of her neck bristling erect. She knew enough about psychopaths to recognize the work of a disordered personality when she came up against it. Well, she said, it sounds as though it has some of the elements of a sexual homicide, which means your man has quite possibly killed before and is likely to kill again. Both, I think. When Marika told me about the case, it rang a distant bell at the back of my mind, and I found the murder of Dr. Walter Neumann. Petra explained briefly what she discovered about the Heidelberg case. So, I began to think that we might be looking at a serial killer operating across national boundaries. She looked at Carol for a response. A reasonable conclusion. From what you've told me, these crimes contain signature elements. She gave Petra a questioning glance to see whether she needed to explain herself. Petra nodded confidently. Okay, so, I figured we had a big problem on our hands. As you know, there's no formal operational liaison between national police forces in the EU, in spite of Europol and Interpol. Oh, we're supposed to swap information and work jointly on transnational crime, and that sometimes works, like with what we're doing against Radechki, but we both know how jealously cops guard their territory. Something as glamorous as a serial killer, nobody is going to want to mount an operation that might take the credit away from them. Getting them to share will be harder than pulling teeth. It smacked of cynicism, but Carol knew Petra was right. She also suspected that the greater glory of Petra Becker might be an element in the equation, but that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. She knew herself she tended to be more committed to cases that would make her look good. It wasn't something she was proud of, but she had to acknowledge it as a reality. So, you decided to sit on it and do some investigating of your own? Petra looked slightly uncomfortable. I dunno that I'd got as far as making a decision, she admitted. It's true that I wanted to be the one to break the news, and so I asked Marika to send me the full details of her case, because if I was right, he started killing in Germany, which would give us some claim to be the primary investigators. Petra stopped abruptly and reached for her cigarettes. But then, a couple of days ago, there was a third murder. I haven't been able to get much detail yet, but it appears that a Dr. Margareta Schilling from Bremen University has also fallen victim to the same killer. Surely other people are going to pick up on it now, Carol said. Petra shrugged. Not necessarily. The police forces in the different Länder don't have any formal liaison. There's no central clearinghouse for information on crimes like murder, only for organized crime. We're a big country, and frankly, most cops are too busy with their own workload to be bothered about what's happening in other cities hundreds of miles away. And it's not like America, where serial killing is almost part of the culture. Here in Europe, we still don't expect it to happen outside books and movies. No, Carol. The only way anybody's going to make this link is if some detective like me picks up on it. And who's going to connect the murder of a man in Heidelberg and a woman in Bremen, just because they were psychology lecturers? So you're going to have to make it official now, Carol said. Oh, I know, Petra said, blowing smoke down her nostrils. It's awkward, though. The first German case was never directly mine, and if I submit a report to Europol asking them to help coordinate an investigation, I will have to explain that Marika broke her own duty of confidentiality when she told me about the Leiden case, and that is going to drop her right in the shit with her bosses. I see your point, Carol said thoughtfully. Is there any way you could have read about the Leiden case and noticed similarities to the one you'd seen from Heidelberg, then connected those to Bremen? Petra shook her head. There wasn't much detail in the media, not enough to mark it out as something that would have jogged my memory. I don't suppose Marika put out a search notice through Europol to see if there were any other similar cases? I doubt if it was even considered. Most cops, especially provincial cops, really don't think of Europol as something that affects them. It's not been up and running in an operational sense long enough to have become part of their automatic thought processes. I would think of it, of course, because my work is intelligence-based, but for someone like Marika's boss it wouldn't even cross his mind. Well, if you're serious about wanting to protect Marika, that might be the way to go. Get her to send a search request to The Hague on the basis that this case has the hallmarks of the kind of killer who is likely to be a repeat offender and may be operating elsewhere in the EU. That would go out with the regular Europol bulletin, which I presume you see routinely. Petra nodded. I think my team is one of the few departments that actually reads what comes out of Den Haag, she said wryly. Perfect. Then you can weigh in with your recollection of the Heidelberg case, and bring in the Bremen case as a possibility. Petra stared off into the middle distance, examining what Carol had suggested from every possible angle. It would play, she thought. She wouldn't make quite as big a splash as she had hoped, but still, she'd get the credit for picking up on the first known case, and she might even end up as the officer in charge of coordinating the inquiry, since it would then be claimed as a German case, and nobody would want to leave it in the hands of the wooden tops in Heidelberg. But though they might not be overly smart in Heidelberg, they weren't completely stupid. There's only one problem, she said. Go on. I asked for the Heidelberg case details to be resent to me last week. If there's a new investigation opened up, they're likely to remember that. Bugger, Carol said. You're right. They won't have forgotten that. Look, let's get some food and have a think. Maybe a solution will come to us once we've woken up our taste buds. Carol and Petra made their way to the buffet and loaded up their plates with an assortment of starters. For a while, they ate in virtual silence, breaking it only to comment on the quality of the food. Halfway through a chicken satay stick, Petra suddenly beamed. I've got it, I think. They sent that case to us originally because they thought it might be connected to organized crime. Now, Radetzky's network extends as far as the Rhine and the Neckar. I could say that in preparation for this operation, I was pulling in everything that might have a possible link to Radetzky. I'm notoriously obsessed with this case. Nobody will think twice about me grasping at straws. Carol thought it over. It was thin, but it wasn't as if it would have to stand up to detailed scrutiny. Once a serial killer investigation was mooted, nobody would be seriously wondering how the show got on the road in the first place. It'll do, she said. One corner of her mouth lifted in a sardonic smile. Somehow, I have the sense that you're not bad at blagging your way past your bosses. Petra frowned. Blagging? I don't understand this word. talking your way out of a tight spot. I've had lots of practice. Thank you for your help with this. Carol shrugged. No big deal. You're welcome. You needed a fresh eye on the situation, that's all. Petra pushed her empty plate to one side. There's one other thing about this killer that is bothering me. Smart woman, Carol thought. In your shoes, I'd be going crazy, not just feeling bothered. She nodded. He's not going to stop. You see this slipping away into some no-man's land of turf wars and arguments over the chain of command. Meanwhile, this bastard is free to carry on killing. As she saw recognition on Petra's face, Carol realized with a sense of wonder that she was talking like Tony, stepping inside someone else's head and articulating her fears. You have put your finger on it precisely. This killer, he is a planner. He is good at what he does, and there's no reason for him to stop until he is caught. Meanwhile, the bureaucrats will be playing their games and the investigators will have their hands tied. It's frustrating. It's more than frustrating. It goes directly against the grain of what your instincts as a cop tell you needs to be done. Exactly. So, in my shoes, what would you do, Carol? The million-pound question, with only one possible answer. Phone a friend, she said ironically. Petra frowned. Maybe Who Wants to Be a Millionaire hadn't travelled to Germany, Carol thought. I wouldn't let it go. I'd do everything I could to progress the investigation myself, and to hell with the official channels. And the first thing I'd do would be to get a profile. Petra's face cleared. Ah, she said. I see. You would call Dr. Hill. He's the best. So yes, I'd call him and try to persuade him to come out of retirement and get back into the game. He has retired. Petra's disappointment was palpable. I didn't think he was so old. It dawned on Carol that this whole thing had been one long preamble to try and secure Tony's services for an unofficial serial killer hunt. Sure, Petra had genuinely needed help with the mechanics of bringing it together in the public domain, but the real agenda was to enlist Carol and Tony on her team. Strangely, she didn't feel at all used. She was genuinely amused, because she identified the strategy as one she would have cheerfully attempted herself. He's not old, but he's not profiling anymore. After the Vance case, he decided he didn't want to be at the sharp end any longer. Petra looked dismayed. Shit, she said. I thought maybe... She shook her head, clearly angry with herself. You thought exactly what I'd have thought in your shoes, Carol said gently. She felt for Petra, knowing how discouraged she would have been in the same position. On the spur of the moment she made a decision. Look, leave this with me. I saw Tony only a few days ago, and I've a feeling he just might take the bait. He's not enjoying the quiet life as much as he'd hoped. This could intrigue him enough to draw him back into combat. Meanwhile, get Marika to set the official ball rolling. The sooner the better, and I'll do what I can to help. I think you have enough to be worried about without this, Petra said, half-hearted. It'll give me something to keep me grounded in who I really am, Carol said. Nothing like reality to beat Zelig syndrome. So now, she had to keep her promise to Petra. She had to find the words that would entice Tony to give his help. She had the feeling she was kicking at a half-open door, but it would still take all her powers of persuasion. Carol walked through to the kitchenette and opened a bottle of red wine. Time for a little Dutch courage. First, she had to email Tony. Then she had to prepare for tomorrow, when she would finally come face to face with Tadeusz Radecki. Chapter 20. Tony stretched his arms out, feeling the crack of joints in his neck and shoulders. He was getting too old to spend the evening hunched over a computer screen, but it was as good a way as any to escape from the complicated reaction the news about Vance had provoked in him. He'd unplugged the phone and immersed himself in work, avoiding thought and journalists alike. He closed down the file he'd been reading, the draft dissertation of one of his graduate students. It wasn't a bad piece of work, although the theories ran ahead of the evidence in a couple of crucial places. He'd have to take a stern line with her in the next supervision session. She needed to iron out these problems now, before they became too entrenched to unpick easily. Before he switched off, he crossed to his communications program and flicked the button to send and receive all mail. It was always worth a late-night mailbox check. He might be heading for bed, but much of America was still in the middle of the working day, and he was in regular touch with several friends and colleagues on the other side of the Atlantic. Tonight, there was a single message. He activated the encryption software that Carol's brother had sent him, and opened her email. Hi, Tony. Well, here I am in Berlin. There's a real buzz here. It feels like a place that's doing well for itself, which, as we know, is always a good breeding ground for the more sophisticated sorts of crime. I've not made contact with TR yet. That's scheduled for tomorrow night, when we see if Petra's strategy will work or explode in our faces. I know you said you thought it was psychologically sound, but I'm still feeling very nervous about it. Now that it's so imminent, I'm a basket case. I can't eat, and I know I'm going to struggle to sleep tonight. I'm having a few glasses of wine to take the edge off, but I'm not convinced that'll make any difference. Petra's been working me intensively, and I suppose that should give me some confidence. I can't say that it has, however. Although I feel I know TR pretty well, I'm not sure I know who Caroline Jackson is. Let's hope I don't fall flat on my face at the first hurdle. Anyway, talking about this is only making me more nervous, and the real reason I'm writing to you tonight is actually nothing to do with my undercover. When we saw each other recently, you seemed to be suggesting that you would welcome the chance to use your skills in criminal profiling again, if the right opportunity came along. Well, I think I might have the very thing for you. The basic scenario. Definitely 2, possibly 3 murders that we know of. 2 males, 1 female. All the victims have been psychologists working as university academics. They have all been found lying on their backs, bound hand and foot to their desks. Their clothes have been cut away, leaving them naked. The cause of death was drowning. They had a tube forced into their throats and water was poured down it until they died. And there's an interesting post-mortem mutilation. The killer scalped their pubic area. No damage to the genitals, just the removal of hair and skin. The problem. The first murder that we know of took place in Heidelberg in Germany, the second in Leiden in Holland, the third, the possible, in Germany again, in Bremen. The connection was made because by chance Petra had seen details of the first case, and a friend of hers, Marika, who is a cop in Holland, told her about the second case, and Petra spotted the link. Then, when the third murder of a psychology lecturer was reported, it jumped out at her, even though she hasn't got enough detail yet to be certain it fits. So, as you will see, there is a jurisdictional nightmare ahead. What's more, it's not formally out there yet, because we've had to work out a way of officially linking the cases without dropping Marika in the shit for talking out of school. Sometime over the next few days, though, it's going to be shunted through Europol, which should start the wheels moving. But I don't have to tell you how it will get bogged down in the machinery of bureaucracy. Petra thinks it's unlikely that anyone else has made these connections yet, given how little communication there is between German police forces on the ground. Sound familiar? Petra also thinks, and I agree with her, that he's going to take more victims before a properly constituted international task force can get moving. So, she wants to try to short-circuit that process with an unofficial investigation. To a large extent, they're working in the dark. This killer seems to be very good at covering his tracks. There seems to be almost nothing from forensics in either case. Why has Petra taken the risk of spilling the beans to me? Well, let's not forget that she's in intelligence, and she'd done her homework on me, which led her, inexorably, to you. Obviously, what the girls what they need, is a profile, and like the song says, nobody does it better. And Petra wants the best. It's a chance to get back into the game, Tony, and it would be a safe environment to do it in, because it would be entirely unofficial. You'd be working out of the public eye, nobody looking over your shoulder expecting instant results, no stories in the press pressurizing you to come up with the goods, simply a low-key piece of work that might just save some lives. Of course, if the girls do manage to pull something off, you'd get the credit, which would maybe open some doors for you in Europe. Please, don't feel you have to say yes on my account. I've told Petra that I don't hold out great hopes, but I'd like you to say yes, on your own account, because I don't think what you're doing right now is giving you much sense of satisfaction, and doing what you do best might make you feel happier with yourself. Think about it. Take care. CJ. Tony scrolled back to the top of the message and reread it more slowly, the occasional ironic smile twitching the corners of his mouth. She was good, he had to admit. She'd always been quick, and she'd learned a few neat little tricks along the way. He wondered how long it had taken her to compose something so apparently artless, but which was nevertheless clearly calculated to push all his buttons. There was enough information about the cases to whet his appetite, but not enough to allow him to draw the conclusion that they lacked sufficient interest to suck him in. Oh, and it was very cleverly done. Right down to bait that it would be a black exercise, off the official books, something entirely deniable, whether it went right or wrong. And it would be a safe environment to do it in. The subtext being, of course, that there would be nobody to see the egg on his face if his skills had gone rusty and he fucked up. He didn't think Carol believed that would happen, but he understood that she thought he might carry that fear, and she was right, too. It was tempting, but he wasn't sure if he was drawn to it for the right reasons. The thought that kept butting its way to the front of his mind was that it would provide him with a legitimate excuse for getting on a plane to Berlin, because naturally he'd have to consult in detail with Petra, who seemed to be in the driving seat of this black operation. And Berlin right now meant Carol. Carol, who could benefit from the support he could offer. Carol, who had never been out of his thoughts since he'd left London. And that was a dishonest reason for snatching this opportunity. If he went to Berlin for Carol's sake, his mind wouldn't be focused on the job he was supposedly there to do. Worse yet, his presence might prove to be the opposite of helpful for Carol. She needed to stay and roll as much as possible, and if he kept popping up like a jack-in-the-box, it could damage her ability to maintain Caroline Jackson. Providing insights and reinforcement from a distance was one thing. To be there in person could tempt her to lean too heavily on him. Then, if it came to the crunch and she was thrown entirely on her own resources, she might lack the necessary confidence to carry it through. Still, he thought, it wouldn't hurt to check it out on the web. He loaded his search engine and typed in Bremen plus murder plus psychology plus lecturer, going for the most recent one first. Seconds later, he was looking at a German newspaper report. Luckily, he'd learned German at school and had kept it up so he could read scientific papers. But even if he hadn't been able to understand it, one thing would have leapt out like a firework in the night sky. Tony stared at the screen, scarcely able to believe his eyes. There had to be a mistake. His hands clenched into fists, and his face closed in a frown. He rubbed his temples with his knuckles, trying to make sense of what he was reading. There was, however, no room for doubt. There couldn't be two Margareta Schillings, who were psychologists attached to Bremen University. That was beyond the bounds of credibility. But equally impossible was the idea that Margareta Schilling was dead at the hands of a serial killer. He could see her face now, wide mouth grinning at something someone had said, laughter lines scored in the corners of her eyes. Hard to believe any psychologist could have found enough in the world to laugh at to etch them so deep. Blonde hair loose, impatiently pushed back behind her ears when she was making a point in debate. Lively, intelligent, argumentative to the point of being infuriating. They had met at a symposium in Hamburg 3 years before. Tony had been interested in the relationship between religious belief and certain types of serial offender, and Margareta's experimental work had intrigued him. He'd listened to her paper and found several points he wanted to discuss with her. So they'd gone off to a bar with a few others and missed the official banquet. So wrapped up had they been in their discussion. They'd found a lot of common ground, him and Margareta. So much so that she'd persuaded him to change his flight and come back to Bremen with her for a couple of days, so he could see her research results at first hand. It had been a fascinating experience, and the vigorous exchange of information and ideas had exhilarated him. She'd even put him up in the spare room of the charming 19th century barn conversion she shared with her husband Kurt and their son Hartmut in a small village near an artist colony a dozen miles from the city. He hadn't taken to Kurt, he recalled. He'd made not a virtue, but a martyrdom of necessity, complaining about his boring life of childcare, following his redundancy from a research post with a pharmaceutical company. Of course, having to look after a child all day means it's impossible for me to keep my knowledge current, he'd moaned over dinner. It's all right for Margareta. She can scale the heights of the academic world, but I'm stuck out here in the backwoods with my brain rotting. It had become clear to Tony that Kurt was parenting not out of necessity but out of idleness. According to Margareta, his parents had left them enough money to buy the house with a little left over. Kurt had seized the chance to take redundancy with the intention of assuming the life of a dilettante. As she told the tale, Margareta had smiled wickedly. The first thing I did when he told me what he'd done was to sack the nanny. He couldn't argue with me, because it would be like saying he didn't want to spend time with his son, but he's never forgiven me for it. At the time, Tony had thought it was remarkably bad psychology for someone who made her living out of the labyrinth of the human mind, unless, of course, she had wanted the marriage to fail, which had followed, with depressing inevitability, as he'd gathered from her Christmas cards and occasional emails. What she hadn't expected was for Kurt to hang on to Hartmut, and he could tell, reading between the lines, that the loss of her son had devastated Margareta. And now, if this report was to be believed, Margareta's son had lost her in the most final of ways. Tony still couldn't take it in. There was a terrible element of happenstance in such a death. It was too late for Margareta, but it might not be too late for others. Never mind that it suited him to escape the press baying for comments on Jacko Vance. Never mind that he was desperate with boredom in his job. And never mind that he wanted to be near Carol. Saving lives was paramount. For better or worse, he'd made his choice. In the half hour before she could expect to find Marika in the chat room, Petra browsed the web, dipping in and out of various serial killer sites to see if she could find any correspondences between recorded cases and the particular fetishes of their own killer, but her search proved fruitless. The depraved minds whose activities were recorded in lurid detail hadn't indulged in death by this sort of drowning, nor could she find cases of pubic scalping, though she did discover that it had a name, gynelophism. Not much help there when it came to attempting to extract some motivation for their killer. As usual, when she was surfing, Petra was surprised to see how quickly the time had gone. Already she was 4 minutes late for her rendezvous with Marika. Hastily she made her way to the discussion room where she found Marika trying to avoid being drawn into a debate on European human rights legislation with 2 gay men and a bisexual woman. She signalled her arrival and double-clicked on Marika's name to bring her into a private space. P. Sorry to keep you waiting. I got lost on the web. M. No problem. I only just got here myself. So, what is Carol Jordan like? P. Very professional, very smart. She's very quick to pick things up, and I think she has the nerve to carry off this undercover job. M. Is she easy to get along with? P. Very easy. You can tell she's been a proper street cop, not one of the management who sits behind a desk and forgets what life is like for the rest of us. I think we're going to be a good team. She's not afraid to listen to advice. M. I have my fingers crossed for you. Did you get the chance to talk to her about the murders? P. Yes, Jordan had a good idea about that. She thinks you should persuade your boss to send the details of this murder to Europol with a request for any information about similar cases. Then Europol will circulate all the other member forces, and I can come up with the Heidelberg and Bremen connections quite legitimately. What do you say? M. You think it will work? P. I think it's the only way to cover our backs. Once it's out in the open, it'll take them weeks to set up a proper task force, because nobody will want to give up jurisdiction, and they'll all be fighting over which country is the lead investigator. Meanwhile, we can get on with our own investigation. Jordan is going to ask her Dr. Hill to do a profile for us, so we will have a head start. We still have a chance to do ourselves a big favor here, but nobody can point the finger at us for doing anything we shouldn't have. M. I suppose it makes sense, but it won't be easy to persuade Martens to look to Europol for help. He has very old-fashioned ideas about organization. He's against anything that takes police work off the streets and into the office. P. So, you have to make it look like there's something in it for him. Maybe he'd like the glory of being the first person to spot that there might be a serial killer out there, because it'll be his name on the report, not yours, right? M. Good idea. He could make it look like a triumph for traditional police work, if I persuade him right. I'll try in the morning. P. Let me know how it goes. M. Tomorrow night? P. I'll try. Make it late, though. Midnight. If everything goes right, Jordan will be working late, which means I might have to as well. Sleep well, babe. M. Schlaft sie, liefre. Tot ziens. Tadeusz Radecki excused himself from the restaurant table when he saw that the number calling his mobile phone belonged to Darko Krasic. In the passage leading to the toilets, out of earshot of his respectable companions, he answered its insistent chirrup. Yes? When will you be home, boss? Krasic asked. I've got some news for you. Good or bad? It's nothing that needs urgent action. Won't it wait till tomorrow? I think you'll want to know this. Thaddeus looked at his watch. Meet me there in an hour. Okay. See you then. Krasic ended the call and Thaddeus walked back into the noisy restaurant. They were already at the coffee stage, so the party would be breaking up within the half-hour anyway, and since he had no intention of offering to escort home the single woman his 4 comfortably coupled friends had invited along for his benefit, there would be no problem in getting back home within the hour. Darko had sounded very enigmatic on the phone, but wondering about something he couldn't guess at was a waste of energy, and Thaddeus had never been inclined to worry about anything before he had to. He joined in the conversation round the table as if his call had been of supreme unimportance, but precisely 30 minutes later he pushed back his chair and announced that he had an early start in the morning. He dropped a sheaf of banknotes on the table to cover his share of the bill, kissed all 3 women on both cheeks, hugged his male friends and left. The familiar black Mercedes was sitting outside his apartment building when he turned the corner into the street. As Thaddeus approached the front door, Krasic emerged from the car and fell into step beside him. So, what's this mysterious news? Thaddeus asked as they entered the lift. It'll keep for a few minutes longer, Krasic said. Thaddeus laughed. You are so cautious, Darko. I promise you this lift isn't bugged. It's not that. You might want a drink when you hear what I have to tell you. Thaddeus raised his eyebrows, but said nothing more until they were both inside his apartment. He poured 2 glasses of Armagnac and handed one to Krasic. Now, tell me what it is that is so terrible I need a brandy before I can hear it. Krasic looked less than his usual imperturbable self. It's bloody strange, that's what it is. He walked over to a set of shelves where 3 photographs of Katerina were displayed in silver frames. I finally managed to get some information about the motorbike. Thaddeus experienced a convulsion in his stomach, a strange turbulence that seemed to rearrange his internal organs. Whatever he'd been expecting, it wasn't this. You have a name? No, nothing that straightforward. Our man went back and talked again to the teenage boy who recognized the bike as a BMW. The kid was really enthusiastic. He kept offering to have hypnosis to see if he could come up with any more details. And it took a little while to get the session organized, but eventually he got some woman to come along and put the boy into a trance, and the kid came up with quite a bit more detail. Such as... Thaddeus was leaning forward now, eager as a hound with the scent in his nostrils. Like, he noticed that you couldn't read the number plate because it was all smudged with mud. He said there was something funny about the number plate. He couldn't be any more clear than that, but he was very definite that there was something wrong. Krasic turned away from the images of Katerina and sat down on the sofa. And he was able to describe the bike much better than he had before. Stuff like the shape of the exhausts, that sort of bollocks. Anyway, our man wrote it all down. Then he got onto BMW and asked what model of bike this matched up with. And this is where it gets very fucking strange. Thaddeus drummed his fingers on the wall. Strange? How? According to BMW, the description our man gave them didn't fit any bike they've ever made for sale in Germany, so our man thinks it's all been a fucking total waste of time getting this kid under the influence and picking his brain. Then the man from BMW calls him back. Christ, Darko, get on with it, Thaddeus growled. All right, I'm getting there. The BMW guy had gone and checked with their special projects people, and it turns out they did once make a bike that fits the description. It was a limited edition of 350 high-performance bikes, export only. They sold it in the UK and Scandinavia. And get this, almost all the bikes were sold to law enforcement, for traffic cops and special ops. Thaddeus looked bewildered. What? That doesn't make any sense. That's what our man said. He asked them how come an export-only bike was involved in an accident in Berlin. They didn't have a clue, but they gave him all the details of the bike. And when he ran it through vehicle registration, it turns out there isn't a single fucking bike with this spec registered in Germany. So, you're saying that whoever killed Katerina, chances are they did it on a foreign police bike? Thaddeus took a deep swig of his brandy and paced the floor. This is insane. It makes no sense at all. Darko shrugged. I dunno. I've had longer to think about it than you have. And there is one explanation that sort of fits the facts. You know how these fucking motorbike cowboys get about their machines? It's like they're joined at the hip. You can imagine one of them deciding to take his undercover traffic bike on a little holiday. So, let's say for the sake of argument that it's a Brit. For a split second, he forgets he's driving on the wrong side of the road. He causes a major accident and he goes into total fucking panic and just steps on the gas. I mean, he's not even supposed to have the bike over here, and now he's fucked somebody up big time. Of course, he's going to leg it as fast as he can. And do you think that makes sense? Thaddeus demanded belligerently. Krasic shifted in his seat, spreading his overcoat wide and splaying his meaty thighs, maximizing his physical impact to cover his uncertainty. I can't think of any other explanation. Neither can I. And that's what I don't like. He slammed the flat of his hand against the wall. It's bullshit, however you look at it. Tadzio, it was an accident. They happen all the time. You're just going to have to let it go. Thaddeus whirled round, his face a rictus of anger. Fuck that. Whether it was an accident or not, somebody should pay. You'll get no argument from me on that. And if there was any chance of finding out who was riding that bike, I'd be the first in there making the bastard pay. But he's out of our reach. Suddenly, all the fight went out of Thaddeus. He crumpled into a chair, head lolling back. A single tear gathered in the corner of one eye and slithered down his temple. Krasic got to his feet, awkward in the face of emotion. I'm sorry, Tadzio, he said gruffly. Thaddeus rubbed the tear away with the heel of his hand. You did your best, Darko, he said. You're right. It's time to let go, time to move forward. He managed a faint smile. I'll see you tomorrow. It's time I started thinking about the future. Though it pained Krasic to see his boss hurting, he walked out of the apartment with a spring in his step. It looked as though they could finally start concentrating on business again. He had one or two ideas of his own, and he guessed that the time would soon be ripe to broach them. If there was a niggle of concern at the back of his mind about the mysterious identity of the bike that had caused Katerina's death, he wasn't going to think about it now. Paranoia was for the weak, and Krasic knew he wasn't one of them. Chapter 21. Tony walked through the arrivals gate at Tegel Airport, scanning the meters and greeters. Over to one side, he saw a tall, slim woman with spiky black hair holding a small placard that read, Hill. He moved towards her, a tentative smile on his face. Petra Becker? He asked. She extended a hand and they shook. Dr. Hill, it's a pleasure to meet you. Tony, please, he said. Thanks for coming out here to fetch me. Not a problem. You saved me having to listen to one of my colleagues complaining that I gave him the impossible task of tracking down a missing 6-year-old. He raised his eyebrows in a question. I didn't think that was your kind of case. Petra chuckled. It's not normally. This particular 6-year-old is being held hostage by Carol's friend Radechki against her mother's good behavior, and I want her mother's cooperation, so I have to find the child. But you don't need to think about that. You've got more important things to deal with. Anything I can do to help, just ask. She'd already done plenty, he thought, as he followed her to her car. After reading Carol's email, he'd booked himself on the first flight to Berlin, told his departmental secretary there had been a sudden death in the family, and that he was taking compassionate leave as of now. He knew he couldn't call Carol, but he had Petra Becker's name, and he knew she worked for criminal intelligence. A few phone calls had tracked her down, and she had reacted with delight to the news that he was coming to Germany. He hadn't bothered to explain the reason for his sudden decision. He didn't want her changing her mind about having him on board because he had too close a relationship to one of the victims. I'll need somewhere to stay, he had told Petra. It'd be helpful if you can book me into the same place as Carol. I know she's probably being followed, so it's important that there's somewhere we can meet where we're not going to be spotted. If we're in the same building, it should be easier for both of us. As they left the airport behind, Petra said, I managed to get you an apartment in Carol's building. You're a couple of floors below her, but it's easy to come and go without anyone seeing you. Thanks, Tony said. I understand you two are meeting in a women's health club to do your debriefs. That's right. I'm afraid you won't be able to join us there, Petra said with a grin. No, but I can see Carol in the apartment block, and I can presumably meet you at your office. I'm going to need access to all the case materials that you can get for me, so that would probably be the best place. Petra pulled a face. That might be a bit of a problem, Tony. You see, officially I'm not supposed to have anything to do with the serial killer cases yet. So if you show up at the office, my boss is going to ask some very difficult questions. How would you feel about working in my apartment? It's quite civilized, really. All the materials I have are there anyway. That's fine by me, as long as you don't mind having me under your feet. I tend to work quite long hours, and I'm eager to get moving on this profile right away. I have the case information from Heidelberg and Leiden, and I've sent Bremen a request for their investigation reports. So, we should have some material from them soon. I told them I believed their case might connect to one of our ongoing investigations. I think they were quite relieved at the idea of sharing the load. They're a small force, and they don't have much experience with anything out of the ordinary. Good. I need as much information as I can get. I'm glad we tempted you out of retirement. He gave her a quick sideways glance. If she was sufficiently driven by her ambition to be operating outside the rules, he didn't think she would mind that he too was bringing his own agenda to this case. It was more than that. I knew Margareta Schilling. Shit, Petra said. I'm sorry. Carol didn't tell me. Carol doesn't know. Did you get the chance to tell her I'm on my way? He added, wanting to move away from the painful subject of Margareta's death. I hope you don't mind, but I didn't tell her yet. She has her first encounter with Radechki this evening, and it's important she stays focused on that. You're right. Hopefully we can link up tomorrow morning. She'll be pleased to see you. She speaks very highly of you. I'll be pleased to see her, too. It's good for her that she has someone around to anchor her into her real life, Petra said, swerving to avoid someone trying to cut in front of her. Asshole, she muttered. As long as I don't pull her out of character too much, he said. I'm more concerned with her getting stuck in Caroline Jackson. Radechki's a charming bastard. That's hard to resist when you're feeling isolated. I think having you around will help her with that. I hope so. And her insights will be valuable to me when it comes to drawing up my profile, too. She's got a very unusual mind. She comes at things from odd tangents, sees things I don't always see. When will you start work? As soon as possible. If it's all right with you, I'll drop my bags off, and maybe you can take me back to your place. Okay. I'll give you a key so you can come and go as you please. Don't worry about disturbing me. I'm hardly ever there and I sleep like the dead. Petra turned off the Kudam into the quiet side street with the apartment complex. Here we are. Let me give you a hand. He followed Petra into the small concierge office next to the main entrance. She dealt with his registration, then led him through to the entrance hall. You're on the first floor. Carol is 2 floors above you in 302. I'll wait here for you while you drop your things off. Tony nodded and pressed the call button for the lift. He'd burned his bridges this time. For too long he'd been telling himself he could be a chameleon, taking on the colouring of his surroundings, fitting in with other lives because in truth he had no fixed points in his own life. But it was slowly dawning on him that he'd been lying to himself. There was a core that was uniquely Tony Hill, and the harder he tried to escape its clutches, the stronger its grip became. Forget blandness. Forget conventionality. This was who he was, the hunter, sniffing the air for the delicate scent of his prey. He was back where he belonged, and it felt wonderful. Carol was alive to the ironies of the opera she was watching from the back of the stalls at the Berlin Staatsoper. Janacek's Das Schlaue Fuchslein, The Cunning Little Vixen. The drama that might have distracted her if a different opera had been before her served only to hammer home the dangers of her mission. The first act unfolded before her. The gamekeeper's capture of the little vixen, her defence against the dog's sexual advances, and the tormenting of the children, her tempting of the hens into her ambit, her slaughter of the hens, and her escape before retribution could be visited on her. I'm the cunning little vixen, Carol thought. She would allow Tadeusz Radechki to think he'd brought her into his camp at his command. She would resist any attempt to bait her into revealing her true nature. She suspected she would have to find a way to keep Radechki at arm's length. Then she would sneak into his henhouse, bring his chickens home to roost, and get out from under before he could make her pay the price. As the finale of the act approached, bringing its confrontation between the vixen and her human captors, Carol slipped out of her aisle seat and made her way out of the auditorium. Her heart was racing, her stomach a knot of pain. In spite of the lightweight material of the midnight blue silk sheath she was wearing, she could feel sweat gathering in the hollow of her back. Adrenaline coursed through her. Behind her, applause broke out. It was now or never, she told herself, as she headed for the stairs that would take her up to the private boxes. Left-hand side, just as Petra had told her. Petra had done her homework. According to her, Radechki had recently begun to visit the opera again. He was always alone in his box, remaining confined during the intervals, avoiding mixing with any of his friends or contacts in the audience. He never went to the bars, instead preferring to sip champagne delivered ahead of the performance by one of the opera house staff. "It's a dramatic place to stage your first encounter," Petra had said. "He always went to the opera with Katerina, so he will already be focused on her memory." Tony had agreed that psychologically it would be a powerful moment that Carol could exploit. Taken so completely off his guard, Radechki would be more vulnerable to her appearance than in any business context. Carol climbed the stairs, her steps soft on the heavy carpet. The doors from the auditorium were opening, and the audience was spilling out, the air thick with chatter and laughter. She pushed her way up against the tide and carried on into a side corridor. "Second on the right," Petra had told her. Carol stared at the door, saying a silent prayer to whatever guardian angel might be listening. She tucked her evening bag under her arm and tapped on the door. There was no reply. She knocked again, this time harder. A pause, then suddenly the door was yanked open. Tadeusz Radechki stood framed in the doorway, his lean frame a good 6 inches taller than her. The photograph didn't do him justice, Carol thought irrelevantly. Even disfigured by a scowl, in the flesh his dramatic good looks were far more striking. His beautifully cut dinner jacket emphasized broad shoulders, narrow hips, and long legs. "Bassist?" he demanded, the words spilling out before his eyes had taken her in fully. Before she could say anything, his brain caught up with his eyes. Carol had never seen anyone physically recoil before, but there was no other word to describe his actions. Tadeusz reared up to his full height, simultaneously taking a step backwards. His eyes widened and his mouth spread in a thin line as he sucked his breath in. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to alarm you," she said in English, assembling puzzlement on her face. A turbulent series of emotions crossed his face. She could imagine his thought processes. Was he seeing a ghost? No. Ghosts didn't speak. Was she a hallucination? No. A hallucination wouldn't talk to him in English. But if she wasn't a ghost or a hallucination, who was she, standing here in the doorway of the opera box he'd shared with Katerina? Carol took advantage of his confusion to step across the threshold. He took another step backwards, banging into one of the chairs without even glancing to see what he'd hit. His eyes were fixed on her face, his gaze perplexed, frown lines etched deep between his brows. "Who are you?" he said, his voice a small croak compared to the resonant demand he'd made when he'd first opened the door. Carol kept the bewilderment in her face as she said, "You are Tadeusz Radechki? I am in the right place. I know who I am. What I want to know is who you are." Radechki had recovered some of his composure, and his words were delivered in a tone that was almost covered by a veneer of civilized manners. "Caroline Jackson," she said, extending a hand tentatively towards him. He reached for her hand and took it gingerly, as if afraid it would disappear under his touch. His fingers were cool and dry, but the handshake was strangely limp, like that of a politician who has to press the flesh more often than is comfortable. He bowed slightly, the familiarity of instilled manners providing him with the space to gather himself. "Tadeusz Radechki, as you rightly assumed." He dropped her hand and moved slightly further from her, still frowning, but with caution overlaying the hard-edged features of his face. "Now, perhaps you would do me the courtesy of telling me what you are doing in my opera box. I wanted to meet you. I'm sorry to butt in on you like this, but I needed to be sure of getting you on your own, somewhere private. Do you mind if I sit down?" Carol wanted to be closer to the front of the box, where she could be seen from the tiers of seats in the circle. She knew Petra was out there somewhere, but she also wanted the added security of being visible. If she blew it from the start, she didn't want to be vulnerable to violence. Not that he looked the sort who would need to resort to that. Tadeusz pulled out a chair for her, but didn't sit himself. Instead, he leaned against the parapet of the box, his back to the auditorium. Behind him, The low buzz of conversation swirled upward from the stalls. He folded his arms across his chest and studied her as she settled into the velvet upholstery. "So, Miss Jackson, we are private. Why are you here? I know, that is, I used to know, Colin Osborne." Radechki raised his eyebrows and his mouth quirked in a "so what" expression. "Should that mean something to me?" he asked. Carol smiled broadly and enjoyed the spasm of reaction across Radechki's eyes that provoked. She had him. She knew. He was seeing Katerina in front of him, and in spite of his attempts to maintain a cool facade, he was unsettled, which was precisely what she wanted. "Considering how much business the two of you did together, I think he'd be very hurt that you've forgotten him so quickly." "You must be mistaken, Miss Jackson. I don't recall ever having done business with a Mr. Osborne, did you say?" He was aiming for genial indulgence, but he wasn't hitting the mark. There was a wariness in his posture that might have escaped many observers, but Carol had learned her lessons, from Tony and from others, and she recognized his unease. Now she was in the thick of it. She was starting to enjoy herself, feeling the power she had to control this situation. "Look, I understand why you're being wary here. You know how Colin died, so of course it makes you edgy, having some strange woman walk through the door and start talking about him. But I know that you guys made a lot of money together, and that's what I want to talk to you about." He shook his head, a tight smile failing to loosen up his face. "You must have the wrong person, Miss Jackson. The only business interest I have is a chain of stores that sell and rent videos. Now, your Mr. Osborne may well have been one of our suppliers, but I employ staff to deal with people like that. You don't think I conduct the day-to-day purchase of stock myself, do you?" His mild air of condescension was well done. He was recovering control of himself by the second. She couldn't afford to let that happen. Not quite yet. Carol leaned back in her chair, bidding for the relaxed look. "You're very good," she said. "No, really? You are," she added, as he tried a look of mild surprise. "If I didn't know better, I'd fall for the legitimate businessman line. But I didn't come all the way to Berlin to talk about videos, Tadzio." The use of the diminutive form of his first name was another calculated move on Carol's part to wrong-foot him. That it had worked was obvious in the narrowing of his eyes. He was trying to get past his initial reaction, to size her up, but he couldn't escape the power of memory. "Then you've wasted your time, Miss Jackson," he said. She shook her head. "I don't think so. Look, it's obvious that you must be missing Colin badly. I've come to take up the slack." He shrugged. "You're not making sense." The 5-minute bell rang, signalling the imminent end of the interval. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I think you should be getting back to your seat. The view from here is much better, you know. I think I'd rather stay." Carol dropped her bag on the floor and crossed her legs, tilting her head and smiling at him. She could see the war of instinct and interest flickering in his uncertain eyes. "I don't think so," he said. Carol gave an exasperated sigh. "Look, Tadzio, stop pretending. You need me." He looked shocked. His mouth opened, but no words emerged. "Colin was doing a good job for you," she continued. "But Colin's history. You need someone to take your illegals off your hands once they get to the UK. I can do that. Can we stop pussyfooting around and talk straight? Naturally, you're nervous about discussing this with a total stranger, but right now, I suspect I'm the only show in town when it comes to getting you off a very awkward hook. What do I need to do to prove to you that I'm trustworthy?" "I still don't know what you're talking about." There was a stubborn set to his jaw now. "Illegals? What do you mean?" "We don't sell blue movies in my stores. We certainly don't import them into the UK." Carol smiled again, genuinely delighted that she was having to stretch for this. If it had been too easy at the start, she would have had to work harder later on. This way, she was getting into her stride, feeling her way through Caroline Jackson's skin to an argument that would open him up to her. "Oh, please," she said, injecting a little steel into her voice. "That line is getting rather tired. Look, I know what you and Colin had going for you. I can give you the addresses of his factories in Essex where the illegal immigrants ended up working for a pittance. I can tell you how many of your imports he handled in the last year. I know where Colin lived, who he drank with, who he was sleeping with, And before you jump to any conclusions, it wasn't me. I know who killed him, and I've got a fair idea why. And luckily it was nothing to do with you or your line of business. He started to say something, but she steamrolled over him. You'll get your turn, Tadzio. I'm not here to cause you problems. I'm here to help you solve them. If you'd rather keep your problems, if you like things to be difficult, fine. I'm out of here. But I don't think that's what you want. From what I hear, you're desperate to sort something out on my side of the water. So why don't we sit and listen to Act 2 while you think about what I've said? He looked at her as if he couldn't take in what she'd said. Who sent you? He asked. Carol frowned. Nobody sent me. I don't work for anybody but myself. If we make a deal, I won't be working for you either. We'll be working together. You better be straight about that from the beginning. There was a thin sheen of sweat on his forehead. Perhaps you would like to stay for Act 2, he said. Carol patted the seat next to her and smiled pertly. I thought you'd never ask, she said. Petra seemed to embody the cliché of German efficiency, Tony thought, as he surveyed the neatly labelled boxes on the living-room floor. The 3 cases were arranged in order, although the amount of material varied enormously, with almost nothing in the 3rd box. Before he could even contemplate a profile of the killer, he first had to profile the victims. They might apparently be selected at random, but there was rhyme and reason behind their deaths. To the outside world, egged on by hysterical headlines, people who preyed on stranger after stranger were insane maniacs. But Tony knew otherwise. Organized serial killers operated to their own logic, men with a mission, marching to a drum only they could hear. It was Tony's job to worm his way inside the victims' lives, in the hope that he would then start to hear the faint reverberations of that beat. Only by uncovering that secret rhythm of the killer's progress could he start to understand why these crimes had meaning for the murderer. If he could put himself inside the killer's head and rearrange the world in terms that made sense to him, Tony could hope to reach out and grasp enough key elements of the killer's life to make it possible to track him down. One of the first things he always did was to give the killer a nickname, to personalize him. It was one step along the road to giving him a human face, behind which there existed a psyche that functioned according to its own particular rules. You're killing people who are obsessed with the workings of the mind, Tony said softly. This is about mind games. You're drowning them. Is that literal or metaphorical? You're scalping their pubic area, but leaving their genitals alone. You think this isn't about sex, but of course it is. You're just in denial about it. You think there's some higher purpose here. You're waging a war. You're leading the battle. You're Geronimo, aren't you? He remembered a curiously apposite echo of a line from Kid's Spanish tragedy. Geronimo's mad again. Geronimo it is, Tony said. Now he had a name. He could build a dialogue between them. He could ease into his target's shoes, working out his steps and learning his gait. He could chart his progress and explore his fantasies, for this type of killing was always about fantasies. Geronimo, like so many others before him, could find no satisfaction in reality. For whatever reason, he had never learned to fit in. He had never matured into a rounded individual, however dysfunctional. He had become stuck at the point where the universe revolved around him, and where fantasies could fulfill the desires that the real world refused to. Tony understood that psychological state only too well. He had spent his own adult life feeling out of place in the world. He had lived with a sense of worthlessness that made it impossible to love, for loving carried implicit within it the conviction that one deserved to be loved in return, and he had never been able to believe that about himself. He had constructed his own series of masks, an empathetic sequence of facades that allowed him to blend in, passing for human. If his circumstances had been different, he had always believed he might have ended up a predator himself, instead of a hunter. It was that awareness that underpinned all he did. It made him supremely good at unpicking the minds of the deranged and depraved. It also made him supremely bad at forging relationships that penetrated beyond the superficial. Mostly, he had accepted that as a price worth paying for having in his grasp so useful and beneficial a skill. Carol Jordan was the only person who had ever made him feel that this was just another lie, he told himself. He knew he didn't deserve her. But the harder he tried to pull away from her, the stronger the tug towards her grew. One of these days, he was going to have to take the chance of losing what he did best in the attempt to become what he had never understood how to be. Being a man, instead of acting a part, might alter him so profoundly that he could no longer navigate the labyrinth of messy minds. But that was for another day. Tony gave himself a mental shake and set about reading the trail that Geronimo had left behind him. He began to plough through the contents of the crime files, taking notes as he went. The material from Heidelberg and Leiden was comprehensive, the boxes containing everything from witness statements to crime scene photographs and background reports on the victims. Luckily, the Dutch files had been translated into English for Petra's benefit, so he had no trouble reading them, apart from the odd, awkward rendering. There was almost nothing from Bremen, simply because the investigation was still in the early stages, and Petra's request hadn't yet borne much fruit. Petra had made no attempt to engage him in conversation once he began, simply placing a fresh pot of coffee on the dining table where he was working. She poured herself a cup and said, "I'm going out soon. I have to keep watch over Carol." He nodded absently, not really taking it in. He was too wrapped up in his study of the victims. It was after midnight when he finished his preliminary read-through. He had a stack of paper with scribbled notes at his elbow. He would have to draw up a formal table relating all three cases to each other, but first he needed to know more about the academic specialities of the targets. He stood up and stretched, the muscles in his neck and back protesting at the sudden movement. Time for a change of scene. He packed up his notes and let himself out of the flat. A short taxi ride brought him back to his apartment block. In the street, he glanced up at the third-floor windows. All was shrouded in darkness. If Carol was home, she was probably in bed. Their meeting could wait. Upstairs, Tony ignored his still-packed bags and set up his laptop on the small writing table. He connected to the internet and navigated to the meta-search engine that he found most useful for tracking academic references. Within an hour, he had a reasonable overview of the research interests of Walter Neumann, Peter de Groot, and Margaretha Schilling. He scrolled back and forth through the material he downloaded, puzzled. He'd expected to find some glaring connection that would link the three dead psychologists, but their areas of specialism ranged from Margaretha's interest in religious belief systems, de Groot's studies of emotional abuse, and Neumann's work on the psychological dynamics of sadomasochism. He went through to the kitchen and brewed himself a fresh pot of coffee while he ran through what he'd learned and compared it against what experience had taught him. Every serial offender had a mental profile of his victims. Usually, the common factors that linked them were purely physical. Whether the victims were all males, all females, or a mix of the two, it was almost always possible to draw conclusions about the type he would go for. The elderly female victims of a certain kind of rapist, the vulnerable waifs who appealed to the sort of killer who had been abused himself as a child, the beautiful blondes who had to be wiped out because they would never look twice at the woeful inadequate who preyed on them. Even though the details of the offences could vary widely, the victims were usually as much a physical signature as the actions the offender took to make the crime uniquely his. With this case, it had been clear from his first glance at the police reports that this wasn't true of Geronimo. Unusually, what remained absolutely constant and inviolable was the ritual. There seemed no sign of escalation or variation caused by a lack of satisfaction with previous efforts. The victims themselves varied widely, from de Groot's trimly muscled frame, to Margaretha's neat slenderness, to Neumann's comfortable bulk. That meant there had to be another element at play in the selection process, and Tony had been utterly convinced it must lie in a shared professional interest, since this was the one thing that connected the dead, which only went to show how foolish it was to theorize ahead of the data, he reminded himself, as he carried his cup back through to the living room. "What is it about psychologists that winds you up, Geronimo?" he asked out loud. "Do you hate them? Did a psychologist make decisions that adversely affected the way your life has turned out? Or do you think they need to be put out of their misery? Is this personal? Or do you see yourself as an altruist? Are you doing them a favour? Or are you doing the world a favour?" He flicked back through the information he'd garnered from the web. "If this is about something somebody did to you, why are you going for academics? If you were fucked up by some educational psychologist or some pre-sentence report in the courts, Why aren't you going for practitioners? What do academics do that clinicians don't? If anyone could answer that question, it should be him. He'd walked on both sides of the wire after all. He'd started out as a clinician and turned to academe only relatively recently. What was different about his own working life these days, apart from the obvious one, that he didn't see patients? Was that it? Are you taking it out on academics because they're not putting their training to proper use, Geronimo? He asked, of the hazy shade who was refusing to take shape in his mind. No, I don't think so, he continued. That's too ridiculous. Nobody kills people because they're not fucking with people's heads. He rubbed his tired eyes with his knuckles and leaned back in the chair. What did university staff do? They lectured. They supervised graduate students. They did research. Research, he said softly, jerking upright. Hastily, he looked back through the articles and papers written by the 3 victims. This time he saw it. Experiments, Tony exclaimed with satisfaction. The one thing that academics did, that all 3 of these victims had done, that could remotely be defined as messing with people's heads, was to carry out experiments with live human subjects. You believe you've suffered as a result of psychological experiments, he said, confident now. Something happened to make your life different from other people's lives, and you blame the psychologists. You see them as vivisectionists of the mind. That's it, Geronimo, isn't it? He knew at some instinctive level that he'd conjured up the visceral motivation behind this series of killings. Now, he was ready to begin thinking about drafting his profile. But the hour was late, and he knew that it would be better left for morning. Reluctantly, he turned off his machine and unzipped his travel bag. He doubted he'd get much sleep, but at least he could go through the motions. And tomorrow, not only would he have the chance to do what he did best, he'd see Carol again. The thought made him smile. For once, he was convinced the positive elements of their relationship were starting to outweigh the bitter memories of the past. He might be kidding himself about that, but at least he was willing to put the theory to the test. Chapter 22. The second act seemed to last forever. Carol couldn't concentrate on the music. All her mind was capable of was rerunning their conversation and finding fault with what she'd said and how she'd said it. She wished she'd had the chance to role-play the scenario with Tony in advance. At least then she'd have felt more confident that she was pushing the right buttons. It wasn't that she'd expected instant capitulation from Radetzky, but she had hoped for something more than his obstinate refusal to acknowledge that he had any idea what she was talking about. She was aware, too, of his eyes on her. His seat was set slightly further back than hers, and out of the corner of her peripheral vision she could sense him studying her for long periods. She couldn't catch his expression, which made her feel exposed and edgy. What was he thinking? What effect was she having on him? Carol stifled a sigh of relief as the second act reached its climax with the wedding of the vixen and her mate. No echoes there, she thought thankfully. Before the house lights could come up, she saw Thaddeus rise from his chair and move to the back wall. She turned to catch him reaching inside the pocket of the overcoat hanging on a hook by the door. His hand came out, holding a mobile phone. "I have some calls to make," he said loudly, so his voice would carry over the applause. "I will be back shortly." "Yes," she breathed triumphantly as the door closed behind him. He had decided to check her out. Morgan had told her not to worry about the UK end of her cover story. They had, he assured her, been working on it for a while. Her alias was a name that had been fed onto the streets from 2 directions. Undercover cops had mentioned her as a player in a quiet but powerful way, and the people brought in for questioning after Colin Osborne's shooting had all been questioned hard about Caroline Jackson. "We really leaned on them," Morgan had explained. "The interviewing officers were all briefed to act as if they couldn't believe it when the suspects said they'd never heard of you. They planted the idea that you were connected to Colin, that you were in the same line of business, and that you and he had big plans for the future. So, when Radetzky starts to check you out, and he will check you out, make no mistake about that, you'll show up as a name that people have heard of. The fact that nobody knows you face to face is something you can work to your advantage. It makes you look as if you're a completely clean operator, like Radetzky himself." Morgan had been right about that at least. She was sure Radechki was making those first calls right now, and she had a trump card to play later this evening that should tip the balance and get him as interested in her as a potential business partner as he was clearly intrigued by her as a woman. Thaddeus was gone for the whole of the second interval, not returning until 10 minutes into the third act. Carol deliberately didn't turn round when he came back, pretending to be entirely absorbed in the music. As the opera drew to a close, Carol wondered if Radechki was seeing parallels between the action on stage and what was happening to him this evening. There was the dying vixen, killed more by accident than design, and there was the gamekeeper, confronted with one of the vixen's cubs, which he recognizes as the spitting image of her mother. Was all this provoking resonances for him? She could only hope so. The more her resemblance to Katerina was hammered home, the better for her chances of success. As the audience burst into their final round of applause, he pulled his chair forward so it was in line with hers. He leaned close to her. She smelled the faint tang of cigar smoke and the complex notes of an expensive cologne. "It has been interesting to meet you, even though I still don't understand what you were talking about." Carol turned her head and met his eyes. "You take a lot of convincing. I like that in a colleague. People who trust too easily tend to talk too openly, which isn't clever in our line of business. Look, why don't you give me a call tomorrow? We can meet and discuss matters of mutual interest." He raised his eyebrows. "I don't think we have a mutual interest, at least not in terms of business, but I think I might like to meet you again." Carol shook her head. "This is a business trip for me. I don't have time to waste on social engagements." "That's a shame," he said, his face guarded now. The applause began to die away, and Carol reached down for her evening bag. "Look, Colin had problems with his end of your joint operation. He was good at promising, but he couldn't always deliver. That's probably why he's dead now. The people you sent to him, they expected him to supply them with documentation. That's what they paid through the nose for, after all. But he didn't have a proper source. That's why he was always setting them up to get caught." Thaddeus's eyebrows rose slightly. "Is this supposed to mean something to me?" "I don't know. I have no idea if you were aware of what he did with the illegals after you passed them on, but he was skating on thin ice. Eventually, the Immigration Service was bound to cotton on to his connection with all these little sweatshops that kept getting raided." Carol gave him a questioning look, especially since the raids were engineered by Colin himself, whatever he may have said to the contrary. She could see she had him now. He might still have a condescending smile on his face, a look of puzzlement in his eyes, but he didn't want her to stop. "I'm different," she continued. "I never promise what I can't deliver." She opened her evening bag as the opera house lights came up and took out what she thought of as the ace up her sleeve. It was an Italian passport. When she'd asked Morgan whether it was a fake or the real thing, he'd simply smiled and said, "It's not going to get you into trouble. Whatever checks Radechki makes, it'll come up clean." She held it out to him. "An act of good faith. I can get hold of as many of these as I need within reason. You bring me people who can pay the price, and I'll make sure I keep my end of the bargain." His curiosity finally overcame his caution. He took the passport from her and flicked it open at the ID page. His own face stared back at him, a faint smile on his lips. The passport said he was Taddeo Radice, born in Trieste. He studied it attentively, moving it back and forward to let the light catch it. Then he turned back to the beginning and looked through it. Finally, he met Carol's eyes, his gaze serious. "Where did you get the photograph?" he said. "That was the easy part. A news magazine did an interview with you last year, remember? Part of a series about Berlin businessmen who had seized the opportunity of reunification to build a new empire. I pulled it up out of their online archives and scaled down one of the pics. So, tomorrow, why don't you call me in the morning?" She fished in her bag again and came out with a business card that simply gave her name and mobile phone number. "I really do think we should talk." She handed him the card, gave him the full 100-watt smile, and watched the play of emotions in his eyes again. He held out the passport to her. "Very interesting." Carol shook her head. "It's no use to me. Keep it. You never know when it might come in handy." She stood up and straightened her dress, smoothing it down over her hips in a consciously sexual gesture. "Call me," she said, heading for the door. She grasped the handle, then turned. "Otherwise, you'll never see me again." As she stepped back into the corridor, Carol became conscious of her body once more, The adrenaline that had kept her so firmly in control inside the opera box was starting to bleed away, leaving her weak-kneed and worn out. But she couldn't afford to relax yet. If Radechki was anything like as good as he was supposed to be, he would have arranged for someone to pick her up when she left his box, and to stick with her. She and Petra had discussed how they would handle that. Petra would hang well back, but close enough to make sure Carol got into a cab, and to check out who was on her tail. Petra would try to follow the followers, but would take no risks of discovery. Exhausted though she was, she acted as nonchalant as she could manage, and made her way down to the cloakroom to stand in line and collect her coat. Or rather, Caroline Jackson's coat, a luxuriously soft lambskin that managed the trick of fashionable elegance coupled with the kind of warmth that early spring in Berlin demanded. Without looking around to see if she could spot the expected tail, she strolled out of the Staatsoper and stood by the curb looking for a passing taxi. Me and half of Berlin, she thought wearily after 5 minutes, when her attempts to snag a ride had completely failed. Feeling a hand touch her arm, she whirled round, eyes wide, fight-or-flight reflexes on full alert. Radechki stood behind her. Whether it was deliberate or not, he maintained the perfect distance to avoid crowding her. Even in her heightened state of anxiety, Carol noted how unusual that was in a man. "I'm sorry I startled you," he said. She collected herself quickly. "You did," she said with a smile. "Just be grateful I didn't have my pepper spray in my hand." He inclined his head with a rueful look. "I couldn't help noticing when I came out that you were having trouble getting a cab. Perhaps I can help?" He reached for his mobile phone. "My driver can have the car here inside 5 minutes. He can take you wherever you want to go." So much easier than following me, Carol thought with admiration. "That would be very kind," she said. "My feet are freezing." He glanced down at the high-heeled, thin-soled fuck-me shoes she'd chosen for the occasion. "I'm not surprised. It's easy to see you're not a Berliner. Come back inside the foyer. It's warmer there." He took her elbow and steered her towards the opera house, talking rapidly into his phone as they walked. Carol was aware of several curious looks from some of their fellow patrons as they passed. That was hardly surprising. If they were familiar with Tadeusz and Katerina, the sight of her by his side would be worth some serious gossip. She could imagine it now. "Hey, did you see Tadeusz Radechki at the opera with that woman? She could be Katerina's sister. That's weird. What kind of pervert goes out with a woman who looks that much like his dead girlfriend?" They stood just inside the doors, slightly apart, saying nothing. She didn't want to break the silence with the wrong words. Sometimes it was better to let the fish come to you. A few people nodded a greeting to Tadeusz as they left the building, but no one stopped to speak. He was true to his word. Only a few minutes passed before he nodded towards a black Mercedes that was drawing up at the curb. "My car," he said. He walked her to the curb and opened the rear door. "I really appreciate this," Carol said, climbing in. He leaned in past her and spoke to the driver. "It's nothing," he said, withdrawing. "Just tell him where you want to go." He began to close the door. "Wait," Carol said. "You're not coming?" "No." "But how will you get home?" "I live close by. Besides, I prefer to walk." This time, his smile was apparently uncomplicated. "I'll call you," he said, closing the door with a soft thud. Carol gave her address to the driver and leaned back against the firm leather upholstery. It was a clever move on his part, to place her in his debt without making any kind of move on her. She wanted to shout out loud, to release some of the jubilation she felt, but not in front of his driver, who would doubtless report back on every nuance of her behavior. Instead, she let her head fall back and closed her eyes. Phase 1 was complete, and it had gone even better than she could have hoped. Maybe she could do this after all. Maybe she really could walk inside someone else's skin. Brigadier Marika van Hasselt walked into the detective squad room at Radio Leiden headquarters, carrying a carton of coffee and a bag of smooterbullen, the deep-fried choux pastry balls dredged with icing sugar that were her one concession to junk food. Carbs, caffeine, and sugar, the only way to start the day. Early as she was, Tom Broek was ahead of her. He sat frowning over a pile of reports, his curly brown hair already rumpled from his constant fiddling with it. He looked up at the sound of her footsteps. His boyish face looked strained and tired, heavy lines tracking under his eyes. "Hey, Marika," he said. Fucked if I know where we're going to find a perp for this case. She took an instant decision. Two heads were, as she'd already proved, infinitely better than one. Oddly enough, Tom, I had an idea about that last night. She pulled up a chair and sat at the end of his desk, tucking one leg under her. Tom curled a tendril of hair round his index finger. I'm staring at so many dead ends here. I'd seriously consider a clairvoyant, he said. I don't know about you, but this case is doing my head in. I keep waking up at night thinking I'm drowning, Marika admitted. Tom snorted. Drowning in a sea of fucking paper, he said, waving a hand at the piles of reports on his desk. Talk about living for your work. De Groot seems to have been on every committee he could get nominated for. He also organized an annual weekend conference for psychologists working in the same area as him. The psychodynamics of emotional abuse, whatever that means. The upshot of which is that half the bloody world seems to have known him. It's a nightmare. So, what's this brilliant idea of yours? I didn't say it was brilliant, but at least it's something fresh to try. We both agreed that this is a stranger killing, right? There's nothing in his life to indicate anything different. On the other hand, there's no sign of forced entry. Balance of probabilities, he didn't know his killer. Marika lifted the lid on her coffee and took a sip. From everything I've read, people who kill like this, no apparent relationship to the victim, sexual elements in the murder, they don't stop at one, agreed? Oh yes, I think we all know deep down that he's going to do it again, particularly since we don't seem to be able to do fuck all to stop him, Tom said pessimistically. Are those smooterballing you've got there? He pointed to her paper bag. Help yourself. She pushed the bag towards him. Save me from myself. Tom unwrapped the bag and pulled out one of the pastries. Icing sugar scattered on his pale blue shirt, and he brushed at it impatiently with his free hand. But what I was thinking was, what if this isn't the beginning of his series? Tom stopped eating in mid-chew, then swallowed hard. You mean, you think he's done this before? Marika shrugged. It didn't look like an amateur job to me. If I had to guess, I'd say he's been doing this or something very like it for a while. Rook shook his head doubtfully. We'd have heard about it. It's not like pubic scalping is an everyday occurrence, Marika. We might not have heard about it if it had happened in another jurisdiction, in France, say, or Germany. Tom scratched his head. You've got a point, but there's not a lot we can do about it. Yes, there is. There's Europol. Tom snorted. Bunch of fucking desk jockeys. Maybe so, but they do send out those international bulletins. More fucking paper. Who reads that crap? Marika reached for her paper bag and pulled out one of the napkins she'd placed inside at the smooterbollen stall. Then she extracted one of the pastries, careful not to spill the sugar on her clothes. I do, she said, and I bet I'm not the only one. So, you want to pass the case on to the office boys in Den Haag? He said incredulously. No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm suggesting we send a request to Europol with details of the case, asking them to circulate it to member states, asking if anyone else has had anything comparable on their patch. That way, we can at least find out if he's done it before, and if he has, and if we can pool our information with the investigating team there, we might start to get somewhere. Tom gave her a considering look. You know, that might not be such a bad idea. So, I can count on your support when I run it past Martin's? He laughed. You're such a fucking politician, Marika. I'll take that as a yes. She got to her feet and retrieved the remains of her breakfast. She had just made it as far as her own desk when Hoofed Inspector Kees Martins barreled through the squadron door, his meaty hand dwarfing the can of Coke that was halfway to his mouth. He took a swig as he strode, tossing the empty can into the next wastepaper bin as he passed. Recycling was for people with time on their hands, not for busy men like him, his gesture seemed to say. What's new? He demanded, stopping beside Tom's desk. Nothing of any significance, Tom said. Martins turned towards Marika. What about you, Marika? Anything useful come through from forensics yet? She shook her head. It's all negatives. Nothing that takes us any further forward. Martins rubbed a hand along his jaw. I hate this case, he muttered. It makes us look stupid. Marika's got a good idea, Tom volunteered. Gee, thanks, she thought, as Martins turned back to her, his heavy brows lowering in an interrogative frown. "What's that, Marika?" he asked. "I've been thinking about how meticulous de Groot's killer was, how methodical, how organized. This wasn't a spur-of-the-moment thing, it was planned. What it reminds me of is the work of a serial killer. I know we're all worried about the prospect of him killing again if we can't catch him, but it occurred to me that he might have killed before." Martins nodded, his head to one side. He crossed to her desk and dropped into a chair facing her. "I can't argue with the theory," he said heavily. "But haven't we already checked to see if there's anything similar in the records?" "We can only check Dutch records, though," Marika said. "What if his previous victims weren't in Holland? What if he's killed in Belgium or Germany or Luxembourg? We'd have no way of knowing." "And these days, post-Schengen, we're all citizens of Europe," Martin said acidly. "I see what you mean, Marika, but how does that take us any further forward?" "Well, I've noticed in the past few months that the bulletins coming out of Den Haag from Europol have been a lot more specific. They used to be fairly generic, but now they've taken to circulating much more detailed requests for information about particular areas of concern. I wondered if it might be worth approaching them and asking them to include a request for information about any similar cases elsewhere in the EU. Martins looked deeply sceptical. "Don't you think it's a bit too near street level for them? They're only interested in the stuff that lets them play with their fancy computer databases. They don't want to get their hands dirty with something as vulgar as murder." "But this isn't some run-of-the-mill killing, and murder can be part of their brief. I checked it out on their website. Where there are international implications, they've got a responsibility to act as an intelligence clearinghouse for murder as well as the organized crime stuff." Martin shifted in his seat. "They'll think we're too stupid to manage our own cases," he grunted. "I don't think so, sir. I reckon they'll respect us for sussing out that we could be looking at a serial killer. It could be a feather in our caps. We'd go down as the ones who had the brains to see the implications of what we were looking at and the courage to say, 'We want input from other jurisdictions.' They'll be able to hold us up as an example of how cross-border cooperation should work in the new Europe." Marika turned on all her charm as she spoke, desperate to persuade Martins into the course of action that suited the plans she and Petra had already made. Martins considered for a moment, then swung round to look at Tom. "And you think this is a good idea, do you?" Tom waved a hand over the paperwork on his desk. "We've exhausted every conventional avenue and we've got fuck all. The way I see it, we've got nothing left to lose, and we might have a lot to gain." Martin shrugged. "Okay, we'll give it a shot. Marika, put something on paper for me and I'll see it gets sent off later today." "I'll have it on your desk within the hour." Martins got to his feet and lumbered towards his office. "That doesn't mean we stop working the case," he growled, as he disappeared behind his door. "Nice one," Tom said. "Smooth as butter you are." "Yeah, well, we both know that if it works out, it'll be down to Martins, but if we end up looking stupid, it'll be thanks to me. It's good to know that in a changing world, some things always remain the same," Tom said with a smile. "And some things we can force to change," Marika thought cheerfully, as she booted up her computer. This was it, the big chance, and she was determined not to blow it. Carol felt as excited as a teenager on a first date. He'd come to Berlin after all. She'd woken up after her dramatic night at the opera to an encrypted email from Petra revealing that Tony was staying in the same apartment building and drawing up a profile of the serial killer, and that he was expecting her this morning. But what more could Petra say? She had no idea of the complex matrix that was the relationship between Carol and Tony. She had no idea how much like salvation his arrival would feel to Carol. Hastily, she toweled herself dry from the shower and pulled on fresh jeans and a loose shirt, the simplest outfit in Caroline Jackson's wardrobe. She wanted to be as close to Carol Jordan as she could manage. She finger-combed her hair and hastily applied lipstick. No time for more. Her heart was racing as she waited for the lift. "Calm down," she told herself. "He's not here for you." But deep down she was convinced he was. The murder investigation might be the perfect excuse, but he'd resisted coming back into the game for the past 2 years. All that had changed was that this was an investigation that offered a chance to bring them together. She knocked on the door, and suddenly there he was, his familiar face as dear to her as ever. Impulsively, Carol stepped towards him. Their arms went round each other in a hug, her head on his shoulder, his hand in her hair. "Thank you for coming," Carol whispered. Gently, Tony moved out of their embrace and closed the door behind her. "I knew Margaretta Schilling," he blurted out. It hit her like a glass of wine in the face, taking her breath away and making her eyes smart. "What?" she said, feeling stupid. Tony ran a hand through his hair. "The Bremen victim, I knew her." "So you came out of what? A desire for vengeance?" Carol asked, following him and sitting down in the single armchair, taking care to stay well away from the window. Even though she hadn't spotted a tail, that didn't mean there wasn't someone dogging her every move, and she didn't want to reveal herself anywhere she wasn't supposed to be. With his back to her, Tony stared out of the picture window into the street below. Partly because I'm big-headed enough to think I can maybe help to save more lives, and partly because—" He paused, searching for the right words. "Because what happened to Margareta made me fret about the dangers you're exposed to." He turned to face her, arms folded across his chest. "I don't mean to sound presumptuous. I don't know anyone who's better at their job than you. I don't know anyone who's more self-sufficient or stronger." He looked down at the floor. "But I'd never forgive myself if anything happened to you that I might have helped prevent." He gave a short bark of laughter. "I don't even know what I mean by that, which is a very strange thing for a psychologist to have to admit. I don't know, I suppose wanted to be around in case there was anything I could do to help you." His words were more valuable to Carol than gold. Just when she thought she was delivering a slap in the face, he'd turned it into a caress. She'd waited years to hear this level of personal concern from him, and it had been worth every minute. The knowledge that he cared this much was almost enough in itself. It held its own guarantee for some sort of future. It promised the chance to take things at their own pace, without any necessity for her to push. "You have no idea how much it means to me that you're here, whatever the reason," she said. "I've been feeling so isolated on this job. Petra's a star, but she's not part of Carol Jordan's life. She's not going to see if I'm slipping away from myself, because she doesn't really know what that self is. You do. You can be the Carol Jordan benchmark. You can be my sheet anchor, and you can help me decide how to handle Radechki. I can try. How'd it go last night?" Carol took him through her first encounter with her target. Tony sat on the sofa, chin propped on his fists, listening intently and asking the occasional question along the way. "It sounds to me as if you handled it well. I was afraid that he'd refuse to have anything to do with you, but you seem to have got over that hurdle." "Maybe. He's still not cooled, though." "He will. Let's hope so. But we shouldn't be spending all this time on me. I don't want to take you away from the work you have to do on your profile. That's what you're here for. That's the most important thing. Because if this bastard isn't stopped, he's going to do it again and again. He's got to be taken down. And if anyone can make that happen, it's you. I hope so. I owe this bastard a death, or at the very least, the rest of his life behind bars." Tony shook his head. "I still can't take in the fact that Margareta's dead." "Were you old friends?" "I wouldn't really describe it as a friendship. We were colleagues with some common interests. I stayed at her house for a couple of nights once. We talked about collaborating on a paper, but we never got around to it. We emailed a few times a year, exchanged cards at Christmas. So, not friends, but more than mere acquaintances. I liked her. I liked her a lot. She was imaginative, intelligent. She was doing good work. And she had a son. She adored him." He shook his head. "What does that do to a kid's head? He must be 7, 8, something like that. And he's going to have to grow up knowing somebody treated his mother like a piece of meat. Will you let me help?" Tony looked surprised. "Don't you have enough on your plate?" "I'm probably going to have plenty of free time on my hands. When I'm not with Radechki or writing up my reports, I've got nothing else to do." He frowned, considering. "I'm working at Petra's apartment. Obviously you can't come there in case you're being watched. But if I can talk through my ideas with you, that would be a big help for me. You're always good at coming up with the off-the-wall idea that nobody else gives house room to." "Great," Carol smiled. "So, when do you start?" "I made a start last night." He glanced at his watch. "Ideally, I should get over to Petra's now so I can start drafting out some ideas. Do you want to get together later?" she asked, rising to her feet. "We can email securely, right? Let's arrange it that way." He stood up and crossed to her, tentatively putting his arms round her. "I'm glad I'm here." "Me too." She turned her face to his. They smiled at each other, then let go. For the first time, Carol thought. It felt as if they had all the time in the world. Chapter 23. Tadeusz Radecki was restless. Sleep had eluded him for hours after he returned from the opera. The encounter in his private box would have been unsettling under any circumstances, speaking as it did of someone having researched him as thoroughly as he investigated anyone he had dealings with. But beyond the natural discomfort of knowing he'd been studied, this confrontation with so close a simulacrum of what he'd so recently lost had left him feeling that the world had turned upside down. His first sight of Caroline Jackson had made his heart skip a beat. His chest had constricted. His legs had trembled. He'd doubted the evidence of his eyes, convinced he was having some sort of psychotic episode that had produced this hallucination. But as soon as she'd spoken, he'd realized this was reality, not some pathetic projection of his deepest desire. He'd never have conjured up a Katerina who addressed him in English. That much had penetrated even his bewildered and alarmed state. Luckily, years of guarding his face and tongue had allowed him to cover the worst of his confusion. At least, he thought it had. Whatever the truth of that view, she had shown no sign of being aware of the effect her appearance had had on him. He'd been dry-mouthed and bemused, unnerved by a resemblance that stirred up the morass of memory. And as if it wasn't enough that he'd come face to face with a woman who could have been the twin sister of the woman he'd adored, the conversation had lurched into the most dangerous of areas almost from the beginning. This woman, who made his stomach churn and his skin turn clammy, knew who he really was, knew what he really did. Either she had discovered enough about his business to comprehend exactly what he needed right now, or else this was another example of the eccentric serendipity that had brought Katerina's double to his door in the first place. Either way, it was a set of circumstances so strange, it turned on its head everything he knew about how the world worked. He had no idea how he'd managed to hold it together during their subsequent conversation, only that he'd never felt so relieved as he had when that apparently interminable first interval had drawn to a close. He'd sat through the next act, oblivious to the music, completely absorbed in the private drama that had unfolded in his immediate ambit. The tension in his body had made his muscles ache, but he hadn't been able to take his eyes off her. He'd studied every feature in her face, comparing it to the database of images stored in his head. On closer inspection, he had become aware of discrepancies. Of course, the hair was different. The long corn silk of his lover's hair was far more beautiful than the short, thick blonde crop of this stranger, though it was clearly as natural a shade as Katerina's. Their profiles were subtly distinct, in ways he couldn't quite gauge. Katerina's eyes had been a deep hyacinth blue, but even in the dim light of the theatre he could see that Caroline's were grey-blue. Their mouths were different too. Katerina's lips had been sensuous, full, beautifully shaped, appearing always to be on the point of a kiss. This Englishwoman had thinner lips, her mouth promising far less than Katerina had always delivered. But when Caroline smiled, the contrast had disappeared, and the resemblance had become even more profound. Seeing that mouth pronounce the familiar Tadzio had disconcerted him more than almost anything else. The strangest thing about his scrutiny of her face was that although he could see clearly that she wasn't Katerina, those small variations only served to reinforce this interloper's effect on him. She wasn't Katerina, which was both a disappointment and a relief. But she was a woman who had the power to move him, as no one had since Katerina's death. That was unnerving, but also fraught with strange possibilities. The notion of working with her made him both apprehensive and excited, but not so excited that he had forgotten the basic rules of the game. As soon as the second act had ended, he had taken the first steps to find out what he could about Caroline Jackson. He remembered a man he'd met a couple of times when he'd been setting up the deal with Colin Osborne. Nick Kramer was another Essex boy who had worked with Colin in the past. He clearly wasn't a lieutenant in the way that Darko was, and Tadeusz reckoned the main reason Colin had brought him along was to make it look as if the teams were even. Tadeusz, always covering the bases, still had Kramer's number stored on his mobile phone. Kramer had answered on the second ring. "Yeah?" he grunted. "This is Colin's German friend," Tadeusz said. "We met in London." "Oh, yeah, right. I remember you. What's happening?" I've come across someone who says she was a friend of Colin. I wondered if you knew her. What's her name? Caroline Jackson. She says they were looking to do some business. There was a short pause. I know the name, but I never met her. I've heard she's in the same line of work as you and Colin. Runs an operation somewhere in East Anglia. Keeps herself to herself by all accounts. Oh, and I heard that after Colin died, her name came up when people was questioned. That's all I know. Sorry I can't be more help, mate. Do you know anyone who does know her? An exhalation of breath. There's this geezer out Chelmsford way, a friend of Charlie's, if you get my meaning. A cocaine dealer, Thaddeus translated. Do you have a number where I can contact him? Hang on a minute. The muffled sound of conversation. When Kramer returned, he reeled off a mobile phone number. Tell him I said you were kosher. Thank you. Any time. Listen, you want to do some business, not the kind that breathes, the other kind. You give me a call. I'm well up for it. I'll bear that in mind. Thaddeus ended the call. He didn't think he'd be dealing drugs or guns with Nick Kramer any time soon. He hadn't taken to the man, and on the evidence of this last conversation he lacked discretion. He keyed in the number Kramer had given him, and waited to be connected. He was on the point of giving up, when the phone was answered. A cautious voice said, Hello? Thaddeus made a quick decision. My name is Darko Krasic. Nick Kramer gave me your number. Do I know him? Well, he has your phone number. So does my local Indian takeaway. My boss and I used to do business with Colin Osborne. A snort of laughter. He can't give you much of a reference now, can he? Look, I don't do business over the phone. Sure, I understand. All I'm looking for is a character reference. Somebody has applied to work with us and Kramer seems to think you know her. I know a lot of people. The voice was cautious again. Her name is Caroline Jackson. A long pause. I know Caroline. What do you want to know? Whatever you can tell me. Fucking hell. You don't want much, do you? Look, if you're thinking about working with Caroline, all you need to know is that she's a serious player. But she's a loner. She doesn't trust anybody with her business. She's smart. She knows how to keep stum, and she's very fucking good at what she does. She wants to work with you. You should bite her fucking hand off, because you're getting the opportunity to work with the best. Okay? Okay. Now, you got what you wanted. Good night. The call ended abruptly, leaving Thaddeus feeling less uneasy than he had 10 minutes previously. What he didn't know was that he'd just been talking to one of Morgan's undercover operatives, briefed to give Caroline Jackson as vivid a reality as possible. Thaddeus had sat through the third act, brooding over his course of action. As the cunning little vixen drew to a close, he came to a decision. He had to see the virtual reappearance of Katerina as a good omen. He'd go with his gut reaction and see what she had to offer him. In the cold light of morning, the decision still felt like a good one. He wished he'd been able to talk it over with Darko, but his right-hand man wasn't due back from Belgrade until that afternoon, and this was too important to entrust to telephones. He'd have to rely on his own intuition. He reached for the phone and dialed the number on the card she'd given him. Hello? Her voice was already familiar. Good morning, Caroline. It's Thaddeus here. Good to hear from you. She sounded determined not to show any enthusiasm that might not be matched on his side. I wondered if you might be free for lunch? He asked. That rather depends. On what? Whether it's business or pleasure on the agenda, she said coolly. I suspect that with you, business would always be one sort of pleasure or another, he said, an undertone of amusement in his voice. He was surprised by how at ease he felt flirting gently with her. It didn't answer my question. I think we may be able to do business, he said. But first, we have to get to know each other a little better. You see, I only deal with people when my instincts tell me they're reliable. Really? She asked, sounding incredulous. And you still chose Colin? His source had been right. She was smart. If that was such a bad decision, then by your own admission the condemnation falls equally on your shoulders, Caroline, he pointed out. Touché, she said. So, will we have lunch? If you can make it earlier rather than later. I have some important calls to make this afternoon. How is noon for you? I can do that. I'll send the car for you at 11:45. I look forward to it. Thanks. But I've got to go out this morning. I don't know where I'll be at 11:45. Just tell me where to be, and I'll get there for noon. He named the restaurant and gave her the address. I look forward to seeing you, he added. The feeling is mutual. See you later. The line went dead. So, to smart and discreet, add independent and wary. Caroline Jackson was beginning to intrigue him, and not just professionally. He found himself looking forward to lunch with an appetite that had nothing to do with food. Tony stared at the screen. Petra had been as good as her word. The investigation reports from Bremen had been waiting for him when he'd arrived at her apartment, and he'd forced himself to put his feelings for Margareta to one side and read them as objectively as he could. The fact that the killer had been interrupted had provided a few nuggets of information that might help as he went along, but the most telling details had come from Margareta's boyfriend, and these could be incorporated right away in his draft profile. At this stage, it could only be a rough outline. There were things he still needed to do and see. He wanted to go to Bremen, partly to make his peace with Margareta, but mostly to see the house where she had died, to see if the crime scene could tell him more about his prey. He needed better quality photographs of the crime scenes, but for now he could make a start. He loaded his word processing program and called up his personal template for profiles. It began with a standard disclaimer. This might be an informal, unofficial investigation, but that was no reason not to do things properly. The following offender profile is for guidance only and should not be regarded as an identikit portrait. The offender is unlikely to match the profile in every detail, though I would expect there to be a high degree of congruence between the characteristics outlined below and the reality. All of the statements in the profile express probabilities and possibilities, not hard facts. A serial killer produces signals and indicators in the commission of his crimes. Everything he does is intended, consciously or not, as part of a pattern. Uncovering the underlying pattern reveals the killer's logic. It may not appear logical to us, but to him it is crucial. Because his logic is so idiosyncratic, straightforward traps will not capture him. As he is unique, so must be the means of catching him, interviewing him, and reconstructing his acts. Tony then gave a brief overview of the 3 cases, with particular attention to the nature of their academic research. Moving on from there, and assimilating his new information, he wrote, "All academic psychologists who conduct experimental research on human subjects may be at risk from this killer. Given that Margareta Schilling told her partner she was scheduled to meet a journalist representing a new psychology e-zine, it may be advisable to ask psychology lecturers to contact this investigation if they receive such an approach. However, it is clear that this poses potential problems. If the killer has links to the academic community, he may be privy to any such warning and alter his strategy accordingly. Furthermore, such a warning may provoke a panic response among those at risk. There is also the difficulty of the scale of the operation. The killer has already operated in 2 EU countries that we are aware of, Germany and Holland. There is no reason to suppose that this is the limit of his range. What do we know of the killer from his actions so far? 1. Although there is almost certainly an element of sexual stimulus in the commission of these crimes, the motivation is not explicitly sexual. The victims do not correspond to any physical class and encompass both genders. It is therefore impossible to predict where he will strike next, based on any superficial description of appearance. Contingent on this, and on the scalping of the pubic region, reducing his victims to something resembling a prepubertal state, I would suggest that the killer's own sexuality is relatively unformed. By this, I mean that he has never successfully established adult sexual relationships. He may have experienced sexual humiliation at an early age and decided that he was not prepared to expose himself to that again. At some level, he blames this inability to form normal sexual contacts on his victim group. I believe it is highly unlikely that he will be either married or in any sort of long-term relationship. He is most likely to be a single man with no history of emotional relationships with either sex. So many reasons for the corruption of the sexual impulse, Tony thought sadly. His own experience of impotence and the soul-searching journey that had taken him on had given him a unique empathy with those whose natural desires had been morphed into something the rest of the world saw as perversion. There was always an explanation, always a sequence as unique as DNA that lay beneath these strange surfaces, and it was one of the many paradoxes of Tony's life that what had given him so much personal pain had also given him a professional head start. Maybe, like the killers themselves, he was looking for something that would make him feel less of a failure. 2. His choice of victims gives him a sense of superiority. People like them have always made him feel slow, unsophisticated, but now he can move into their world, invade their territory, and there is nothing they can do to stop him. It is a way of proving to himself that he is not the inadequate he thinks he is. It's extremely unlikely that he has a university-level education. I would doubt he even completed secondary education, although he is clearly far from stupid. Given what I believe to be his strategy in the choice of victims, see below, it is likely that he has educated himself in their field of expertise. He has probably read extensively about psychology and its applications, both in books and online. He may even have taken adult education classes in the subject. He probably thinks of himself as an expert in his field, although his knowledge will of necessity be superficial. 3. He is capable of a high degree of self-control and organization. To execute his plan, he has developed a strategy of sufficient finesse to convince victims who are experienced in negotiating with the world. In order to succeed at this, he must be able to disguise his unfamiliarity with their universe. 4. He must have planned this series of attacks well in advance, since the victims require prior research rather than the opportunistic picking at random of a candidate who meets certain physical criteria. It is clear from how close together the last 2 murders are that he has a preset list of victims. The fact that his timescale is shortening means that he is growing in confidence, but also that he needs more kills to satisfy whatever his agenda is. 5. What might that agenda be? The answer to that must lie in his choice of targets. What all 3 have in common is that they are academic psychologists who have published research based on experiments conducted on willing human subjects. I believe he entertains the conviction that his life has been blighted as a result of experiments carried out by 1 or more psychologists. He may himself have been a direct victim, but I doubt that. If that were the case, he would have a specific object for his revenge, and it would probably have been sufficient for him to kill that single practitioner. Perhaps he suffered childhood abuse at the hands of a parent or other adult who had been the victim of psychological torture. Given the abuse of psychology at the hands of, for example, the Stasi, this does not seem as improbable as it might be in another time and place. Tony read over what he had typed so far. It made sense in the context of what he'd been able to glean from the files, but it didn't take them any closer to who the killer might be. Now he had to start moving away from what he knew and could logically surmise into the realm where he excelled. He had to reason backwards from the crime to the man who had committed it. What does all this tell us about the killer? 1. He is subject to high stress levels, which will be perceptible to those around him. His behavior will be more erratic than usual. 2. He is posing as a journalist on an e-zine in order to gain private access to those he has targeted. I believe he will have made the arrangements for his meetings with the victims via email, since he is unlikely to possess the interpersonal skills to set up meetings with such highly socialized victims, either face-to-face or via the telephone. Therefore, we can state with some certainty that he possesses his own computer. He would not risk such communications on a system available to others. Furthermore, an expert search of the victim's computers may reveal traces of these communications. 3. He is unlikely to be unemployed. He can afford a computer. He can afford to travel. He is also comfortable moving around in more than one country, suggesting a familiarity with them. In my opinion, he is likely to have a job that involves travelling, but not one that requires people skills. It may well be a job that demands a certain level of intelligence and responsibility, yet one that is not highly regarded by the world at large. Perhaps a long-distance lorry driver or a maintenance engineer on some specialized equipment. He will drive a well-maintained, mid-range car of unassuming appearance. It is unlikely that he uses public transport to go to and from the scenes of the crimes, and this may mean that he is either hiring cars in or near the cities where he has killed, or that he has local access to company vehicles because of his job. 4. The first crime of serial offenders tends to take place nearest their home. Since the first crime in this series took place in Heidelberg, I believe he is probably based in the central region of Germany. 5. He is most likely to be in his late 20s or early 30s. Typically, serial killers take time to work up to their ambition,